From the Flames, Ember Society Book 4, written by A.R. Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Prologue. 20 years earlier. I've been matched. That's probably too harsh, thought Emmeline. She kicked a rock laying in the middle of the sidewalk and continued toward the edge of Petersburg. We need to talk. No, that was definitely not the right way to start a conversation with the love of her life either, though knowing him, she probably wouldn't have to say anything at all. He understood her better than anyone. It was impossible, really, the way he always knew just what she was thinking. But perhaps that was part of the draw. No one would ever be able to understand Emmeline the way Frank did. That was exactly why she hoped he would be able to understand why she had to move forward with the match. She'd resisted at first. Doug Fraser, better known among her friends as Dull Doug, was not someone she ever would have ordinarily considered spending the rest of her life with. But she knew the only way for a girl like her to enter the leadership in Claren City was to marry into it. Growing up in a family of workers, she was lucky to be on the leadership's radar at all. Dull Doug was the low-hanging fruit, an easy ticket to the top served to her on a silver platter, and she owed it all to Meredith. Emmeline sighed. Her world had changed drastically over the last 5 years since she first met Meredith. She'd entered that medical center as a young and wild girl, afraid for her life. Her father had been drinking again, as he was prone to do after long hours of back-breaking labor on the construction site. She didn't remember what she had said that set him off that particular evening, but it had been enough for him to break her nose and dislocate her left shoulder. The healers at the Petersburg Medical Center had already grown suspicious of her frequent visits. Her father had warned her against going back. He told her if she went again, it would be her last time. So she ran. She ran all the way to Mortonborough. Thinking back, she wondered if fate had played a part in that evening. If it hadn't been for her abusive father, she never would have met Meredith, and her life never would have been changed. Not only had she healed Emmeline's physical injuries, but Meredith was the first person to recognize her empathic abilities. She'd been the one to tip off the peacemakers at Emmeline's aptitude test. She'd been the one to mentor Emmeline through the training program, and she was the one who had urged Emmeline to seek the affections of Doug. Meredith had saved Emmeline. She just hoped Frank would understand how it all fit into the bigger picture. She would have to marry Doug, but she would be doing it for Frank. Emmeline picked up her pace as she neared the giant oak that sat just beyond Claren City's border. No one ever ventured this close to the outside, but she looked over her shoulders to make sure she wasn't being followed anyway, then hurried around to the opposite side of the tree's enormous knobby trunk. Frank was already there, sitting casually on a tattered blue blanket with his eyes closed and head leaned back against the bark. Emmeline sidled in next to him, snuggled against his side, and whispered, "Boo." Frank grinned and opened his eyes. "There isn't a single scary thing about you, my darling. Just devastating beauty." He leaned down and kissed her, long and slow, cupping her cheek with the palm of his hand. "I've missed you," he said, reluctantly pulling away. "I've missed you, too." Emmeline held his gaze, deliberately waiting to share her news. She hadn't gotten to see him much since she moved into the center after graduating from the Peacemaker training program. The few hours they had together on the weekends were precious, and she was in no hurry to ruin the moment with bad news. But Frank knew something was wrong. He always knew. "What's the matter, Em?" She sighed. "Well, I've got some good news and some bad news. Which would you like first?" He cocked his head, staring deep into her eyes. It always felt like he was seeing more of her when he did that, like he could see her actual thoughts as they were playing out in real time. "Let's start with the good news first." Emmeline inhaled and forced a smile. I've been offered a position in the leadership. It's not a very high position, but it will definitely get me closer to where I need to be. I'll be a press liaison for the Director of Economics. With any luck, I may just be able to start funneling some of the city's resources outside over the next several months. A muscle twitched in Frank's jaw before he forced a smile of his own. That's great, especially for a working-class girl from Petersboro. From worker to peacemaker to leader, it almost seems too good to be true. His smile faded. I imagine there's a pretty high cost that goes with the promotion, too. Emmeline felt his apprehension twisting her insides. He didn't even attempt to hide his doubt from her. Frank had never been very trusting of the leadership. They were a necessary evil in his mind. Of course, he'd lived a lot longer than she had. He was older and wiser, and he'd seen more of the leadership's overreach in his time. Right. Emmeline chewed the inside of her lower lip. That's the bad news. Frank reached out and loosened her lip from her teeth with the pad of his thumb. Don't worry yourself. Chewing your lip is an obvious tell. If you're going to be matched with a leader, you'll need to learn how to hide that better. Emmeline's jaw dropped just enough to part her lips. How did you know? Lucky guess. Frank raised one shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. And you're not angry? Not with you. Never with you, darling. Emmeline released her pent-up breath. Good. I worried you would be upset. I never said I wasn't upset. Frank stood and brushed the grass from the back of his pants. I hate everything about it. I hate that we live in a world that thinks it knows what's best for us better than we do. I hate that they've decided you should live your life with anyone other than me. I hate to think about another man's hands touching you, his lips kissing you. Frank was pacing, his anger rising hot and thick inside, like a volcano preparing to erupt. Frank had the biggest heart of anyone Emmeline had ever met, but he had a temper to match it. Emmeline often wondered if it was an unfortunate side effect of his excellent blocking skills. He could only block his affect for so long. She figured the emotion would have to escape at some point, and odd as it sounded, she felt honored that he was comfortable enough around her to reveal how he really felt, even when it was less than desirable. She was his person just as much as he was hers. Oh, Frank! Emmeline rushed forward and placed a comforting hand on his chest, which was rising and falling fast with heavy breaths. Frank, darling, come back to me. She ran a soothing hand through his hair. I'm still yours. I'll always be yours. She lifted up on her tiptoes to place a gentle kiss on his mouth, but his lips remained a tight line. Sometimes it was difficult to bring him back down, especially when his anger resulted from the leadership. Emmeline had never known passion like Frank had for changing the system. He'd enlightened her. He'd shown her what life could be like, and he'd been the motivating factor for her to pursue a career in leadership. Meredith had given Emmeline her will to keep living, but Frank had given her the fire she needed to change the world. You know this is how it has to be done. This is the only way for me to infiltrate the leadership. I know, Frank said, his jaw softening around the edges. I know. We need you there. I'm just growing impatient. I've spent my whole life trying to get them to see us as human beings instead of objects. You're doing the right thing. It just hurts. It'll work, I promise. I'll never stop until you're free, until we're all free. I'll get some resources going outside. We can continue to build our numbers and learn to survive peacefully as a new society. Then we'll start educating the citizens and pulling others out with us, just like we've always planned. Emmeline kissed Frank again, and he returned it this time, wrapping her in a passionate embrace as their mouths moved together as one. His brows were furrowed when he finally pulled away. "Does Meredith know?" "Does she know what?" Emmeline asked. "About the match." "Yes." Emmeline dropped her gaze to the grassy forest floor. "She arranged it." Frank pushed a sharp burst of air through his nose. "I figured as much. And you swear you haven't mentioned me or the outside movement to her at all?" He sharpened his gaze again. She could practically feel his energy probing her mind, searching for a crack in her story. "No," Emmeline answered honestly. "She doesn't know anything." Frank nodded. He crossed his arms over his chest and began pacing again. "I still don't know why she's helping you so much. What is she after?" "She's not after anything," Emmeline sighed. "Not everyone has an ulterior motive, Frank. She saw me at my worst. I truly believe she only wants to help. She only wants what's best for me." "If you say so." Frank didn't believe her. He had a difficult time trusting others, and given his rough upbringing, it wasn't surprising. But he didn't know Meredith like Emmeline did. She'd taken Emmeline under her wing as though she were her own child. Even after Meredith's son was born, she continued to love and support Emmeline. "Speaking of, I need to go check on her. She looked like she was about to pop the last time I saw her. Her baby girl will be born any minute now." "Just don't get attached. She's not your family." "I know that, and I won't. I just want to see the baby once. As soon as I'm officially promoted to the leadership, I'll stop going to see her." Emmeline's voice remained steady. She stood tall and confidently, with her shoulders squared, unwavering, and she located her peace point the way Frank had taught her to do. Hopefully, it would be enough to mask the lie she told him. She'd never be able to say goodbye to Meredith. Meredith was more of a parent than she'd ever had, and as much as she wished it weren't true, she already loved Meredith's children as though they were her own siblings. This was a dark... Chapter 1. 352 days. That's how long it had been since Frank and Milo leveled Louisburg. I'd been hunting them down for almost a year now, and I wouldn't stop until they were dead. But that wasn't the only number I tracked. 4, the number of district capitals that had been bombed. 1 million, the approximate number of innocent new American lives that had been taken. 76, the number of outside settlements that had been attacked. 594, the number of Frank's anarchists my people had eliminated. 12, the number of lives I personally had taken since the war began. Emmeline's journal didn't teach me how to deal with my guilt. I could file away the facts and figures, but there were real lives attached to those numbers. I couldn't mourn for them. My grief would suffocate me in its grip, but I couldn't forget them either. I stamped out my remorse at first. I cracked my knuckles and shook it off. They were bad people, murderers. I had to kill them to save millions of others. But I couldn't blot them out of my heart, because at their core, I couldn't believe they were actually evil. No one could be entirely bad. The people I killed were once someone's children, brothers, sisters, friends, so I allowed their memories to live on. I imagined them surrounding the pond in Morton Borough, my peace point, framed in my heart, smiling, laughing, free from the guilt of their own atrocities. It was the only way I could cope. Because if it were possible that people were truly evil, then what was I fighting for? My hair whipped across my face, blowing wildly in the wind from my open-air vehicle, Mildred. That's what Rafe had named her before the world exploded. There was no telling how many thousands of miles Mildred had driven over the year, transporting me across the country like a fugitive, or an assassin, or more accurately, a ghost. Aside from a small circle of close friends who had been with me the day of the Louisburg bombing and knew the truth, the rest of the world thought I was dead. The damage had been so severe that Everett's home had essentially disappeared, disintegrated. There was not a splinter of wood remaining, and the world believed I was there when it happened. Unfortunately, Frank knew better. He was always one step ahead. When I zigged, he zagged. I'd come close to catching him once or twice, close enough to get some of his men, but Frank was too good. He had avoided me for almost a year, and somehow he'd managed to avoid the new American forces that were out to get him as well. It wasn't quite a civil war. The army would have to know who they were fighting for a true war. Instead, the soldiers set up around the cities, primarily the district capitals. They cleared out as many outsider camps as they could find, assuming the Embers were the enemies. They forced our people to become nomads, constantly on the move to avoid their attacks. Little did the government know that we shared a common enemy. The Embers weren't responsible for this devastation. Frank was, and I was going to kill him for it. I just had to find him first. I slowed Mildred and veered right onto a bumpy forest trail. If there was a place I could call home, this was it. Or this was my home the last time I was in the area of Claren City anyway. That was almost 2 weeks ago. Rafe may have been forced to move everyone again, but I knew I'd find a note left for me if he had. Half an hour later, I saw the first tent, set up at the edge of a small clearing near the river. The Embers were smarter now with their camps. They no longer congregated together in a city-like community, but spread themselves out, tents and wobbly wood shelters dotting the riverbanks. My heart ached for what they'd lost. Their cabins and community kitchens were a thing of the past. There was no more electricity, no more fuel, no more connections to the inside. That was all a part of the network Frank had created. He knew too much about the inner workings of the Embers. When Frank exposed himself as a traitor, we had to turn life on its head. I parked my vehicle and jumped out, shaking my feet to get blood flowing again through my limbs, numb from the vibrations of a long drive. Joy emerged from the tent at the sound of my engine and waved. "Hey, stranger!" Her smile couldn't mask the weariness in her sleep-deprived eyes. I didn't even attempt to return it. There was nothing to smile about. "How was your trip? Where's Rafe?" I slung my bag over my shoulder and made my way past her into the clearing toward the river. Thank goodness Joy had such a kind heart. She didn't even flinch as I stomped past her, ignoring her pleasantries. "He and Ryder went down to the bend to try and catch some fish for dinner tonight." The bend was 1/2 mile to the north of Joy's tent. Rafe's tent was near the bend as well. It served as a home base of sorts for this group of Embers. There weren't many here, just those who returned from Louisburg with us. Rafe had his own vehicle, which he used to traverse the back roads and forest trails near Claren City. Alongside my father, he'd become the new co-leader of the Embers in the area, but this small camp was the only group who knew I was here. I had to keep a low profile if I stood any chance of catching Frank. 2 dark heads of hair sat alongside the riverbank, the straight cuts of their fishing lines extending from the tips of their poles into the rippling water, invisible except for a shimmer from the sunlight filtering through the leaves overhead. Rafe turned, sensing my presence well before I reached them. I dropped my bag in the dirt and motioned silently toward his tent. He planted the end of his pole into the muddy bank and whispered to Ryder, who glanced casually over his shoulder and greeted me with a simple nod. Rafe stood and jogged over to meet me at the entrance to his tent. I didn't even wait until we stepped inside before grabbing the front of his shirt and yanking his face down toward mine. I kissed him forcefully, and apparently aggressively, because he stumbled backward through the tent and fell onto the hard ground. My mouth, suddenly cold without him pressed against it, urgently sought him out again. I met him there on the ground, keeping his body pressed down with my own, escaping again into the blissful, albeit momentary, memory loss that came with kissing Wraith. When our lips moved together, nothing else mattered. The rest of the world melted away. The explosions, the tears, the death, the fighting, all of it was buried deep under a thick layer of fog, and I longed to stay in the freedom of Wraith's arms for as long as possible. He pushed against my shoulders, trying to catch his breath, but I grabbed his arms and pinned them to his side, pressing my mouth against him again. "Claren, hang on," he mumbled against my lips. I pulled back just barely, breathless, as the tips of our noses brushed so lightly together it tickled. "Hi," he grinned. I dipped my mouth back to his, but he dodged my hasty attack of affection, rolling over so that he was now pinning me to the ground. His smile widened as he held me in place. "I hate to push pause on this, but how about a hello first?" I groaned. "Hi." My tone was tinged with impatience and irritation. It had been a long trip. I just wanted to forget everything for a few minutes and relax. Was that so much to ask? Wraith furrowed his brows. "What happened?" "Nothing," I quipped too quickly. I looked away, feeling the energy between us shift. He released my arms, leaning back to rest on his knees. "Claren, it's okay. Talk to me." I hated the sympathy laced in his words, the pity in his eyes. I sat up and scooted away from him, quickly locating my peace point and blotting out the twisting feeling worming its way through my gut. Eyes closed, I inhaled deeply, allowing the pine-scented air to slowly fill my lungs. But try as I might, it was never enough to cover the guilt. "How many was it this time?" I opened my eyes to find Wraith staring thoughtfully in my direction. "3. "Good," he nodded, trying to believe the word himself even as he repeated it. "Good. That's 3 fewer men for Frank to use against us." 3 fewer men who had died at my hands. I knew Wraith was thinking it too, but he praised my actions. It was easy for him to congratulate me. He wasn't buried under the remorse that came with taking someone's life. I changed the subject. "I recruited another group from the Blue Valley area to join the Embers, but I don't have any more communicators. Do you know when we can expect another crate? And do you have anyone who might be able to go out and provide them with some defensive training? I taught them some basics, but I had to keep moving." "I'll talk to your dad. I'm sure he's got some guys ready to go out. Unless you want to talk to him?" "No." It wasn't even a question in my mind. My father had made it crystal clear that he wanted me inside, working within the leadership. But that wasn't something I was willing to do. Not anymore. Even if it meant I was essentially dead to him, I'd rather him remember me as the good daughter who followed instructions than fight with him daily about my role in the Embers. I made decisions for myself now. "Right." Wraith scratched the back of his head. "I figured as much. I'll talk to him, but when I get back, I hope you'll stay around for a bit. You've been going non-stop since the snow melted. Rest here for a while before you hit the road again." "You know I can't do that." "You've built armies across the country. The Embers are stronger and better trained now than they have ever been. Let them continue recruiting and training on their own. You deserve to rest. You deserve a life too. We deserve a life." "There is no we, Wraith. I've told you 1,000,000 times. I have one job to do and one job only." He closed his eyes, but quickly opened them with a forced smile. "And you do it well." I scoffed, feeling a quick stab of Wraith's pain before filing the emotion away. If I were doing my job well, Frank would be dead, and our country wouldn't be attacking the Embers. There would be no war. People wouldn't be dying daily. No, I wasn't doing my job well at all. "I'll leave again tomorrow. Will you check about the communicators? I need to deliver them." Rafe stood and sighed. "I'll check, and I'll talk to your dad. Get cleaned up and take a nap. Dinner's at sundown." A lump rose in my throat as I watched him exit the tent. I didn't mean to hurt him, but I couldn't allow his feelings to affect me. To feel emotion was weakness. I swallowed the lump and stared down at my dry, cracked hands. I wouldn't be weak. I couldn't. Chapter 2. I gave Rafe a few minutes to get on his way before stepping outside to grab my bag. I found it in the same dirty heap on the ground where I'd left it. Just beyond it, Ryder swiveled to face me. We met each other's eyes, neither speaking a word. I wasn't naive enough to think that he didn't see me hurting. He wasn't an empath, but we'd been through enough horrors together over the last year and a half that he could read me without any special skills. But unlike Rafe, he also knew better than to try and make me feel better about it. I picked up my bag and Ryder turned back to the water, gently tugging on his line. Back inside Rafe's tent, I pulled the zipper open and retrieved Emmeline's leather journal. My fingers brushed across the smooth leather cover, worn now from months of daily reading and studying. I flipped open to the 4th page out of habit and read the words at the end of Emmeline's initial letter to me. "Now, as we near the pinnacle of unrest, the answer is clear to me. I must bring you into the Peacemaker program. I must train you up myself and promote you to the leadership. I won't stop until you have climbed all the way to the Supreme Leader, because I know in my heart, if this world has any hope of truly changing, it will be through you." I could recite that paragraph with my eyes closed. I knew the words, but they still didn't make any sense to me. I tried to rise through the leadership. That didn't work. It was time to do things my way. I flipped further through the pages, settling on a section near the end marked Beyond Empathy. After a brief introduction to Triple T and the technology used for that project, Emmeline touched on a theory that some advanced empaths may be able to read deeper into the psyches of other people without any additional technology. She implied that it was possible to read the thoughts of others through extreme control of one's own energy. She listed several methods by which one could theoretically achieve this mind-reading ability, but she was never successful at doing it herself, and after months of practicing her suggestions, I hadn't been successful either. The idea of searching through someone else's thoughts still made my skin crawl, but I couldn't deny its usefulness in my current situation. If I could extract information from one of Frank's cronies, this entire mess could come to an end. So once again, like every other day since I'd found this page in the journal, I put Emmeline's words to practice. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused on a single spot in my mind. I watched and waited, swirling my awareness in circles around one tiny focal point in the center of the darkness in my mind. After several minutes of steady breathing and mental swirling, the center began to glow. It was faint at first, but I knew from previous attempts that if I continued long enough, the light would grow into a flaring ball. But after that, well, nothing ever came after that. Maybe today that would change. The sound of a zipper stopped me from finding out. My lids popped open to find Ryder peeking inside the tent. "Hey," he said. His expression was flat, but he was pulsing with excitement. I stood. "Hey, what's going on?" I began putting my bag back in order, tucking the notebook safely inside as Ryder spoke. "There's an attack about 20 minutes from here." I extracted my gun, tossed the bag into the corner of Rafe's tent, and moved toward the exit. "Anarchists or the city?" "Don't know." Ryder stepped in line beside me, and I followed his lead toward a vehicle parked in some brush behind the tent. "Do you need a weapon?" "Nope, I'm covered. Let's go." Ryder lifted a communicator to his lips as he climbed into the driver's seat of the vehicle. "I'm on my way." "Thanks. a voice crackled back. "Please hurry!" I strapped in beside him, and we were off. I'd become accustomed to fighting alone, so sitting beside Ryder was a welcome reprieve. There were few people I trusted in this world with my life. Ryder was on the short list. "Has this been happening often?" I had to shout to avoid my voice getting carried away in the wind. "Couple times a month, more frequently lately. I think they're getting restless." That sounded about right. After 9 major cities falling to dust, the armies had to strike against someone. It was just unfortunate that they assumed the outsiders were responsible. Obviously, the outsiders wouldn't have the means or the knowledge to create bombs like Frank was using. But Frank was smart. He used the government's own weapons against them, and it was plausible for the government to believe the outsiders were capable of stealing them. We just had to keep building up the strength of the Embers enough to resist and defend against attacks from the cities. It was imperative that they didn't fight back. We didn't want to create an actual war between the outsiders and the government. That was exactly the kind of distraction Frank was gunning for. "Did Rafe talk to you before he left? I got another group to join us up in the Blue Valley, but we need more communicators to keep in contact with them. I'll need to bring some when I head back that way." "Yeah, he told me." Ryder swerved onto a gravelly back road and pushed down hard on the accelerator. I grabbed the sides of my seat to avoid getting thrown out. "I'll head into town first thing in the morning to see if Emilio has any more ready. I was about to go today until I got this call." "And he still has no idea about me or my involvement, right?" "No, he has no idea." Ryder stared straight ahead, expressionless, but I could tell he didn't approve of my secret. He had to deal with the wreckage after the bomb alone. He witnessed our friends mourn my supposed death. But it had to be this way. If they knew I was alive, I'd be roped back into their schemes in a heartbeat, and I couldn't have that. No, Claren Greenwood, as they knew her, was dead. We drove forward for a few more minutes before I spoke again. "How are things coming along with Dusty?" "Slowly. He's doing the best he can, but he hasn't been able to find many resources recently." Dusty had been working on developing better transportation for the Embers. We discovered an old, dilapidated barn big enough for a small aircraft. Dusty made it his personal mission to scour the area for old parts so he could build a new plane. It was an audacious goal, but then again, all of our goals were audacious. I had to admit, it would certainly help me move things along faster and possibly put an end to this horrible war sooner if I had a private plane to get me from one side of the country to the other in hours instead of days. Hopefully, I'd live long enough to see him finish it. A shot fired through the air. "We're getting close," I said, the familiar rush of adrenaline pumping through my veins. "Is your voltage turned up?" Ryder frowned. "It's always turned up." He found a shady spot to park off the edge of the road, and we jumped out of the vehicle. Ryder passed me a blue bandana, then wrapped a matching piece of cloth over his own face, covering everything below his eyes. I did the same. With weapons held at the ready, we entered the dense forest, pushing through the overgrown brush rather than taking the better beaten path. We couldn't risk anyone seeing us coming. The shouts grew louder the deeper we went. No other shots fired, which left me hopeful. Maybe the other Embers had the upper hand. I knew they wouldn't shoot to kill unless they had to. But the soldiers from the city would. They wouldn't hesitate to kill our people. Shouting meant they were still alive, and no more gunshots meant they stood a chance of staying alive. Finally, we could see bodies through the leaves and branches in front of us. 2 armed guards from the city held a man by his arms. The man struggled and kicked at the soldiers, desperately fighting to get away. The other Embers from the camp were much farther away, engaged in fights of their own, too busy to help the man in front of us. "You stay here," Ryder whispered. "I'll cross around to the other side, and we can shoot at the same time to take both of the soldiers out. Don't forget to adjust your power down again." Ryder nodded and turned toward the trees. His excitement was building with every step he took away from me. It was strong. I could feel his anticipation pounding in my rib cage, anxious with the premature sensation of victory. Just before he reached the opposite side of the clearing, it dawned on me. There was no way I could have such a strong read on him from this distance. I immediately dropped low to the ground, and as I did, a heavy boot swung out from behind me, knocking my feet out from underneath me. I hit the ground with a hard thud and rolled to my side, but the boot planted itself firmly in the soft part of my torso, its steel toe nudging hard just under the edge of my ribcage and pushing me face down into the dirt. I bit on my tongue to prevent myself from crying out. Where was Ryder? Could he see what was happening over here? Even awkwardly positioned on the ground, I wouldn't give up without a fight. I held my weapon over my left shoulder, craning my neck to catch a glimpse of the man who stood behind me, but he was too strong. I was immobile under the weight of his foot. I'd have to shoot blindly, and there wasn't time to turn down the voltage of my stun gun. Here goes lucky number 13, I thought to myself as my finger pulled the trigger. Chapter 3. I missed. The gun was slammed out of my grip before it had time to recharge. I had one shot, and I screwed it up. This was the end for me. I rolled to face him under the lighter pressure of his boot. My attacker fell on top of me, pinning me to the ground. He wore a face shield disguising his features, but there was no hiding his massive frame. Judging from his size alone, I suspected he was quite high up in the ranks of the Claren City protectors, high enough to have access to the gyms and training facilities in the center. He was easily twice my size, but he didn't have half of my fight. If I was going to die, I would at least get in some solid strikes first. I curled my legs up beneath his body, pulling my knees toward my chest, and kicked hard. It wasn't enough to get him off of me, but it was enough to shake him up. He grunted and readjusted his grip, flipping me back onto my stomach and twisting my arms behind me until they felt like they might pop out of their sockets. I arched my back, writhing and twisting to escape, but to no avail. He was too strong. His knee crushed into my spine, compressing my lungs and making it difficult to breathe properly. He took hold of both of my wrists in one massive gloved hand and used the other to tie them up with some type of thick nylon twine. I struggled against him until I felt the rope cut into my flesh, which only encouraged him to tighten it further. In one final attempt to break free, I slammed my head back as hard as I could. It landed squarely on the point of his chin, causing him to curse, but ultimately hurting me more than him. The crown of my head was throbbing, made only worse when he shoved my face down to the ground and held it there. If it wasn't for the bandana covering the lower half of it, I probably would have had a mouthful of dirt to add insult to injury. I blinked, angry that the dirt in my eyes made me look like I was crying. At this point, the other soldiers in the clearing had picked up on our altercation. The Ember man was tied up as well, and one of the other soldiers called out, "Need a hand?" "Now, Ryder! Shoot now!" He didn't. Ryder was nowhere to be found. One soldier stayed behind with the Ember, while the second trotted over to the tree line and pushed through to join us in the brush. "I'll get her," he said to my attacker. The man on my back yanked me up to my knees as the second soldier approached. Together, they dragged me through a thorny bush toward a large cedar. The bush pulled at my hair and snagged at my clothes. With my hands still wrenched behind my back, there was little I could do other than grab a hold of the branches as I was dragged along. The pain of the thorns cutting into my palms was sharp and intense, but still I held on. Frustrated, the first soldier gave one tremendous yank, pulling me out of the bush with the end of one thorny branch still in my bloody fingers. I quickly tucked it into the back of my pants, wincing as it cut through the delicate skin of my lower back. With more of the rope, the men tied me to the large cedar. I wasn't sure why they were keeping me alive, but it didn't matter. I'd let them think they had me under control, and when they least expected it, I'd strike. I just needed them to give me a few minutes alone so I could cut through the rope with the thorns. I prayed my plan would work. It was my only remaining hope since Ryder seemed to have disappeared. But I didn't need Ryder. I didn't need anyone. I was perfectly capable on my own. As soon as I was secured to the tree, my attacker ran off. The other soldier assisted his comrade in dragging the Ember Man to my tree as well. Together, they tied him to the back side of it. I didn't recognize the Ember Man, and seeing as how he was passed out from a severe blow to the head, he didn't recognize me either. As they tied up the man's limp body behind me, I scoured the forest, searching for Ryder. He was nowhere to be found. The entire scuffle seemed to have shifted deeper into the trees beyond the clearing, and we were the only people left in the area. I hoped the 2 soldiers with us would join my attacker in the fight, but once they were satisfied neither me nor the Ember Man were going anywhere, they slumped to the ground. "You think we ought to go help?" one of them asked. "Nah, they just about had it wrapped up, and the boss just went to finish it up." The first soldier nodded. "I guess someone's got to stick around and keep an eye on the prisoners anyway." The second soldier agreed. "May as well be us." They sighed, relieved to not be fighting. They were exhausted. I could feel their fatigue, and I wondered how many hours the protectors had been working since this whole war began. They definitely weren't being compensated for it. Not that I felt sorry for them. If they were doing their jobs well, they'd jump back into the fray and keep fighting until the whole camp was cleared. Surely that's what Claren City and Justice Hines would ask of them. Cowards. One of the soldiers sat up and looked at me, confused. "What did you say?" "I said you're a coward." I blinked more dirt from my eyes, hoping they weren't leaving tear streaks down my cheeks. "Stand down," the second soldier said. "She's trying to get you riled up. Boss said to keep some alive today." "Would you rather us kill you?" the first soldier asked, rising to his feet. "No, I appreciate you keeping me alive. I'm sure my friends appreciate you keeping them alive, too. I didn't say it's a bad thing that you're cowards. I'm glad you are. Now my friends have a chance to get away." The first soldier looked to the other, unease creeping up inside him. Good. That's what I was aiming for. I wanted them to doubt the efforts of their team. I needed them to go and help, so I could have a moment alone to break free. "What's your name?" the second soldier asked. He stood and stepped forward past his partner. "What does it matter?" He smacked me across the cheek. I didn't flinch or yell. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. I stared coldly at him, projecting as much discomfort as I could. It didn't do much good without physical contact, though, which was unfortunate. I would have liked to see him squirm. "I'm going to ask you again. What is your name?" "I'll tell you mine, if you tell me yours." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. My heart fluttered against my sternum as he flicked out the blade. "Don't be weak." I shoved the fear deep inside. Maybe I shouldn't have run my mouth so much, but if I was going to pay for it with my life, I wasn't going to do it sniveling and afraid. I lifted my chin, watching the light flash off the blade as it neared my throat. And with one quick slice, the soldier cut through my bandana, causing it to fall to the forest floor. I swallowed and tried to stay brave as my senses returned to me. My chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. I was alive. The soldier narrowed his eyes. There was some recognition there, but not enough for him to place me. He studied me a moment longer, grasping at a vague sense that he should know who I was, but never quite reaching a conclusion. His face grew hard again, his lip pulling up, as he leaned forward and grabbed the collar of my shirt. "Last time. Tell me your name." I wanted to spit in his face, but that would do me no good. It was just another example of being weakened by emotion. I inhaled, locating my peace point and clearing everything from my mind. With a steady voice, I responded, "Meredith." It was my mother's name. I'd taken it as my own once I realized the world thought I was dead. I rarely came into contact with anyone, but when I did, I couldn't risk my true identity being discovered. Her name was the first that came to my mind. It stuck because she was everything I wasn't. She saved lives. I took them. She was caring and protective of our family, sacrificing everything to keep us safe and healthy and happy. I had destroyed our family, getting my brother killed and turning my back on a father who insisted I follow his orders. She was forgiving, and I was vengeful. She gave her life to save ours, and I would likely lose mine while trying to take the life of another. I could never be as good as my mother, but using her name helped me feel one step closer to decency. "Well, Meredith," spittle flew off the soldier's tongue as he yanked the collar of my shirt harder. "We're going to take you back to the city and make you talk. I can't wait to torture the information out of you. I'll be the first to volunteer." This time, I couldn't resist the urge to spit in the man's face. "I'd like to see you try." He wiped his eyes and pulled back a fist. My eyes closed, bracing for impact, when I heard my name called, my real name. "Claren, is that you?" The fist never came. I opened my eyes to find the soldier looking back over his shoulder at his boss, the man who had initially attacked me. He ran toward us, pulling up his face shield as he reached the tree. The angry soldier who had been questioning me stepped aside, and the original attacker took his place. A breath caught in my throat as he leaned down to get a better look. "Oh my goodness, you're alive!" And just like that, my cover was busted. Chapter 4. Aiden was always a tough guy, Dimitri the warlord's golden boy. Even when he was tasked with being my head of security, he liked to think he was in charge. So to see the genuine kindness and relief registered on his face was a bit jarring. His eyes grew big and round as he reached out and wiped dirt from my face. "Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry. I thought you were one of them. Give me a knife. Get her untied, now." He gestured toward his men, urgently waving them over. "He's going to be so relieved," Aiden continued, almost to himself. "He's been saying for months that you were still alive. We all thought he'd gone off his rocker, just trying to convince himself so he could keep going. But that lucky son of a gun was right all along. I can't believe it." "Who?" "Felix." Felix. My heart pounded at the sound of his name. I tried to forget about him. Our last encounter had been so perfect, so sincere. To think of him stirred up emotions I wasn't quite ready to deal with, so I simply chose not to think of him at all. I tried my best to completely forget about Felix over the last year. I shook my head. I wanted to protest, but there was no use now. Aiden knew I was alive, and he was going to tell Felix. I was going back inside. There wasn't any way out of it. Unless... I could try to tell Aiden the truth. Ryder had come over to our side last year when he found out about the Embers. Maybe if Aiden learned the truth, he could come around too. I looked over his shoulder at the soldiers standing behind him. They'd called him boss. They were on a mission to eliminate the camps, and they were doing it under Aiden's orders. Sure, the orders originated from Dimitri or Justice Hines, but Aiden was right up there at the top. It wouldn't be as easy to convince him of the Embers' innocence. He was too far indoctrinated, in too deep. I'd have to go along with him, at least for now. He took a knife from one of the other soldiers and gently held my hands as he ran the blade back and forth under the binding on my wrists. My breath whooshed out with relief as the rope fell to the ground. Aiden brought my hands around to the front and inspected them. "I'm sorry we scraped you up." The look in his eyes was sincere, and his gaze dropped to my cheek. Gently, he reached out and touched the spot where I'd been hit by his soldier. "What happened here?" I glared over his shoulders at the other soldiers. "Ask your men." Aiden turned to face the other men. "Do you know who this is? Claren Greenwood is a hero. She's done more in the fight against the rebels than you two ever have. If either of you so much as lays a finger on her again—" I rested a hand on his arm. "It's fine. They didn't know." "She told us her name was Meredith," one of the men spat defensively. I glared at him again. "Meredith?" Aiden's brows met in the middle. "Why would you say that?" I shrugged. Aiden didn't know my mom. I could find an easy way out of this. "I've been living in the woods for almost a year. I've come across lots of people with questionable intentions. Let's just say I've developed some trust issues." Aiden nodded, seemingly satisfied, though he couldn't hide a hint of suspicion that still lingered in the back of his mind. "Well, you're safe now. They are not the brightest." He cut his eyes back over to the other soldiers. "But they're on the right side. Let's get you back to the city. There's a lot to catch you up on, and I'm sure you've got a lot to report as well." If he assumed I'd be stepping back into my role in the leadership, he was wrong. I was an Ember through and through now. There was no going back for me. No more splitting my time and playing innocent. I pulled the thorny branch from the back of my waistband as I stepped into line behind Aiden. One of the other soldiers watched me drop it to the ground. I could feel his eyes on me. Glancing over my shoulder, I met his stare with a quick wink. I shouldn't rile him up, but it was just too fun to resist. And after Aiden's stern warning, I knew he wouldn't say anything about it. "You'll be glad to know we've eliminated the rebels who held you captive." Aiden's shoulders tensed. "Had I known they had you, I would have done it much sooner." Did that include Ryder? Surely not. He and Aiden had worked together for years. Surely he would have recognized his old friend. I had to hold on to that hope anyway. "So you knew they were here?" "Yeah. There are several camps set up around here. They fled their settlements as soon as we declared war. We've been searching and picking them off ever since." "Have there been any more attacks on Claren?" "No. Thanks to my diligence in wiping out their population, they haven't had the manpower." "Then why would your soldiers take me as a captive? And him?" I gestured over my shoulder to where the other soldiers hefted the Ember man's unconscious body between their shoulders. "We're still looking for their leader. All we've found so far are the low men on the totem pole. We haven't found a connection between them and the other rebel camps across the country. But we know they must be communicating somehow. The attacks are too widespread. We were going to capture and interrogate stray rebels until we found our way into their network. But now that we've got you, maybe you can help. Is there anything you can tell us about the rebel group who took you?" I nodded, a plan loosely forming in my mind. "Maybe, but right now all I can think about is a hot meal and a shower." "Of course," Aiden agreed. His nose crinkled as he took in my appearance, just noticing how torn up and dirty I was. "And some medical attention, too. We'll talk later, after you've had time to rest." "Thanks." He opened the door of a work truck that had been parked on the main trail of the forest, then turned to shout orders at the other men. After just a few minutes, the rest of the protectors emerged from the woods and joined them. They spent the next few minutes loading everything up while Aiden spoke into a communicator, likely updating Dimitri and Justice Hines on what they'd accomplished. Our ride back into Claren City was mostly quiet. I sat in the back seat of the truck while Aiden drove, recapping the afternoon's fight with an officer beside him. Another soldier drove the Ember man in a vehicle behind us. Both truck beds were filled with other protectors from the city, though protectors didn't seem like an appropriate term for these men. Not anymore. They'd turned into soldiers and more closely resembled assassins, with guns propped up beside them and triumphant grins across their dirty faces. Listening in on Aiden's conversation, I learned that the unconscious Ember man who had been tied up behind me was the only other prisoner taken. 6 rebels had been killed. An unknown number had fled the scene. I hoped Ryder was one who had gotten away. The drive into town was a little surreal. We passed familiar landscapes and buildings I hadn't thought I'd ever see again. I'd been careful to avoid this area in my travels because my likelihood of being recognized grew exponentially the closer I got to Claren City. I'd had a couple of close calls even 100 miles away, and now we were driving right into the belly of the beast. Finally, we reached the outskirts of the city, and my jaw dropped as I took in the tall chain-link fences surrounding the border, topped with rolls of barbed wire. "You've really stepped up your security measures, huh?" "We've had to," Aiden said with a frown. "The rebels are getting extreme. We have to do whatever we can to keep them out." "I'm not sure that wire will do much to stop a bomb," I muttered. Aiden grimaced. I didn't know if he'd heard me or not, but he was probably thinking the same thing. He spoke to more protectors at the gate, spouting his credentials unnecessarily, since they already knew who he was. Then we were rolling forward again. The city felt different. It reminded me more of Louisburg when I'd first arrived there. The people were unsettled, unhappy, and tired. They moved slowly about their business, turning their slow, exhausted gazes toward our vehicles as we rolled through the city. There were more protectors out than before, too, and they carried guns, each and every one of them. Guns were once rare, outlawed to everyone except the highest-ranking officials. But I guess the laws had changed now that we were at war again. Another set of guards stood at the entrance to the center of the city. My stomach twisted into knots as Aiden went through the necessary procedures to allow our entry. This was a place I'd never wanted to return to again. Claren City was full of ghosts from my past and the ghost of who I used to be. The municipal building sat looming up ahead, alive with leaders conducting everyday business. It seemed almost laughable, considering all that I had seen and done over the last year, to think that life carried on as normal back here. Or as normal as it could during a war, that is. Aiden pulled up to the front of the building rather than parking in the back lot, and I couldn't help but grin when I saw James emerge from the doors. I had to get myself under control. It wouldn't be good to reveal how well we actually knew each other. James had helped me escape the confines of Claren City countless times. He was as major a part of the Embers as he was a help to the leaders, a double agent. I couldn't risk revealing his role. I sat taller, straightening my spine and wiping any remaining emotion from my visage. James pulled open the door of the truck, and a muscle twitched in his cheek upon meeting my eyes. Then I remembered. James thought I was dead. They all did. This would be interesting. "Look what I found!" Aiden shouted through the window with a grin. "Miss Greenwood, what a surprise to see you!" James smiled politely. He didn't need to say or do more. I could feel the relief silently flooding his body. I smiled in return. "I'm glad to see you, James." "I'll meet up with you in a minute," Aiden said before James closed the door. "I'm going to help the other guys get the prisoner secured. James will show you inside." We turned toward the front steps of the building. There was so much I wanted to say to James, beginning with an apology for not getting into touch with him sooner, but I had to wait until we were out of earshot of the soldiers in the back of Aiden's truck. We didn't make it more than a couple of feet before the large doors at the top of the steps swung open. Felix stepped out, sharply dressed as always, but slightly thinner than I'd left him. He looked older somehow, like he'd lived 100 years in the span of one. His chest rose and fell quickly with heavy breaths, and his beautiful blue eyes glistened with unshed tears. There was more emotion, more heartbreak and glee and remorse and relief, all mixed together in one gut-wrenching package, than I'd experienced the entire time I'd been on the road. I swallowed, urging it all back down. I couldn't let it out, not ever, but especially not now. Felix was my best friend, but I would have to say goodbye to him again. I couldn't stay. I shouldn't have been here at all. He took one hesitant step forward, as though this was all a dream that might disappear if he moved too quickly. Then, finally, with a shaky voice, he spoke. It was just one word, but that's all it took to crack at my resolve and shake my emotional block. Claren. Chapter 5. Felix lifted a hand, his fingers reaching forward just an inch, longing to pull me into his arms. I felt it too. There was an undeniable tug. My heart begged me to rush forward and bury myself in his chest. The tears stung at the back of my eyes, and the lump in my throat was too big to swallow down. It was too big to speak over. But my feet remained planted on the sidewalk, just as Felix remained still on the steps. I was home, but I couldn't stay. Felix braced himself, preparing no doubt for disappointing news. That was one thing I was good at, disappointing people. But for the time being, I just wanted to clean the dirt from my face and have a cup of tea. I hadn't had a hot cup of tea in ages. Focus on the tea, not on Felix. Finally able to choke down my initial reaction, I bundled it up deep inside and forced a smile. "Surprise!" I said, trying to lighten the mood. Felix didn't smile back. The doors swung open again behind him, and the loud click of heels on the stone steps echoed around us. Out stepped a lean, well-dressed woman, beautiful even behind her permanent sneer. "There you are, honey. I didn't know where you'd gone." Georgia Hines tossed her long, chestnut-colored hair over her shoulder and kissed Felix on the cheek. He tensed and practically shuddered under the touch of her lips, but to anyone else he appeared strong and steadfast. Only an empath could know how much he hated her touch. An empath like me, and an empath like Georgia. She didn't seem bothered by his reaction, though. She didn't seem bothered by anything until she glanced up and locked eyes with me. The color drained from her face in an instant. Her mouth dropped just for a moment before she quickly snapped it shut and twisted it to one side. Her eyes moved from my head to my boots and back again, taking in my dirty, ripped attire. "When did you crawl out of your grave?" "Georgia." Felix glared at her, but she was unfazed. Instead, she crossed her arms over her chest and turned to James. "You shouldn't allow such filth into the building. The other attendants won't be happy about having to clean up the trail of dirt she leaves behind." I flashed my teeth, hoping it looked more like a smile than a grimace, and bounded up the steps to meet her. Before she could step away, I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her into a tight embrace and holding on even as she struggled under my grip. She stunk like an overdose of roses and jasmine, and her hatred for me stung. Never in my life did I expect to hug Georgia Hines, but she needed her feathers ruffled a bit. I held on as long as I could, which couldn't have been more than 3 seconds, before releasing her. "I'm so happy to be home again," I lied. "I never thought I'd see you again." She was too skilled to see through my act, but that almost made it more enjoyable. I plastered a sickeningly sweet grin on my face and held it. She shoved me away. Her lip curled in horror as she looked down at muddy smears of grime across her previously pristine white shirt. "Ugh!" she shouted. "Bring me a car around." She spat at James. I need to go home and change." Georgia narrowed her eyes at me, her mood already shifting from shock and horror to something more sinister. She was scheming. I knew that look. But I didn't care. I'd be gone again before she could seek her revenge. I didn't have time to play games with Georgia Hines, no matter how badly I wanted to put her in her place. I had a war to win. She brushed at the debris on her shirt and glared at me again. "I can't wait to tell Mother you've returned. She'll be so happy to catch up." With one final sneer, she stomped inside, letting the doors slam shut behind her. James did a poor job of hiding his smirk as he turned to follow her orders. Even Felix seemed amused as he chided me. "You shouldn't poke the bear." I couldn't resist, I shrugged. But now that she was gone, I realized how childish it was. Felix had broken my icy wall. He tore down my defenses, and I still hadn't managed to reel myself back in. Taunting Georgia was an effective distraction, but it was short-lived. It was time to face Felix. A grin still tugged at the corners of his full lips as he looked me up and down. "She was right about one thing, though. You're a mess." I looked down and shook my head. "Well, when you're living in the woods..." He pulled me against his chest before I could finish. I resisted at first. I tried to control my breathing, block out his emotions. I tried to freeze it all out, just like Emmeline had taught me in her journal. But Felix wore his heart on his sleeve, and its warmth overwhelmed me. It was just the two of us on the steps now, and he didn't hold back. His arms wrapped tightly around me, and one strong hand came up behind my head, resting it against him as he leaned down and nuzzled his nose into my hair. "I can't believe you're here, alive and safe." His voice shook, teetering on the edge of his strength, threatening to crack. I swallowed down my response, refusing to allow his emotion to affect me. He didn't let go. We stood locked together over the course of 3 breaths, 4, and still he held on. I tried to ignore the way he smelled, the way it reminded me of home. I left my arms hanging limp at my sides, worried that if I returned the embrace, I might never let go. 5 breaths, 6. I closed my eyes, desperately fighting to locate my peace point, but he was there too. He was everywhere. After a year of trying to convince myself he didn't exist, he was now all I could see. Just before my resolve came crashing down into a pile of rubble on the steps at our feet, the sound of an engine cut through the air. Felix released me, his eyes misty. Though worry lines still framed his eyes, there was a contentment there now, too. "We'll have plenty of time to greet everyone later. Let's get you home. We'll run you a hot bath and prepare some food. I can't imagine what you've been through, but I know you must need some rest." I nodded wordlessly. I couldn't have spoken over the lump in my throat, even if I'd wanted to. This wasn't my home anymore, but maybe I could pretend, just for one day. Then I'd get back on the road. One gloriously sudsy hot bath and a steaming bowl of tomato soup later, I joined Felix downstairs in his study. Tamara, my attendant from before I left class in last year, prepared my room upstairs, though I insisted it wasn't necessary. I wouldn't be staying. Felix sat with his back to me as I entered the room. The fire wasn't going, it was too warm for that tonight, but the room held a certain nostalgic ambiance even without it. My heart stung at the memories of gathering around the fire with Felix and Dax, plotting our mission to save the Embers. Everything had intensified since then. Dax was gone, dead by Milo's hands, and the Embers were in more danger now than ever. With a deep breath, I pushed it all back down and focused on the present. Felix was flipping through some documents in a fine leather briefcase. He glanced over his shoulder with a smile when he heard me approach, and he quickly filed them back inside, closing the briefcase and setting it to the side. "Feel better?" he asked with a grin. "Much," I sighed as I let my body drop into my favorite leather armchair across from him. He stared at me for a bit, his eyes twinkling with thoughts I couldn't decipher, and an almost smile playing at his lips. "What is it?" I asked. "Nothing. I'm just happy." He leaned back in his seat and threw one ankle over his opposite knee. "You know, they told me you died." "I heard." "But I didn't believe them." His smile stretched full width now. I ducked my chin, trying to hide my own smile. "I heard that, too. But to see you here in real life, well, it just makes me happy, that's all." My smile faded. I looked up to him, meeting those twinkling eyes with a frown. He registered it immediately. "You're not staying, are you?" I shook my head. Felix didn't look surprised. He'd expected this. He dropped his foot back to the floor and leaned forward. "Will you go back to stay with your father?" "No." "Where will you go?" His brows pulled together with concern. "Nowhere, and everywhere." I raised a shoulder. "I've got to keep searching. Frank is still out there, Milo too. They've got to be stopped." "You should definitely check in with the Embers before making any hasty decisions. They've been working hard over the past year. They've set up alliances with outsiders across the nation, and we've been helping too, doing the best we can from inside. Emilio's been making communicators and weapons around the clock. You can join us. We could really use your help." "I will help, just in my own way." I looked away, studying the books lining the shelves of his study. I couldn't bear to meet his eyes. I wasn't worthy. I'd been lying all this time, allowing him and everyone else to think I was gone. He had no idea that I was the one creating the alliances, that it was me requesting the extra equipment from him. "Tell me what I've missed here. What's been happening in Claren City?" I said, eager to change the subject. Felix exhaled sharply, pushing a quick blast of air through his closed lips. "It's been a nightmare. I've lost all control of the situation. Ever since Emmeline was promoted to the supreme leadership, it seems they've set their sights on us. She's let the power go to her head." "Emmeline? What do you mean?" "Mandates. Every week they send down something new, always from the desk of Emmeline Fraser. And it puts me into a tight spot every time." "I'm sure she doesn't mean to." I glanced at the door to be sure we were still alone, and dropped my voice to a whisper just in case. "After everything that happened with your father, I can't imagine she would turn on you now. You know too much." "Well, she has. She keeps sending extermination orders for the outsiders, the Embers." He frowned and rubbed his forehead. "And then I've got Justice Hines on the other side." I can't imagine how awful she must be right now. She was ready to attack them long before any of this started. Now that they believe there's a real threat, I bet she doesn't even sleep. Felix sighed. "It's not just that. It's the whole marriage thing." He grimaced. "I don't think they will promote me to the district leadership until I'm married. I'm getting nudged to set a date from every direction, but no one is pushing as hard as Justice Hines." "Of course," I scoffed. "She's desperate to get Georgia into the leadership however she can. She'll stop at nothing." I shook my head, trying not to allow Felix's despair to affect me. But he didn't have to despair. "Why don't you just break it off?" I asked, as the simplicity of it dawned on me. "And the engagement. This is your first match, right? You've got 2 more chances. It's perfectly legal." "Legal, maybe, but it would be political suicide. Justice Hines sits on the district committee. She'll kill my career if I break things off with Georgia." But wouldn't it be better to get demoted and be happy than to spend the rest of your life with her? He met my eyes, but neither of us spoke for a beat. I was the first to look away. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Or better yet, I shouldn't have come back to Felix's house at all. Now I was allowing myself to get worked up again. I didn't know how Felix always found a way to get tangled up in my life, but here we were again. Let's get back to you. I know you don't have any interest in staying here in the center. His tone was diplomatic, but I felt the hurt laced in his words. He took my decision personally. But I really think you should talk to the Embers before you go. I know they can use your help, Claren, and I know your dad will want to see you. Does he even know you're here? Does he know you're alive? I shook my head no again, still not strong enough to meet his eyes. You've got to see him. He would be devastated if he ever found out you were here and didn't come by. It would destroy him. He'll be fine. You said yourself he thinks I'm dead. He's already said his goodbyes. I hate for him to have to do it twice. Don't talk like that. Felix scooted to the edge of his seat and took both of my hands in his. The warmth of his skin jolted me back to reality, and finally I met his eyes. They were wide with concern, almost panicked, as they darted back and forth over mine. You're back with us now, and he'd never forgive you if you willingly allowed him to believe you were gone. Trust me, goodbyes are hard, but he loves you. He'd say 1,000,000 goodbyes if it meant he could have a few more minutes with you. I stood, suddenly overwhelmed by his words, and pulled my hands free from his. I'll consider it, but right now I'm too tired to consider anything. He rose as well. Does that mean you're staying here tonight? Just for tonight. Felix's expression softened. Excellent. Can I walk you upstairs? No. I glanced back to his briefcase, still sitting propped up beside his chair. I interrupted your work. You get back to it. I know my way. He bobbed his head. I'll see you in the morning, though, right? You will. The words were bitter on my tongue. I couldn't tell whether or not Felix believed them. Perhaps he already knew better than to trust me. I remained calm and collected as I said goodnight and ascended the grand staircase to my bedroom. I thought I had everything under control, even as I brushed my teeth and changed into pajamas. It wasn't until my head hit the pillow that my resolve finally cracked. I cried myself to sleep that night, the first tears I'd shed since the war began. I cried for the lives I'd taken. I cried for the loved ones I'd left behind. But most of all, I mourned the loss of myself, the Claren who Felix once loved, the one he could count on. The new me wasn't worth loving at all. Chapter 6. The dark night sky was just beginning to relent to the morning light when I slipped out the back door of Felix's house. My eyes were still puffy from the evening before, but I was surprisingly well rested. It was a good thing, because I had a long walk ahead of me. None of the attendants were stirring yet except Jean in the kitchen, and he was too distracted with food prep to glance out the window as I snuck around the outer edge of the house. I made it to the front sidewalk unnoticed. Pulling the hood of my jacket a little lower over my eyes, I scurried onward. I didn't stop until I reached the front steps of James's house. I knocked timidly. No one was out on the streets in the center just yet, but with the increased number of guards on patrol, I didn't want to risk being heard. They could be just around the corner for all I knew. I stood quietly, waiting, but there was no answer. I knocked again, a little louder this time, and the door swung open just before my fist met its surface a third time. Claren! Good morning. James looked adorable in his nightcap and gown. A lamp shone from a small table behind him, and a kettle of water was heating up on the stove. It was surprising to see him already awake at this hour, but I was glad I wasn't responsible for stealing any of his sleep. "This is an early visit. Can I help you with something?" "I need to get back outside. I'm sorry to bother you so early, but this was the only time I could get away without anyone noticing." James set his mouth, considering my words. Then he nodded once and pulled the door open wide enough for me to step inside. "Would you like some tea before you go? It's almost ready." "No, thank you." I'd expected a little more pushback from him, or maybe some questioning, but he seemed fairly unconcerned with my surprise visit. It was almost like he was expecting me. "How about a flashlight? It's not good to venture out empty-handed." I was woefully unprepared. My bag was still back at Rafe's tent, and I had no belongings at Felix's house. And yet, I didn't want to take any of James's belongings either. The standard wage didn't leave much room in his budget to replace a flashlight. "No," I shook my head. "But thank you again. I'll find my way." I extended my arm to shake the old man's hand. He gripped my palm in his. "This feels like goodbye." "It's only goodbye if you say it." He nodded, understanding my unspoken words. I wasn't coming back, and he knew it. But he remained calm, and I appreciated his understated reaction. It helped me remain calm as well. "Well, you better be going then," he said, leading me back to the hall closet where his secret entrance to the tunnels was hidden. "Stay safe." "I will." With a final nod goodbye, I disappeared through the floor, gripping the cool sides of a metal ladder as I lowered myself into the chilly black tunnels below. I squinted into the darkness as my feet reached the floor, waiting for my eyes to adjust before setting off to leave the city. A single bright headlamp clicked on, cutting through the darkness and forcing me to shield my eyes. I immediately throttled the panic threatening to surge up inside. I couldn't be distracted by my natural response. I had to remain clear-headed to face whomever waited for me on the other side of the light. I cursed under my breath, wishing I'd accepted the flashlight from James after all. I had no weapon, no way to defend myself from whatever was about to happen. But I wasn't going down easily. I dashed over to the wall, out of the direct beam of light, and pulled my hood over my head again. The entire tunnel ahead was illuminated. I'd have to get behind the source of light to keep any advantage the shadows could offer. I braced myself, then charged ahead, ready to fight against whoever stood there in the darkness. I could barely make out the large outline of a man. He was moving toward me just as quickly as I moved toward him. I pulled my arms up defensively in front of myself, ready to strike. Just before we met, I ducked down and kicked out my leg, trying to knock the man off of his feet. My plan backfired. Instead of falling over backward as I'd hoped, the man fell straight into me, knocking us both flat on the wet ground. His body weight crushed against me, his heart beating wildly. But he didn't move to hurt me. Instead, I was met with a familiar scent, a sense of being home, and a throaty chuckle. "Felix?" My voice rang out loud in the empty tunnel, echoing off of the walls. He rolled off and extended a hand, pulling me to my feet. Only then did my eyes finally begin to adjust to the low light, enough for me to make out his shadowy features. He grinned, amused despite my failed attack. "I knew it." "Knew what?" I set my hands on my hips, frustrated and confused as to why he was here, thwarting my escape. "I knew you'd try to leave. Your altruism is admirable, but you have a habit of missing the mark." "What on earth are you talking about?" "You. You're leaving to save us the pain of saying goodbye again. You think you're doing the right thing by avoiding your father, but you're not. I'm here to guide you back." "You'll guide me nowhere," I said firmly. He was wrong. My intentions weren't pure. I was leaving because I didn't want to admit I'd been living without their knowledge. I didn't want to face the backlash that would follow when they discovered my deceit. I didn't have time to calm them or reconnect. I had to find Frank. I can't make you do anything, you're right, and I wouldn't want to force your hand. But I come pleading." He clasped his hands together in front of him and pushed out his lower lip. "Please let me take you to your father. I can't look him in the eyes knowing you're alive and not trying my best to arrange a meeting with him before you go." I sighed, dropping my hands to my sides. "And how often is it that you get the opportunity to look my father in the eyes?" "More than you'd think now that we have the communicators out there." I bit my lip, marveling over how things had changed in the last year. Here was the senator of Claren City, standing in the dark, secret tunnels that the outsiders used for sneaking out of the city, discussing private meetings due to an alliance with the Embers, who happened to be led by the father I once thought was dead. And he was playfully pleading with me, oozing that boyish charm like only Felix could do. I fought a smile. The whole situation was absurd. "So you talked to my dad, huh?" "I do." He grinned. "And we get along swimmingly." "Swimmingly?" I laughed. He held out his hand, knowing he'd won. Darn Felix and his charm. I tried to ignore the flutter of excitement inside. I pretended the thrill of getting to spend another day with him didn't exist. I couldn't get attached. I'd worked so hard to forget this part of my life. But he was right. I needed to see my dad. Rafe had been trying to persuade me to talk to him for months, and logistically, it would be much easier for me to speak with him directly to conduct my business, rather than using Rafe and Ryder as errand boys. I just hoped he wouldn't put up too much of a fight. My father was very opinionated when it came to my role in the Embers, and he strongly believed I should be working from the inside. He was wrong. Even so, seeing him again was the right thing to do, as much as I hated to admit it. I took Felix's hand and allowed him to lead me over to the light. It was a single round headlamp attached to the front of a motorbike, not unlike the one I'd seen Conrad from the Supreme Leadership riding with Milo a year earlier. If only I'd known what was really going on that day. I shook the memory off and turned to Felix. "Where did you get this?" "Outside. They've got a mechanic now who does wonders with piecing together old parts. He found a couple of these bikes mostly intact and fixed them up for us." "Dusty?" "Yeah, you know him?" "He used to pilot our planes with Charles." "Oh, that's right. I've never met him, but if I do, I'll be the first to thank him for letting me ride this machine. It's the only thing that's brought me any joy lately." "You've been going outside? Taking joyrides?" Felix laughed. "James has helped me out twice to meet with your father. Generally, Ryder handles the transportation of equipment. He and Emilio have a good system set up, but sometimes James helps me sneak down here and ride through the tunnels." The thought of Felix sneaking around through the tunnels on a motorbike made me laugh. Gorgeous Felix, who never had so much as a golden hair misplaced on his head, speeding through the darkness wild and free. It was a beautiful thought, really. Felix deserved to be free, too. "So James got you set up down here this morning?" "He did. I felt bad waking him up so early, but I knew you'd bust out before breakfast." I was grateful that the darkness hid the redness creeping up in my cheeks. I thought I was sneaky, but Felix knew me better than I thought. I wasn't embarrassed that he'd caught me. I was ashamed. I tried to run away, again, and he was still by my side, smiling and giving me the benefit of the doubt. Felix was too good. I didn't deserve his friendship. "Hop on," he said, gesturing to the bike. "Let me show you what she can do." Felix threw one leg over the top and patted the seat behind him. I straddled the bike, awkwardly trying to find footing and a handle secure enough to not fall off. "Scoot up," he said. "It's okay. You're going to want something to hold on to once we start moving." I inched forward just a little. With just enough space between our bodies for air to flow through, I settled in, placing my hands on his shoulders. "All right, I'm ready." He started the engine with a roar, giving the machine just a minute to warm up before kicking it upright and pushing us into motion. I held his shoulders tight as we lurched forward, clenching my knees against the bike to keep myself steady. It was a wonder no one could hear the engine. Then again, we were quite a ways below the foundations of their homes, and there were very few entrances to the tunnels. Even if someone did hear us speeding beneath their floors, they wouldn't recognize the noise. I'd just gotten used to the movement when Felix shouted back to me, "I'm going to pick up the speed now. Hold on tight." I dug my fingers deeper into his jacket, but I wasn't ready for the burst of movement that came next. My hair flew out behind me as he cranked down hard on the accelerator. In a natural response for survival, I wrapped my arms tightly around his neck to stop myself from flying off the back of the machine as he made a sharp turn around the corner. He reached one hand up and moved my arms under his, so that I was securely holding on to his chest instead of choking him out. I leaned in close, pressing myself against the muscles in his back, feeling the exhilaration of his heartbeat along with my own. Just a few short minutes later, he passed the exit to the old gas station outside city limits and continued forward. "Do you know where you're going?" I only had to turn my face an inch to get my lips to his ear so he could hear me. I couldn't see his face, but the shape of his cheeks widened with a grin. "Of course. Don't you trust me?" Did I? Did I trust Felix? He took another turn, and I spotted a faint pink glow up ahead. He slowed the bike as the light grew larger, and I realized we were leaving the tunnels through a drainage hole leading down to the river. Dawn had finally made a full appearance, and the red sun hung low in the early morning sky. Its reflection on the gentle rolling waters of the river was breathtaking, consuming my attention as Felix masterfully navigated the motorbike on offbeat trails along the banks. Yes, I did trust Felix. The thought struck me suddenly, forcefully, but I couldn't deny it, and I immediately felt guilty for it, because I wasn't worthy of Felix's trust in return. I'd hidden the truth from him for too long. But in this moment, I would enjoy the little time we had left. I leaned my cheek to his shoulder, fully taking advantage of this brief moment of freedom we had together. It wouldn't be long before it was time for me to face the fire and admit what I'd been hiding for all this time. And then I'd have to break their hearts again when I left them all behind. Chapter 7. Felix skillfully maneuvered the motorbike through the forest trails. He seemed fairly confident in his driving, so I didn't question his sense of direction again. I allowed myself to relax, taking in the sights of the trees and the river. It was rare that I had an opportunity to simply admire the beauty around me. It was rare that there was any beauty to admire at all. I didn't recognize this part of the forest, but before long the trees cleared and we pulled into an area near the water where a small log cabin sat nestled into the side of a sandstone ridge. Aside from the cabin, there was no evidence of life. "Is this where my father lives?" It was a far cry from the settlement I'd been taken into after my run-in with the exiled, but I knew the Embers had all moved since then. Nothing was as I left it a year before. "Yep." He turned off the motor and I dropped my hands from his chest. "Doesn't look like anyone is home." I couldn't hide the relief in my tone. "Oh, they're home. Someone is anyway. Follow me." He swung a leg over the bike and reached up to help me down. The help wasn't necessary, but his touch was surprisingly welcome. I padded up to the porch behind him, and he gave a quick knock, 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 repeating the pattern twice to signal he was an ally. Carmen opened the door, looking like she'd aged 10 years since I last saw her. The woman who had nursed me to health after the exiled attack, the woman who had replaced my mother as my father's lover, the woman I had no intention of ever speaking to again, greeted Felix with a haggard smile. Then, noticing me over his shoulder, She dropped the wooden bowl she'd been drying with the stained dishcloth still clenched in her hand. It rattled across the porch, landing at my feet. "Claren!" she gasped. The woman looked unsteady on her feet, and Felix reached out to keep her upright. Thank goodness he was there. I couldn't bring myself to utter a single sound. "Is Glenn around?" he asked. Yes, of course." She straightened, finally getting her wits about her again. Then, leaning in closer to me, she raised a hand toward my face. "Is it really you?" I nodded, and tears immediately sprang to her eyes. "Thank the Lord above!" she cried, throwing her hands and her gaze upward. Go find Glenn. They're down the river near the woodpile." She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, eyes glistening in the morning light. "He won't believe it," she said softly, as we stepped down toward the forest behind the cabin. "See?" Felix nudged me in the shoulder with a grin. "I told you they'd be happy to see you." I hadn't doubted that they would be, until they discovered my lie, that is. We crunched along the gravelly bank of the river for about half a mile before we heard voices up ahead. The Embers had always been cautious, but they were even more careful now. With a fair amount of distance between them, they were less likely to all be injured if they happened to be attacked. The men heard us coming. They froze, ducking low, until my father realized it was Felix approaching. Then his eyes landed on me. He slowly rose, then slammed an axe into a large stump and left it embedded in the wood, shielding his eyes from the sun as he squinted in my direction. "Claren?" "Hi, Dad." He jumped over the chopped logs and ran toward me, wrapping his arms around me and lifting me into the air as he spun me around, just like he used to do when I was a girl. But I wasn't a little girl anymore. I was all grown up now, and full of disappointments, as he would soon realize. "I can't believe it!" With both hands on my shoulders, he held me out at arm's length, studying every inch of my face with glossy eyes. I tried to stay strong, but seeing my dad like this was too much. A warm, wet tear trailed down my cheek, and he pulled me back in for another hug. "You're alive!" I rested my cheek on his shoulder and opened my eyes to discover Rafe walking over to us from the woodpile. His eyes were the size of walnuts as he focused first on my father and me, then Felix. His chin lifted half an inch and his jaw tightened as he approached. Then he cleared his throat. "It really is you." He shoved his hands into his pockets. "I can't believe you're here." His eyes cut straight through me. I knew he was trying to gauge my emotions, trying to understand what on earth I was doing here after vehemently refusing to speak to my father the day before. But he had to have known I got taken back to the center yesterday. Ryder would have told him. Unless... No, Ryder wasn't killed by the soldiers. I refused to believe it. "It's really me." I forced a fake smile. "Come on," my dad said. "Let's take a walk. I want to hear everything you've been through over the last year." A quick glance at the guys revealed a smiling Felix. He nodded, encouraging me to go ahead. This was what he wanted, for me to be reunited with my father. Then I noticed a scowling Rafe. Was he mad that I disappeared yesterday? Or mad that he was about to be left alone with Felix? It didn't matter. I turned to follow my dad away from the guys. "Where have you been all this time?" "Here and there," I answered honestly. "I wasn't in Lewisburg when the bomb went off. I was with some of the outsiders in the area." I didn't mention that Rafe was there too. He didn't need to get thrown under the bus alongside me. This was my lie, not his. "Rafe told us it was Frank's work, and Milo was with him. Do you know anything about that?" "Yeah, he's right. We saw them before the attack, but he disappeared afterward. Everyone scattered after the bomb. I was separated from the rest of our people, but knowing what I did about Frank, I couldn't come home, not until I stopped him." "So you've been looking for him ever since?" I nodded. "Oh, sweetheart." He threw an arm over my shoulder. "I understand. I can't say that I would have done anything differently, but I'm sure glad you're home now. You'll be excited to know that we've gotten some good work done since you've been gone. Rafe has guys all over the country recruiting new Embers and building our forces. We're getting stronger, Claire, and now that you're home, Felix can get you resituated with the leadership. You can pick up right where you left off." It was exactly what I'd expected him to say, and yet I was still so disappointed to hear the words from his mouth. He didn't know that Rafe's guys all over the country were actually just me. I was the one recruiting. I was growing our forces. I didn't belong in the center pushing papers and smiling for the camera. I belonged out here doing real work. His precious little Claire was gone. She died in Lewisburg. I was an Ember. "We'll see." Dad paused. "Please don't tell me you're thinking about going out there again. We need you here, working in the center. I know that's not what you want to hear, but it's the truth. It's always been the case." I shook my head, trying hard not to roll my eyes. "I said we'll see. Now let's get back to the guys. I'm sure you've got plenty of work that we can help you get done around here before we head back into the city." Neither of us said much on the short walk back to Rafe and Felix. I didn't want to argue with my dad, but I wasn't just going to roll over and take commands. Not anymore. He must have sensed it, because he didn't push any further. Rafe stood several feet away from Felix, shoulders tense and mouth set in a hard, flat line. But Felix didn't seem bothered at all by his coldness. He was glowing as my dad and I returned, his grin a mile wide. But he quickly grew serious again once we joined them by the wood pile. "I was just explaining to Rafe here what happened with Aiden. He captured Claren during the attack on Jimmy's crew yesterday," Rafe said to my father. "Aiden is the head of the guard?" my dad asked Felix. "Yes, sir. That and more. He responds directly to the Director of Defense, so he's pretty involved with the leadership and Justice Hines." Dad frowned. "And where does he think Claren has been all this time?" "He thinks I've been held captive by a group of outsiders. He's looking forward to getting intel out of me about the remaining camps in the area. So you see, I can't stay in the center, or it will put you in more danger." "Claren." "Really?" I insisted. "Justice Hines has technology that can read my mind. I don't think I have the strength to block it out." "If she used it," said Felix, "wouldn't she see the whole truth and understand that the Embers are good?" "She wouldn't care," I muttered. "She'd never admit the truth to anyone else." Everyone grew quiet as we began the short trek back to the cabin. Finally, Felix spoke again. "If you go back outside, they're going to ask questions, lots of questions. It's going to look too suspicious. And if you go missing and they decide to use that technology on Felix, we're in huge trouble. As an empath, you at least stand a chance of blocking it out." Dad put a hand lightly on my shoulder. I glanced to Rafe for backup, but he wouldn't make eye contact with me. And speaking of blocking, he was an icy wall. I had no idea what could have been running through his mind. Biting down on the inside of my lip, I ran through a dozen possible scenarios in my mind. They were right. I stood a better chance of keeping the Embers a secret than Felix did, and they would most definitely question him if I went missing again. Then there were the words in Emmeline's notebook that haunted the back of my mind as well. She'd wanted me to climb all the way to the top, toward a position that seemed impossibly high from where I stood. She wanted me to reach the supreme leader, the mysterious anonymous head of New America. "We'll see," I repeated, softer this time. If only Frank would slip up, just once, I could catch him. I'd be a lot more willing to move back into the leadership if I didn't have Frank and Milo to worry about. It wasn't even my life that I feared losing. It was clear that I had a target on my back. I was more concerned about the millions of innocent citizens, people with families and hopes and dreams, people Frank only considered collateral damage. We rounded the edge of the cabin and quickly discovered we weren't alone. Sometime while we'd been away, Joy and Ryder had arrived. Seeing him alive and well took about 100 pounds of weight off of my chest. He made eye contact with me and gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Joy had been speaking quietly with Carmen, passing off what looked like a basket full of flatbread. When she finally turned around, her jaw dropped. Her eyes danced back and forth between my dad and me before she took the others in, furrowing her brows in confusion as she noted Felix, but ultimately settling into a bright smile. "Claren! Oh, I'm so glad you finally decided to tell them!" My dad snapped his gaze to me expectantly. "Tell us what?" Joy slapped a hand over her mouth, and Rafe sucked a sharp breath of air through his teeth. All eyes barreled down on me. Deep breaths, file it away. They were going to find out sooner or later. Shoving any remorse I may have had deep inside, I took a deep breath and came out with it. "Remember how I told you we were separated after the explosion in Lewisburg?" Dad nodded, and Felix crossed his arms over his chest, both growing more serious the longer I waited to continue. "Well, while that's true, we weren't exactly out of touch. I've been in close contact with Rafe and his camp over the last year. In fact, I'm the reason you've seen such growth in the Ember movement. I've been the one recruiting and training across the country." "Is that true?" my dad asked Rafe. "Yes, sir." Rafe remained straight-faced and cold as ice. I was dying to know what was going through that mind of his. "But please, don't be angry with him." I turned back to my dad. "I insisted he keep my role a secret. When I learned the world thought I was dead, I figured it would be easier to go along with that narrative. It's allowed me to travel and speak freely without the worry that someone might be trailing me." "So everything you said about searching for Frank?" My dad looked betrayed. "It's all true, and I've come close to catching him several times," I added. Rafe met my eyes then, knowing that my mind went straight back to those lives I'd taken. I quickly averted my gaze from his and landed on Felix. Sweet, sweet Felix, who must have been heartbroken to know that I'd been in the area and never reached out. "Are you upset?" I asked him quietly, unable to discern the emotions swirling around inside him. He swallowed, considering his words carefully before finally speaking. "Not at you. I understand why you might think that was necessary." He cut his eyes over to Ryder. "Did you know she was alive too?" Ryder gave a single nod. Felix licked his lips and began pacing, nodding his head with each step like he was trying to convince himself that it was okay. But it wasn't. It so wasn't. He laughed, a high-pitched sound I'd never heard come out of him before, and turned back to Ryder. "We've met at least once a week. Through all the updates and all the weapons I passed along to you, you never once thought to let me know that she was okay?" Rafe sighed and looked away, and Joy reached out to gently touch Ryder's arm, but Ryder held strong, unwavering under Felix's critical glare. "Even after the memorial? When I—" Felix shook his head. "You could have at least let me know she was alive. I told you to take care of her." "And I did," Ryder finally spoke. "I kept her safe. Until yesterday." He looked at me now. "I'm sorry I stepped away. I didn't mean for you to get caught." I shot him a quick smile to let him know it was okay, but I didn't know how to respond to that. The whole situation had grown uncomfortable, to the point that we all just awkwardly exchanged dirty looks and regretful sighs. To my surprise, it was Carmen who finally broke the silence. I'd almost forgotten she was there. She stepped forward and placed her hands behind my elbows. "The most important thing is that Claren is alive and safe at home again. The rest can—" She looked around the circle, settling her eyes on each person there before continuing. "And should be forgiven." She kissed my cheek and pulled me into a real hug. "Welcome home, sweetheart. We're all happy to have you back again." "Thank you." I didn't deserve it, and now that they knew the truth, I was certain none of them were really all that happy to have a liar like me back in the mix. An idea began to take shape in my brain, one that would allow me to do work that mattered on the outside, while also stepping into the role they all wanted me to fill in the leadership, and none of them would have to spend too much time with me. "What if I split the difference?" "What do you mean?" Dad asked. "What if I joined Felix back in the leadership, assuming he'll still take me, that is, but then worked out here as well? I've got connections. They may not know my name or who I really am, but Ember groups across the country know my face. They trust me." My dad looked to Rafe, but Rafe gave no indication of what he thought. "Of course I'll have you back, Claren, as soon as you're ready," Felix said. Rafe shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away, eliciting a knowing look from Joy. We were definitely going to have a little talk later. "Then it's settled. I'll be an Ember and a leader." The more I thought about it, the more I liked the idea. With even more resources at my disposal, Frank wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 8. With a deep sigh, I closed my eyes, noting the irony of this whole situation. I'd come full circle. It was a bit surreal to be back in the center of Claren City, pretending to be something I wasn't. But I was stronger now than I had ever been. I had tools and resources, and I had Emmeline's journal. We'd swung back by Rafe's camp the day before to retrieve my bag. I'd hoped to get him alone so I could figure out what he was thinking, but in true Rafe form, he avoided any chance of that happening. He could block me out all he wanted, but his grown-up temper tantrum wasn't doing him any favors. He'd have to talk to me eventually, and I grew more irritated the more I thought about it. I didn't feel the least bit sorry for him as I slid behind Felix on that bike yesterday and rode back into the center, and I didn't feel the least bit sorry for him now as he continued working with the Embers outside, and I prepared for my first day back in the leadership. Jean, Felix's chef, went above and beyond for breakfast that morning. I smelled the bacon the moment I stepped out of my room, and I couldn't hold back my delight once I discovered the full display on the dining room table. Fruits, pastries, plates full of sausage and bacon and eggs all adorned the table on tiered platters and silver trays. I hadn't seen such an assortment of food since I'd first started the Peacemaker training program. Felix stood from his seat as I entered the room. "See anything you like?" "All of it." My smile faltered as I fixed my gaze on him. "But this is way too much food. Is this all just for the two of us?" "You've been wandering through the wilderness for a year." His eyes briefly scanned my body. "And I'm guessing you haven't had a good hot meal in quite some time. I know the situation may not be ideal for you, but there are certain perks that come with working here again. I wanted to give you something special, the only way that I can right now." A sigh escaped me as I took a seat across from him. "What will be done with the rest of the food once we finish?" He lifted a shoulder. "I'm not sure what they do with the leftovers." "Will you offer it to the staff? I'm sure they would love to take it home and provide food like this to their families." "I'm sure they would, but you know the rules. We can't allow their families to know this kind of food is available for us and not for them." "You really think the staff doesn't already go home and talk about it?" I quirked an eyebrow. Felix grinned. "You know what? You're right." An attendant strode in with the carafe to refill Felix's coffee. "Nella," he said. "Yes, Senator Walsh." "Do you like bacon?" Her eyes widened in surprise. Yes. "After Miss Greenwood and I finish our breakfast this morning, I'd like for you and the staff to package up the remainder of the food to take home to your families." She eyed a platter of muffins. "All of it, sir?" "As much of it as you want." He followed her gaze to the baked goods. "I'm sure your children would be delighted to snack on some blueberry muffins and vanilla scones." The attendant's eyes grew glassy as she attempted to maintain professionalism and hide the smile threatening to break through. I made no attempt to hide my own smile. "Thank you, sir." She gave a polite bow, then turned to me and did the same. I winked, and her full smile finally broke through as she scurried back out of the room. "That felt good." Felix grinned as well, stretching his arms out and rolling his shoulders back. "You know, you being back—" He was interrupted by the doorbell. "Are you expecting company?" I asked. "No." His brows knitted briefly together before his eyes widened with understanding. "Oh, I bet I know what's going on." He stood to follow an attendant to the door. From my seat, I could just barely make out the back of his head as I leaned over to the side to get a glimpse of the visitor. I couldn't see who Felix spoke to, but it sounded like there was a bit of commotion outside. It wasn't my business, really, but I couldn't resist the urge to see what was going on. Popping a piece of a strawberry into my mouth, I hopped out of my chair and rushed over to the window to see who was outside. A crowd, small but full of energy. I pulled the curtains quickly shut again and spun around, resting my back against the wall. Eyes closed, I recited the words from Emmeline's journal silently in my mind, searching for that peace point again. It had been so easy when I was outside. Why was Claren City making this so difficult again? It stirred up emotions I thought I had long ago conquered. Inhale, exhale. They're not an angry mob. This isn't Lewisburg. With my breathing under control again, I turned back to take another peek. There were definitely a number of people outside, but they looked to be with the media. Felix entered the room again, and I spun quickly around. "What are they doing here this morning?" I feared news might have gotten out about my return. We discussed keeping me under wraps, publicly at least, until I got back into the swing of things. "Do they know I'm back?" I definitely wasn't ready for any kind of interview. My dad said he'd work with us on how to handle questions from the media. He was hoping to spin it in a way that might signal hope for those who knew the Embers existed without alerting the leaders to their presence. I had no idea how he expected me to do that, so I was content to keep my mouth shut for now. "No, they don't know you're here." He smiled brightly, and I could feel the excitement and anticipation thrumming through his veins. "What's going on, Felix?" He lifted his brows. "What makes you think something's going on?" I crossed my arms and followed him back to the table. "Well, the news crews outside were my first giveaway, and that giant grin on your face is a pretty strong indicator, too. You look like a kid on Christmas morning." He laughed, a genuine, hearty belly laugh. It was contagious. "I was planning on keeping it a surprise." "I hate surprises," I said. "I know that you do, so I'll tell you. But first, I want to finish what I was trying to say before they got here." I took a deep breath and nodded for him to go ahead. "Your return, you being alive, changes everything." "How so?" I stabbed a bite of pancake on my plate, closing my eyes as the sweetness of the syrup danced across my tongue. Felix was right. I hadn't had food this delicious in over a year. My eyes opened again to find Felix watching me, his chin propped on his hands and his crystal blue eyes twinkling. "You give me strength, Claren. You help me see the good in the world, and it makes me want to be better." "You don't need me for that." "But I do. You're so brave, and seeing you do really hard things makes me want to step up and do more as well. So, I did more." "What do you mean?" "I stood up for what's right. I faced my fears and put my foot down. I broke things off with Georgia." I nearly sprayed orange juice from my mouth. "What? When?" "Last night, when we got back, I made a few calls. Evidently, word has gotten out already. There will be a press briefing later today making the announcement official." He leaned his chair back onto two legs, balancing there with his knees on the table and looking a lot more youthful and full of life than a senator who was about to be plastered all over the evening programming ought to. But his joy was endearing. "Wow, Felix, I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say a word, but I should say thank you. I owe it all to you. I took your advice. Political suicide or not, it needed to be done. I'm tired of caring about what Justice Hines or anyone else tries to do to me. It's time to stand up and do the right thing." Once again, Felix Walsh rendered me speechless. Scones for workers and a breakup for Georgia Hines, he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve. What would be next? I finished my breakfast in an awed silence. As we stood to return to our rooms after our plates were removed, I took one more good look at him. The corner of his mouth quirked up as he placed a hand on my back and led me back toward the staircase. "What?" he asked. I shook my head. "I'm just proud of you, that's all. Good job sticking up for yourself." His thumb glided back and forth between my shoulder blades. "Thanks." After a pause, he added, "I'll meet you back down here in an hour, and we can drive over to the press briefing together if you feel up to going." "I wouldn't miss it." Chapter 9. Our car rolled to a stop in front of City Hall a little over an hour later. The media had already set up outside of the building, and a camera swung toward us as soon as we pulled up. "You might want to stay in the car," Felix said, glancing through the heavily tinted windows. "I'll get out here, and the driver can take you around to the back where you can enter unseen." I nodded. "That sounds wise. Where will I meet you inside?" "There's a hall that runs behind the main conference rooms. You'll be able to hear everything going on during the briefing, since that's where the next speakers usually wait for their cue to enter. I'll join you there just as soon as I can." Felix stepped out of the car with a charming smile and waved to the cameras. They ate it up, following his every step to the entrance of the building. Thankfully, that freed up the car to drive away unnoticed. A moment later, I stepped out as well, into an abandoned part of the parking lot. Well, mostly abandoned anyway. One other black sedan pulled into the lot right behind us. I hesitated, watching and waiting to see who would step out of the other vehicle. The driver slowly walked around to the back passenger side door and pulled it open. A pair of navy blue high heels touched the ground, just barely visible from under the car door, but I couldn't see who wore them at first. The woman finally became visible as she stepped around the door toward the building, her pale blonde hair piled neatly into a bun on the back of her head. Icy blue eyes darted over to my car, and the tiniest of smirks appeared on Emmeline's lips. I released a pent-up breath and opened my door as well. The weirdest sensation shot through me. Emmeline stirred up a perplexing mixture of relief and anxiety. She offered a sense of home, while also somehow tightening my nerves into a bundle of energy, leaving me feeling the urge to run, whether that was toward her for comfort or away from her for safety, I couldn't be sure. Joining her near the back entrance to the building, I paused, each of us taking a moment to appraise the other. Curving into a most elegantly sinister way around her neck was Emmeline's new tattoo, her mark of the supreme leadership. I couldn't pull my eyes away. It was beautiful and almost frightening. Leaning in closer, I could make out scales in the dark blue pigment. Realizing how rude it must have been to stare, I snapped my gaze back up to her knowing eyes. Emmeline nodded. "Claren, good to see you." "I'm glad to see you as well." And that was all we said. Her reaction to discovering I was alive was quite different from everyone else's. Maybe they'd already told her, or being Emmeline, she probably already knew through other means. I followed her into the building, her heels clicking on the tiles as we weaved our way through the back halls toward the conference room where the meeting would begin at any minute. "Are you back in Claren City for the briefing?" "I'm here to follow up on the mandates I've passed down." She stared straight ahead, chin held high, as we came to stop outside the back entrance to the room. "Right, Felix mentioned—" She snapped her head in my direction with the quickness of a viper, the look in her eyes just as venomous. I shut my mouth, dazed at first. Then I remembered her tattoo. It contained mechanisms in the pigment that would pick up the vibrations in her throat, essentially recording every word she said and relaying them back to the capital, where the rest of the supreme leadership could hear and analyze everything. I suspected they could hear me somehow, too, though I wasn't sure how. A quick search of the hall didn't reveal any hidden cameras or microphones, but that didn't mean they weren't listening. On the other side of the door, the speakers came to life, and I heard a voice I didn't recognize introduce Felix and Georgia to the crowd. Shoot, I hadn't considered that she would likely be here as well. "Thank you all for coming today," Felix began. The charisma in his tone was so alluring, I had to fight the urge to crack the door and take a peek inside. I was sure the news crews were loving it as well. Felix was always radiant in front of crowds. After a brief introduction, it was time for the meat of the briefing. My body tensed as he continued. "After a year of courtship, Georgia Hines and I have decided to dissolve our match and re-enter the pool of contenders. We realize this may come as a surprise to you all, but it was decided only after many thoughtful conversations and mutual understanding." I scoffed, and Emmeline cut her eyes over to me again, though she didn't say a word. Georgia's nasally whine came through the microphone next. "We applaud the matchmaking committee on an excellent pairing, but ultimately, we believe our individual strengths would best be paired with other partners. Effective immediately, Senator Felix Walsh is once again Claren City's most eligible bachelor." "And Georgia Hines, our finest bachelorette," Felix added. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. A few more words were said before the microphone was turned back to the woman who had originally introduced the pair. The door swung open, nearly bumping right into my nose. I jumped back, startled, as I took in Georgia's snarling face. As soon as the door shut behind her, she shoved a manicured nail into my chest, pushing me back with her bony finger. "You! I knew the moment I saw you back in town that something like this would happen. I have half a mind to return you to the grave you crawled out of." Ahem. Emmeline cleared her throat from over Georgia's shoulder. She spun around so quickly I thought she might get whiplash. "Madam Fraser, I didn't realize you were there. How rude of me not to properly greet—" "Save it," Emmeline said. She was an emotionless statue, which made her all the more intimidating. "And watch your words, Miss Hines. One might take them as a threat if you're not careful." Just as Hines's voice came through the door now, she and Felix were updating the citizens on the state of war in Claren City. I cringed to think about how stressful it must have been for them to listen to death counts every day. Those who weren't reached by the Embers would surely hate them after listening to these updates from the leadership every day. Justice Hines was making my task more difficult. She was filling their minds with lies. I glanced at Emmeline, who was watching me intently. Her mouth was a tight line, but still, I had no idea what she could have been thinking. She was so very good at blocking. I thought back to her journal and the tips provided inside. Inhaling deeply, I tried to match her skills, motivated by seeing her pull it off so well. Icy walls emerged around my mind and around my heart, and I felt all concern for the world disappear with it. I was blank, empty, emotionless, just like my mentor. I glanced quickly back to Emmeline, whose mouth quirked with the subtlest of smiles, and that was as close to a well done as I might ever receive from her. Georgia, on the other hand, was so red-hot and fired up that I feared she might melt those walls right back down. She practically had smoke coming out of her ears. At last, the briefing came to a close. Felix and Justice Hines exited through the door near us, both startled to find Emmeline standing there. Apparently, this was an unexpected surprise for them, too. "You didn't mention the mandates," she stated simply as her way of greeting them. A muscle ticked in Felix's jaw, but he held his composure remarkably well, as did Justice Hines. In fact, she was too calm, too collected. Something was up. She should have been fuming about the breakup between Georgia and Felix, but she wasn't. It left me feeling awfully suspicious of what else she might have planned. Justice Hines was never one to give up easily. "All in good time, Madam Fraser," she calmly responded. Then, turning to me, she pursed her lips and gave me a once-over before gesturing for Georgia to follow her down the hallway. "You'll pay for this," Georgia whispered as she strutted away. Relieved that they were gone, I turned back to the others, only to find Emmeline's features twisted into a look of clear calculation. She watched Georgia and her mother until they were out of sight, then pulled her gaze back to me. After studying me for several seconds from behind her empty visage, she finally spoke, but not to me. "May I join you for supper?" she asked Felix. Felix was caught off guard. "Yes, of course. I'll let Jean know you're coming." "Great. I'll arrive at 6. She paused for a moment longer and didn't say goodbye as she abruptly turned and made her way back toward the exit. And just like that, we were alone again. Felix shrugged. "That was weird." It was. Apparently Justice Hines wasn't the only one cooking up a plan. "You did great in there, though." "Thanks." He grinned, and the corners of his eyes crinkled. I couldn't remember the last time I saw Felix so happy. "Hey, you want to get out of here?" "Right now?" "Right now. I've got something I want to show you." It wasn't like I had anything on the agenda for the day. "All right, let's go." To my surprise, Felix didn't call for his driver to pull the car around. We slipped out the back door, nervously glancing around to make sure there weren't any stray newscasters ready to catch us escaping. "You see those trees at the back of the lot?" Felix asked. "There's a path that cuts between them, but not many people know what's back there, and I'd like to keep it that way. So on the count of 3, I want you to run. Can you do that?" I nodded. "Okay, ready? 1, 2... Felix took off at a dead sprint before he called out the number 3, laughing as he left me in his dust. "Hey!" I jumped up and ran after him, feeling the rush of adrenaline as I picked up speed. Felix didn't realize how fast I was. Or maybe he did, and that's why he gave himself a head start. "Cheater," I whispered as I bolted past him between the trees. The path was narrow and winding through overgrown ferns and wild grasses. Ornamental trees that hadn't been properly trimmed and cared for in ages dotted the trail as well. I slowed, allowing Felix to take the lead again as we dropped our speed to a brisk walk. His energy was palpable, excitement tinged with a hint of vulnerability. What did he want to show me? "Almost there." He turned over his shoulder, breathless with slightly pink cheeks. He reached for my hand and gently guided me forward until the path widened into a clearing. The ground, once well kept and covered in pebbles, had stray weeds poking through now, but even that couldn't detract from what stood in the middle. A 10-foot-tall fountain, intricately carved of bronze, stood proudly commanding our attention. The mermaid, gracing the top, held an enormous conch shell from which water freely flowed. It was enchanting. Once I finally pulled my eyes away, I turned to see Felix, studying not the fountain and its gorgeous mystical creature, but me. "What do you think?" "It's incredible. How did I not know this thing existed?" He chuckled. "Well, when they first walled off the center, they created this little park for the leaders. Since we could no longer leave the city and explore nature, they thought they'd leave this green space right in the middle for us to enjoy. We don't have any natural ponds or green spaces like you did in the other boroughs." "But it looks so abandoned." I glanced around at the cracked stone benches and tall grass beyond the pebbled circle where we stood. "It went unused. Turns out the leaders didn't really care to enjoy the great outdoors. Rather than waste labor on maintaining the grounds here, they pretended it didn't exist. They let it go." "But you knew it existed." He nodded. "Yeah, Ryder and I used to run around here when we were kids. Our parents would be involved in meetings for hours on end at City Hall and the municipal building, and this is where we would go. After my mom died and things with Ryder got shaky, I started coming here alone." He walked me over to one of the stone benches and patted the seat for me to join him. I did, leaning in slightly toward his warmth. There was a bit of a spring chill in the air today, and spray from the fountain amplified it. But with Felix's warm body beside me, it was almost enjoyable. A gentle breeze rolled through, blowing my hair softly and causing a loose strand to escape from behind my ear. It was like my secret hiding spot from everything. I'd watch squirrels bury their acorns and leaves fall from the trees. I'd stare into the water for hours, daydreaming about it growing larger and larger, until I could ride the wave right over these walls and out into the wilderness beyond. He laughed softly and dropped his chin. "It's weird, I know." "I don't think it's weird at all," I said, turning toward him. He lifted his eyes hopefully, locking onto mine. "You were dreaming of freedom, and now you're fighting for it. I think it's beautiful, and for what it's worth, I would ride that wave right alongside you." "You would?" His pulse picked up in strength and speed, his eyes dancing back and forth over my features. "I would. I'd ride it all the way to the ocean, maybe even to another world if I could." I studied the mermaid, trying to imagine where she might have come from and what her world might have been like if she were real. It would most certainly be better than ours. I turned back to Felix. He'd been watching me as I spoke, and we were closer now, his face just a few inches from mine. I felt his yearning. I'd felt it all along, but it wasn't until I saw the tenderness in his eyes that I realized he wasn't only yearning for freedom. He lifted his hand and softly brushed away my fallen strand of hair, tucking it gently back behind my ear. "Claren, I scooted back. Somewhere between the briefing and this moment, Felix had gotten the wrong idea. I cared for him deeply, but I was afraid it wasn't in the same way that he cared for me. Besides, I had Rafe, and that was complicated, but it was something. "Felix," I put my hand on his shoulder, creating an arm length of space between us. "I really appreciate you sharing this with me. It's beautiful, and it really does give me great hope. But you should know that the only thing I have time or the capacity to care about right now is creating that wave of freedom you and I have always dreamed of." He closed his mouth, understanding the words I didn't say. "Right. Well, I guess we should get back to work then." Chapter 10. We didn't mention the park or the moment we almost shared again, and to Felix's credit, nothing felt weird or out of place between us when we returned to City Hall. He showed me to my new office, and we discussed what my future in the leadership might look like. He was going to put me back into a newly created role within the Department of Defense, which meant I'd be working under Dmitri. It was the least conspicuous place for me, considering they all thought I'd been held captive by the outsiders for the last year. I'd join them as a strategist, helping them to discover new camps and different methods for stealth attacks. What I'd really be doing, of course, would be directing them to Frank and Milo. With all the Embers across the country, we were getting more and more tips on where Frank might be headed next. I planned to go back and forth between the Ember camps and the leadership, with the hopes that I could use the new American forces to help us take down Frank. I just had to find a way to do it without revealing too much about the Embers' whereabouts. Dmitri could not find out my true working relationship with them. Between him and Justice Hines, there would be no mercy. They'd destroy the Embers the first chance they got. The afternoon moved quickly, and before I knew it, we were back at Felix's house preparing for dinner. I met him briefly in his study before Emmeline arrived. "Do you have any idea what she's after?" I asked. "Not a clue. We've met countless times about the mandates, and we're discussing them again with the rest of my inner circle tomorrow afternoon, so it's not that." "Do you think it might be related to the Embers? Or Frank, maybe?" He shook his head. "I don't think she would be so bold as to discuss any of that with us anymore. Like I said before, the Supreme Leadership has changed her, Claren. I don't know that she's on our side anymore." I chewed on that for a moment. I heard where he was coming from, but I really couldn't bring myself to believe it. I'd read her words many times over the last year. Emmeline was an Ember through and through. She was perhaps the most passionate person I'd ever encountered when it came to our cause. She was just really good at manipulating everyone else to believe she was something different. An incredible actress, Emmeline's greatest skill was making people think she was exactly who they wanted her to be. If anyone could trick the Supreme Leadership into allowing a rebel into their ranks, it was her. "Whatever you do," Felix added, "just don't say anything about the Embers or where you've been." He rubbed his neck, and I understood. Whatever I said in front of Emmeline, I might as well say directly to the Supreme Leader himself. "Got it." The doorbell rang, and we filed out into the foyer to greet our guest. She was as cold now as she had been at the briefing, and we were still clueless as to why she wanted to dine with us. The meal began with quiet, polite conversation, primarily focused on the delicious plates of food Felix's attendant brought to us. I recognized Nella from that morning and wondered if she had a chance to bring the treats from breakfast home to her children yet. Perhaps she stepped out while Felix and I were at work. Otherwise, this was a very long day for her. I released a disgruntled sigh, realizing every day of work was probably excessively long for the woman, and she would still receive nothing more than the standard wage. I nibbled on the warm slice of freshly baked bread that sat with my soup and glanced up toward Emmeline. She was staring intently at me, her eyes so harsh that I nearly choked on my bite. I swore I could practically hear her voice screaming at me to get it together. "So," Felix said, resting his spoon on his dish, "I must admit I'm a bit surprised to see you back in Classen City, Madam Fraser. Is there news from the capital?" She patted her mouth with a napkin and took her time to rearrange it neatly back onto her lap. "I appreciate your straightforwardness, Senator. Yes, as of this afternoon, there is a bit of news that I think you'll both be very interested to hear." My heart skipped a beat. Something about her tone felt off. I wanted to ask if it had anything to do with the embers, but I knew better. She shot me a look laced with warning as the thought crossed my mind, and once again I felt a little violated. Emmeline had always left me on edge, as though she knew more about my thoughts than she let on. Her eye twitched. Was that a wink? And she continued, "I suppose I should just come out with it." She sat tall in her chair, squaring her shoulders, as though she were preparing herself for a fight. "I've just received approval for your match." "Whose match?" I asked. "Yours," she blinked once. "With Felix." "What?" I snapped my attention to Felix, who sat looking just as surprised as I felt. Redness crept its way up his neck and into his cheeks. Was he angry? No, he was embarrassed. Did he put her up to this? How is that even possible? You turned 20 last month, correct? Felix glanced at me, his eyes wide. Yes. I'd spent my birthday shivering in the northern plains. I had taken my 9th life from one of Frank's men the day before and immediately retreated into the woods once I realized he was gone. The day was spent alone, fighting back tears, as I ate a block of moldy cheese stolen from me by an outsider I'd just recruited into the Embers. The possibility of being matched hadn't even crossed my mind. Such a frivolous idea would have seemed trivial at the time. Well, by new American law, that makes you eligible to enter the pool. After some discussion with my peers this afternoon, it was determined that you and Felix would make a very strong match. But that's not possible. I was presumed to be dead. There's no way I could have had a file created already. The supreme leadership is expeditious when necessary, she replied flatly. Another objection was cut off from my throat when I heard Emmeline's voice shout, "Enough!" Only she didn't shout. She didn't make a single sound, and yet I'd heard her clear as day. Her expression hadn't changed at all. She was still as flat as ever when she turned toward Felix. "Do you have any questions, Senator Walsh?" "No, madam." Her use of his title rather than his first name was enough for Felix to know he had no say in the matter. He had very little say in any matter. Nella entered the room carrying a platter that held our entrees. Plates full of roast and new potatoes with mixed vegetables were laid before us, but Emmeline scooted her chair back as soon as Nella left the room. "Won't you stay and eat?" Felix asked. "No, thank you. The soup course was delicious. I've said what I came to discuss, so I should be on my way now." I stood as well. She wasn't going to get out of here so easily. I needed to know what was really going on. If Felix hadn't set this up, then there had to be some other reason behind the match. I deserved to know what I was signing up for. Emmeline furrowed her brows and turned toward the door. "I'll be right back," I muttered as I passed Felix. "Stay here." Around the corner in the foyer, I caught up to her as she slid on her coat. "Emmeline, wait! It's Madame Fraser now." Her eyes burned with an icy fire as she turned to face me. I should have blocked her out, but I wasn't prepared for this. She grabbed my hand, and I was overcome with her presence. Her mere touch felt like an embrace, firm but caring. We stared at one another wordlessly, but once again I could practically hear her words in my mind. "Do not break off the match." "What?" I jerked my hand away and stepped back. "Are you?" She pursed her lips and gave a subtle shake of her head. "Continue your reading, Miss Greenwood. Much has changed in the year you were away. You'll need to study up on how to return to your role as an effective leader, especially in this time of war. I will see you at City Hall tomorrow for the update on our new mandates. Don't be late." She disappeared through the front door without a goodbye. I turned to find Felix watching from the doorway. He was uneasy, shoulders tense, jaw clenched tight. "I think I'm gonna go up to bed," I said. "Wait. Claren, you have to believe that I had nothing to do with this." "I believe you." I stopped on the bottom stair, trying desperately to locate my peace point so I wouldn't burst into tears right there in front of him. "But this is unexpected, and I need to process it." I continued to climb the stairs, calling out over my shoulder about halfway up. "Please, tell Jean supper was delicious. Nella can have my plate. It wasn't touched." Then I turned down the hall and locked myself in my room. Rushing to my closet, I located my bag, shuffling through until I found the worn leather journal Emmeline had given me. I flipped easily to the page I sought, quickly reading through her words again, though I knew them by heart. She'd said I needed to study. I couldn't be sure of what she was planning, but I felt the answer might be found somewhere in here. So, with a deep breath, I closed my eyes, crossing my legs as I dropped to the floor. I would practice until I got this right. It took a few minutes to sufficiently file away all the emotions swirling inside from earlier in the day. Once it was tamped down, I located it, the single spot of awareness in the center of my mind. I circled around and around it, focusing only on that spot, inhaling and exhaling until it began to glow like an ember. I breathed even deeper, rushing faster to fan the heat blooming from that spot. Finally, it ignited into a flaring ball. But the flames weren't made of fire. It was something more ethereal, something I couldn't put words to, and it swirled there in the depths of my mind, majestically commanding all of my attention. In it, I felt an abundance of emotions, all of my feelings, and none of them at the same time. I saw Rafe. I saw Felix. I saw Cato, and my chest threatened to crack at the painful memories associated with him. Eventually, the light grew dim, the thoughts and feelings it ignited fading into the background, back into the deepest depths of my mind, a place where they were normally unable to be tapped into. As the last of my energy was drained from me, I released the ball. Awareness of my current space and time came rushing back into me, and I fell against the floor with a whoosh of air slipping forcefully from my lungs. I lay there, mentally fatigued, and no closer to the truth than I had been when I started. "What are you doing to me, Emmeline?" Chapter 11. Felix didn't join me for breakfast the next morning. I sat alone, barely touching my oatmeal, as the anticipation for what was coming nearly ate me alive. Ever since Emmeline had delivered her news, a slick feeling of darkness gripped my insides and refused to let go. At about 9:15, Felix finally emerged from his study, all business and no play, as he coolly asked if I was ready to go. The car ride was quiet, that sick feeling twisting tighter and tighter as we reached City Hall. Neither of us mentioned the match. There wasn't much to say. We clearly had no choice in the matter. And though he wasn't an empath, Felix's nerves were wound as tightly as mine. Something heavy filled the air. It was almost palpable inside the walls of the building. Not a single person smiled or greeted us on our way to the conference room. Not until I got tackled in front of the elevators. "Claren!" I fell forward into the wall, wrapped tightly in the lanky arms of a man I never saw coming. He'd grabbed me from behind. My first instinct was to flip him over my shoulder onto the hard tile floor, but the sound of his voice, saturated in relief and bubbling over with excitement, stopped me cold. "Emilio?" He released me with a giggle, backing up and straightening his shirt. "Sorry about that. I'm just really excited to see you, alive. Hey, Felix." Felix bobbed his head. "Emilio?" "Hey, I know you're in a hurry," he said, turning back to me, "but I've got something for you in my office if you've got just a sec to spare." I glanced over to Felix. "Think you can hold them off for me for just a minute if I'm late?" He checked his watch. "Probably, but try to be fast. Justice Hines will be in a mood this morning." He swallowed, and the corners of his mouth tugged down into a slight frown. I hated to leave him to face the group alone, even if we weren't exactly friendly with one another at the moment. "Can it wait until after the meeting?" I asked Emilio. He wrinkled his nose. "I really think you're going to want it before you walk in there." "Go on." Felix tossed a hand into the air. "I'll have them wait." "Okay, I'll be really fast, promise." Emilio bounced on the balls of his feet and motioned for me to follow him. We dashed through the halls faster than was proper in a setting like this, and his excitement grew stronger with every step. "All right," I said as we stopped outside of his office. "You've got me intrigued. What in the world are you about to show me?" "It's a gift," he grinned. "You didn't have to get me a gift." His giggle was contagious. Boy, I'd missed that sound. "It's not from me. Come in, I'll grab it for you." Shutting the door behind me, I followed him over to his desk, where he used a tiny key to unlock a drawer. Inside were several unmarked files. That definitely piqued my curiosity, and a small black box. "Here," he said, extending the box to me. I accepted the gift and gently pulled off the lid. A golden-colored hairpin sat inside. It was a nice-looking hairpin, but certainly not what I was expecting to see. "Do you like it?" Emilio ran a hand through his disheveled hair. Yeah, I do. It's nice." He laughed. "Okay, I can't do this to you anymore. Hand it here." I did as he asked. He retrieved the pin and turned it over, holding it out for me to see more closely. "This is the highest-tech hair accessory you've ever owned, I guarantee it." "Ooh, tell me more." I followed him to the lamp on his desk. Under the light, the details of the object became more clear. "So I took the same technology that I use in the handheld communicators and dropped it way down, to an almost microscopic level. It was much easier without the video aspects. You see this little button here?" I squinted at the swirl along the top side of it. "That?" "Yeah, it's not really a button, I guess, but a sensor. It's touch-activated, so if you push it," he demonstrated with the pad of his thumb, "this recorder gets activated back here." A green light came to life on a rectangular speaker the size of a deck of cards that sat on his desk. "It'll continue recording for as long as your voice is heard. After 20 seconds of silence, the recording stops." "Just my voice?" I asked. "Any voice, or really any sound loud enough to register once it's activated. This way, if you're outside recruiting or, heaven forbid, fighting, and you need backup, you can send a message my way. I'll notify any friendly camps we have in your area to come to your aid right away." Wow! Finally, someone who was on my side. I'd forgotten how it felt to be truly supported. "I don't know what to say." "Well, don't say anything to me, remember? I didn't get it for you." "Oh, right. Who is it from?" "Emmeline." "What?" Surely I'd misheard him. "She called me the day Aiden picked you up and asked me to get to work on it right away. I've been waiting to see you again. Oh, and there's one other piece." He reached back into his drawer and pulled out a small silver circle, flat with the circumference of a grape. It was attached to a short wire. He wrapped the wire around one side of the hairpin so that the circle would sit flat underneath, pressed flush against my head if I wore it, and the wire extended along the length of the pin. "What on earth is that?" Emilio shrugged. "It's something Emmeline has been working on back at the Capitol. She didn't give me any details, but she wants you to wear it at all times." That sick feeling twisted inside again. I don't know how I feel about that. Seems a little weird, huh? But I don't know. She seemed pretty sincere when she gave it to me. I don't think she can get into details much these days. Everything she says is really veiled unless it's written. But she handed me this note along with the instructions for how to attach it. He handed me a small square of paper. Emmeline's elegant penmanship was scrawled across the front. The note was simple. For Claren, page 51. I was hoping you might know what it means, because I have no clue, he chuckled nervously. I think I might have an idea. It was an idea that could change everything if true. Good. And please don't forget that she wants you to always keep it on. She wrote that in all caps, so I think she's pretty serious about it. Of course she is, I sighed. There was probably some kind of tracking device built into the circle as well. Emilio handed me the hairpin, and I slipped it easily into my hair, just behind my ear, where loose strands would fall over it and keep it hidden. Not that it looked suspicious by any means, but I thought it would be better to be extra careful with something like this. Perfect. He gave me a thumbs up. Now you better get going. Felix didn't look too happy about starting the meeting late. I followed his gaze to the clock on the wall and cursed under my breath. It was 5 minutes after 9. Thanks, Emilio. I'll see you around. Rushing out the door, I opted to take the stairs rather than wait for an elevator. The meeting was being held on the 3rd floor, and I somehow made it there in less than 30 seconds. But I was already too late. I paused, breathless and panting for air just outside the door. The small window allowed me a peek inside. There were probably 10 or 12 disgruntled-looking leaders sitting around the long table. Emmeline caught my eye and quickly looked away again, continuing to speak as though she hadn't seen me. Felix sat beside her. He watched me, looking purely apologetic. Of course I wouldn't hold it against him. Once again, he was just a pretty face and a charismatic speaker with a title. They were using him. Hopefully someday soon, those tables might turn, and Felix would have the opportunity to lead like he was born to do. I twisted the knob and found it locked. No surprise there either. Spinning away from the window, I leaned against the wall, tipping my head back until it connected with a soft bump. What was I supposed to do now? Wait until their next break? The elevator dinged and the doors slid open. Miss Greenwood! My heart softened at the sight of the man who exited. James, how are you? Much better now that I know you're well. His eyes twinkled. They've already started the meeting, haven't they? Yes, I suppose I'm not a very integral piece. Oh, but you are, he winked. Follow me. He led me back toward the elevators and pushed the button for the 1st floor. Perhaps if you are unable to do your work here in the center, that's a sign that you are needed elsewhere. You know more than you're supposed to again, don't you? He laughed, and the gentleness of the sound warmed me. If Frank and Milo were pure evil, James was pure goodness. I needed to remember that people like him existed. This is why we fought, for people like James, and for his son, John Michael, who sacrificed his life so that I could live. We stepped out onto the 1st floor, and I followed James past the courtroom. Seeing those doors immediately sent chills up my arm and made it difficult to breathe. I could still feel the stickiness of Cato's blood on my shoes as I exited that room so long ago. I hated this place. Around the corner, James paused outside of a janitorial closet. After a quick glance up and down the halls, he opened the door and ushered me quickly inside. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting numerous shadows through the small, crowded space. James pushed a rolling rack of cleaning supplies out of the way and tugged on the door to the water heater. It stunk of musty dust and rumbled loudly as a sink ran somewhere upstairs. But I knew better than to speak out loud in a place like this. I had a pretty good idea of where James was taking me, and a thrill shot through me. I was busting out of here. "It's tight," he said, "but you'll find a latch behind the tank that opens up to a stairwell. It'll take you down into the basement. To your right, there will be an unmarked door." "And that's what will lead me into the tunnels?" He grinned. "There's a bicycle waiting for you." I stepped into the closet, but before I squeezed around the edge of the water tank, I turned back to face him. "Is this how you helped Frank and the others escape on the day of his trial?" He nodded, and his chin dropped low. "We didn't know who he really was then." "No, Miss Greenwood, I suppose we didn't." "Thank you." He lifted his gaze back to mine. "You are one of the most integral pieces of the Embers, an unsung hero, and I have more respect for you than I can convey." His eyes grew glassy. "Thank you, Miss Greenwood. I could say the same of you." We stayed there just a moment longer before I disappeared behind the tank, down the stairs, through the basement, and into the cool air of the secret tunnels below. I climbed onto the bike and delighted in the air blowing through my hair as I sped toward the edge of the city. Maybe Felix was right. When you lived in the center, speeding through these tunnels really did feel a lot like freedom. Chapter 12. Ryder was the only person at camp when I arrived, and I barely caught him. "Hey," I said, leaning the bicycle against a tree. I was sweaty despite the cool spring air, and my legs felt like jelly. I could run for miles, but riding a bike through the woods worked an entirely different set of muscles. I'd be sore the next day for sure. "Where is everyone?" "They're putting in a workday at one of the other camps. I'm about to head over there, too. I just had to check and reset the game traps first." He grabbed a jar of water and tied his tent closed. "What brings you out here today?" he asked, passing me the jar. After guzzling half of it down and wiping my brow, I felt like I could finally breathe properly again. "They're having some big meeting about mandates today, and I wasn't included." "You don't look too upset about that," Ryder pointed out with a grin. "Can't say that I am," I laughed. "Want to help us get some work done?" "Sure. I was kind of hoping to swing by and see how Dusty is doing, though. Mind if I meet up with you after that?" He glanced at my bike and gave me a skeptical look. "How about I drive you there instead? We can ride to the other camp together after that." My wobbly legs liked the idea of a free ride, so I didn't object. I hopped into one of the open-air vehicles beside Ryder, and he shifted it into gear. It gave more of a soft purr than the loud rumble mine had. "Ah, now I see who was hoarding all the good vehicles," I teased him. He shrugged. "Guess I'm Dusty's favorite." If that was true, he could have fooled me. The moment we pulled up in front of the old barn Dusty had converted into a hangar, he jogged out to greet us. Ryder might as well have been invisible with the way Dusty passed him by. His face split with an enormous grin as he reached out and shook my whole arm. "I heard everyone knows you're alive now." "You heard correctly." "I bet they're a lot happier about it than you are." He led us into the barn. Dusty was one of the few people who had escaped the Lewisburg explosion with us, and one of the few friendly faces I looked forward to seeing each time I returned home. It always surprised me how much progress he'd made on the vehicles and his cobbled-together airplane between my visits. "Want me to fly you out of here?" "If you can get that heap of metal up in the air, I'm all in." Dusty laughed. "I might be able to get it up there, but I can't promise how long it will stay there." Ryder let out a long whistle. "Well, it's looking good." We walked around, checking out the improvements. It actually looked like a legitimate aircraft. I was impressed. "You think you'll actually get it to fly?" "I guarantee it. Hopefully sooner rather than later." "I like that confidence, Dusty." We chatted for just a few minutes more before Ryder and I hopped back into the vehicle to drive toward our next destination. "Where is this next camp?" I asked as we passed the dirt road that led to where my dad was currently set up. "The camp that got attacked a few days ago had to relocate," Ryder said over the noise of the engine. "We're helping them get re-established today." I remembered the man who had been taken captive alongside me, and immediately felt a pang of guilt twist in my belly. I hadn't even thought to go check on him once we were back in the center. These people had lost men a few days ago, and they were probably hurting. Meanwhile, I was just playing in gardens with Felix and joking about airplanes with Dusty. This was exactly why I'd practiced keeping my guard up. I didn't like what Claren City was doing to me. It was making me weak again. I needed to stay strong for the people who were fighting. "Thank you for letting me help," I said. The rest of the ride was quiet as I worked to block out any emotion that tried to worm its way into my mind. I had to stay focused, but I didn't realize just how much I'd be put to the test until we stopped before a clearing in the woods and climbed down. Rafe was the first person I saw. He was shirtless. Perspiration cast a glistening sheen on his olive skin, and the ropey muscles in his back drew my attention from his broad shoulders to his narrow waist. He'd been sawing down branches, clearing a place for this group of embers to start a new life within the woods. Finishing the task at hand, he finally dropped his tool and looked over his shoulder to greet us. His eyes skimmed right over me to Ryder, but the tension in his jaw let me know that he definitely saw me there. I was a little hurt, but mostly angry that he was still throwing a fit. Neither would serve me well, however, so I stuffed the feelings down and straightened my shoulders. I wouldn't let Rafe mess with my head today. I didn't need that kind of distraction. "Where do you need us?" Ryder asked. The guys talked about what needed to be done, and I should have been listening, but I was too busy watching Rafe. He was purposely avoiding eye contact with me. He tried to block me out, but every once in a while I got a hint of the tension he felt with me standing there. What was he so upset about? Once they'd set a plan, Ryder and I followed Rafe down a rough trail toward the others. There were probably 20 people collected together, working to erect shelters and gather supplies for their temporary camp. I hated to think about how often they found themselves in this situation. Forever nomads. Joy tended to a small fire with another woman. She stood and waved. "Claren, hey!" The other woman turned to look as well, and something pinched in my chest as I realized who it was. Marissa's dark hair hung in bouncy, youthful curls down over her shoulders. She was beautiful, and her smile was genuine. Did she know about me and the closeness I had with Rafe? She probably just didn't care. He'd made it clear that they were never romantically involved. He'd only maintained the match long enough to get her out of the city. Whatever fake relationship there once was with Rafe and Marissa, it was long finished now. "Hey, Joy!" She walked over to greet us, and her cheeks warmed as she noted Ryder standing nearby. That was new. Was that a flicker of interest in his dark eyes as well? I glanced to Rafe with a smirk, forgetting that we were fighting or whatever this was. I wanted to see if he'd noticed it as well. But Rafe wasn't watching Ryder and Joy. He was watching me. There was a hollowness in his gaze, and he quickly snapped it away from me. "All right, I'll let you guys get to work," he said, turning back to where we'd found him. Ryder and Joy were engaged in some kind of conversation, so I quickly darted after Rafe. He didn't slow down. In fact, he may have sped up once he felt me on his trail. I waited until we were deep in the trees before calling out to him. "Rafe, wait a second, please!" He paused, keeping his attention in front of him as I caught up to where he stood. He finally looked down at me when I reached his side, but there was no emotion to be found. He was blocking me out, hard and cold. "What is going on with you?" "What do you mean?" His voice wasn't warm and comforting like usual. It was cool and formal, and left me feeling oddly out of place talking to him. I quickly filed the thought away, focusing only on what needed to be said. Ever since I showed up at my dad's place the other day, you've been basically ignoring me. Did I do something to upset you? Are you mad that I went to see my dad?" His brows pulled together in the middle. "Of course I'm not mad that you saw your dad. I've been begging you to go visit him since we got back." "Well, what is it then? You're clearly mad about something." "I'm not... Ugh." He exhaled and ran a hand through his hair before slapping them down to his thighs as he stared into the trees. "I'm not mad. I was just surprised to see you there with him." "With my dad?" "No, this is not about your dad." "Oh." "Felix." His jaw clenched. "He's in love with you." "That's not true." "Yes, it is. He's in love with you, Claren, and if you can't see that, then I seriously question your skills as an empath." "So now you're insulting me?" "I'm not..." He groaned and began pacing back and forth. "I'm not insulting you, but I found it a little insulting that you've been refusing to engage in any sort of relationship with me for over a year, and then you show up with your arms wrapped around that leader within hours of meeting back up with him. So, no, I'm not mad at you, but I understand better now where we stand." "First of all, he's not a true leader any more than I am. We're all on the same side. And second of all, I meant what I said about not having time for a relationship right now. I don't have room in my head for that when I know there is a maniac running wild who wants us all dead. I'm not involved in anything other than a working relationship with Felix." As soon as I said the words, I realized they were a lie. "Well, not emotionally anyway." Rafe stopped pacing. "What is that supposed to mean?" "Well..." I chewed on the inside of my lip, uncertain of how to present this to him. "We've been matched." "You and Felix?" I nodded. I'd expected some kind of angry outburst, maybe some frustrated pacing, or for him to throw his hands in the air again. Rafe was a bit of a hothead at times. But what I didn't expect was for all emotion to drain completely from his face again. He returned my nod slowly. "Okay." He turned to step around me back to where he had been working earlier. "Okay? That's it?" I walked after him, placing my hand on his upper arm as I approached. His skin was chilled from the air, still a little clammy from his physical exertion earlier, or maybe because of the news I'd just given him. He pulled away and walked faster. "Rafe, I think we need to talk about whatever you're feeling right now." He stopped then and pinned me with an intensity in his dark eyes that froze me in my tracks. "Do you love him, too?" "What? I was so startled by his question that my ability to form words seemed to vanish. He laughed humorlessly. "Okay," he repeated and continued walking. "Rafe, no, I don't..." His communicator came to life in his pants pocket, more like a walkie-talkie than the communicator I'd used back in Lewisburg. A staticky voice was laced with panic. "There's an attack on County Road. We need backup ASAP." I turned and sprinted back toward camp with Rafe on my heels. Ryder was already climbing into our vehicle when we reached the clearing. "Get in," he shouted. I hopped over the door and strapped in, only giving the quickest of glances over my shoulder as we sped out toward the main road. I didn't see Rafe, and maybe that was a good thing. With a deep breath, I cleared my mind and hardened my heart. Ryder slid me an extra weapon he had tucked under his seat, and I let the cold metal chill me straight through to the icy walls I used to protect myself. I was ready for a fight. Chapter 13. Ryder revved our vehicle as hard as it would go. Every bump gave me whiplash as we flew over the country roads. We were the first vehicle out of the camp, and with this speed, it wasn't long until we were the only people in sight. That's one thing I appreciated about Ryder. Once he set his mind to something, he stopped at nothing to accomplish it. In this case, he'd set his mind on getting to our fellow Embers as quickly as possible so we could help with the attack. After several minutes, a white truck became visible on the horizon ahead. "Over there," I pointed to the vehicle. He nodded and mashed the accelerator even harder. I probably would have slowed and pulled off into the brush to stay hidden if I'd been the one driving, but maybe this was a better idea. If we flew right onto the scene, we'd have the element of surprise to help us out. I readied my weapon as we approached the vehicle, lifting it in front of me in case I needed to fire it, but the truck was empty. "There's just one," I noted aloud as Ryder slowed our vehicle. "That means there can't be more than 10 or 12 soldiers, depending on how tightly they squeezed into the bed of the truck." We reached the top of the hill on the road, and there were still no other people in sight. They must have retreated into the woods. Ryder killed our engine, and we hopped out together, creeping through the brush toward the river. Other than the soft sound of our breathing and the barely audible crunch of grass and leaves underfoot, the forest was silent. The lack of birds chirping told me the attack must have been near here. Not hearing gunshots was good, but not hearing any shouting or other sounds of a fight left me uneasy. Had the soldiers already taken out the entire group of Embers? "How many of our people were here?" I asked as we crept along. Ryder raised a shoulder. "This was a small party, mainly women and children who were on their way to the new camp. I don't even know if they were armed." The news hit me like a swift kick to the stomach. Why weren't we arming our women? They should have known by now that an attack could happen at any time, especially with them all on foot. This was a horrible idea. But the more I thought about it, the stranger the whole situation sat with me. The leadership was in a meeting. I saw it with my own eyes. There was no way Dmitri would arrange for an attack if he couldn't keep his ears to the ground with his men. He was far too controlling to let them run it on their own. And how would he have known the Embers would be moving camps today anyway? "Stop!" I threw my arm in front of Ryder, barely breathing, as I strained my ears to listen through the silence of the woods. There was a fierceness in his eyes as he looked in my direction, waiting to see what it was that I heard. But I hadn't heard anything. I'd sensed it. The air grew thick with anxiety. Nerves and anticipation wound tightly together. Someone was nearby. I crouched low and scanned the area around me. Ryder did the same, but both of us came up short. We forged slowly ahead, our own nerves almost drowning out the initial feeling I'd sensed. I directed Ryder to the left, determined to locate the source. And finally, I spotted someone, about 10 yards ahead, sitting high up in a tree. The man was definitely a soldier from Claren City, but he was alone. He crouched on a thick branch, peering around the edge of the trunk of the wide oak tree he sat perched upon. Ryder followed my line of sight and raised his weapon. "Wait," I whispered. "What is he looking at?" Slowly, so slowly it hurt, I inched along the forest floor until I was just 3 trees away from the man. Ryder took to the opposite side, and I could just barely make him out through the brush. But from where I crouched, I could see the tops of 5 other heads in a valley down below. The man in the tree watched them from his perch, his face hidden behind the mask he wore, and I knew then that the man wasn't going to hurt them. He wanted to. He definitely wanted to put a stop to them, but his conscience was at war with his orders, if I had to guess. He'd realized he was sent after unarmed women and children. Maybe there was still a little bit of good in Claren City yet, but where were the other soldiers? I leaned back on my heels, putting my weight against the trunk of a cedar as I attempted to get a better look at our surroundings. I couldn't sense any other people nearby, just Ryder and the soldier, but that didn't mean they weren't sitting up in some other tree watching me even now. Movement caught my eye a few feet away from Ryder. The man in the tree heard it too. A squirrel jumped down into the leaves and shuffled for a nut. Then the creature startled and took off for another tree, the tree Ryder ducked under. His eyes widened as the animal leapt over his head and scurried up the trunk. That was all it took to expose him. Something predatory shifted in the Claren city soldier, and I lifted my weapon at the same time he did. Thankfully, I was better situated and able to fire my shot before he did. The soldier's body went limp and toppled down from the high branch with a frenzy of shuffling leaves, followed by a loud thud when he hit the ground. Ryder rushed toward him just as quickly as I did. "Did you kill him?" he asked, eyes still wide. "No," I shook my head. I would never kill another human unless it was absolutely necessary. "He's just stunned." Satisfied, Ryder stood and circled the spot where the soldier lay, scouting the area for any other attackers. It looked like we were alone. "Stay here," I whispered. "Keep an eye on him. I'll be right back." I dashed down the valley to where our people were huddled together. There were 2 women and 3 children. I didn't recognize any of them. "Are you okay?" I asked. One of the women held a small, sniffling boy, not older than 3. "Yes. Did you get the soldier?" "We got one," I said, searching the area once again for any others. "Where are the rest of your people?" I feared what she might say next. "We scattered when we saw the truck, assuming there would be many men, but it was just him, just the one you got, unless more trucks have arrived. Christopher went after the other children once we lost track of the soldier. I don't know where he is now, but he'll be back with them. I know that he will." I swallowed, praying that she was right, and handed her my weapon. "Take this just in case. If you see another soldier, I don't want you to hesitate in pulling this trigger. You've got to be able to defend yourselves." I glanced down at the tear-streaked face of the little boy in her lap and quickly looked away again. It hurt to see them so afraid. This had to stop. "Thank you," she whispered. I stood and climbed back up the hill. I'd only made it halfway before I knew something was wrong. Ryder, normally so cool even under the heaviest of pressure, was panicking. Picking up speed, I rushed over the top of the hill to find him sitting with his head resting on his knees. "What is it? What's wrong?" Then I saw the soldier. Ryder had removed the man's mask, and though his face was dirty, Aiden looked to be peacefully sleeping on the ground before him. "Oh no!" I slid in next to him, watching Aiden take slow breaths as I considered our next move. "We could put him back in the truck, just set him up in the driver's seat so he can leave when he comes around again." Ryder shook his head. "He saw me." "Are you sure?" He nodded. "I saw the look on his face. Why do you think you were able to shoot him before he fired his weapon?" I'd thought it was because I was a good shot. But he was right. Aiden had years of experience on me. He hesitated because it was Ryder. That made 2 ghosts he discovered in the woods this week. Other than Felix and Emilio, no one in the leadership thought Ryder was still alive either. "Well, what do you think we should do with him?" I asked. Ryder squeezed his eyes shut. "I know what we should do with him, but I don't." He cut himself off with a deep breath. "No," I said firmly. "We're not going to kill him. There has to be another way." "He works directly under the warlord. They've twisted his perception of the outside world. He's been training his whole life to kill us, and now that he saw me, it won't take long for him to put 2 and 2 together. Your life is in danger now, too." Aiden shifted slightly and gave a small sigh. He seemed so pure and innocent in this state. I couldn't bear to discuss taking his life any longer. "No," I repeated. A gentle breeze ruffled my hair as I stood to check on the women down in the valley. One of them waved to a figure in the distance, a man, followed by a young teenager and another child. Thank goodness. Her people were going to be okay. Our people were going to be okay. I would make sure of it, and I'd find a way to do it without murdering my friend. Help me drag him back to the vehicle. No. Ryder stood, towering almost a foot above me. He didn't normally intimidate me, but the look on his face said he meant business. We can't take him back. Then I'll do it myself. I looped my arms under his and pulled. Aiden's stocky body barely budged. I tried again, digging my heels in to get things rolling, but Aiden was twice as heavy as me and pure muscle under all of his gear. I wasn't going to make it anywhere very quickly. Ryder stood with his arms crossed over his chest, watching me. Why are you staring at me? I'm just waiting for you to realize how bad of an idea this is. You're talking about leading the enemy directly into our home base. You might as well draw him a map and fill his truck with grenades to launch at us. Aiden wouldn't hurt us. Aiden has been hurting us for a year. That's his job, Claren. Things have changed since you left. People are not who they once were. Look, he was my friend too. I don't want to do this any more than you do, but it's the only option we have. I dropped Aiden's arms back into the dirt and marched up to Ryder. It's not the only option, and I swear, if people don't stop trying to tell me what my only options are, soon I'm going to lose my mind. I can make decisions too, okay? Give me some credit, and trust me for once that I can figure this out. Ryder's brows pulled together. Is there something else bothering you? No. Yes, I could deny it all I wanted, but a traitorous tear slipped from the corner of my eye. I wiped it quickly away and searched desperately for my peace point. Now was not the time to air my frustrations with everyone since I got back. I was worried about what would happen at camp when they saw me drag Aiden in, because I was definitely going to drag him in alive. My tolerance for being told what to do was all used up. Ryder needed to step aside and let me do my job. I'd handle my dad and Rafe and all of their opinions about what I should be doing when I got there. Rafe. The thought of him struck me like a dagger. Where was he? He'd left at the same time we did. They all did. Why were we still alone out here? Inhale, exhale, file it away. I wouldn't allow myself to get distracted right now. To get caught up in my emotions was selfish. I turned back to Aiden just as a click sounded from him cocking his gun. He was awake, and that was no stun gun in his hand. He sat up in the grass, still looking a little shaky from the fall, but with a fire burning inside. He glanced at me quickly from the corner of his eye, then turned back to Ryder, staring at him down the barrel of his gun, loaded and ready to fire. Chapter 14. Aiden, stop! It's Ryder! Ryder stood motionless. He didn't even breathe. I was unarmed after giving my weapon to the women in the valley, and I'd never felt more useless in my life. Please, I pleaded again. Drop your weapon. His hand trembled slightly as he slowly lowered his gun. The moment the barrel pointed down at the ground, Ryder lunged. Aiden saw him coming, although I knew he must have been achy and sore after the stun and his major fall from the tree. Aiden fought hard. He truly was a highly trained assassin. But Ryder knew his moves. They'd probably trained together, fighting like this for years. Stop it! I shouted, the emotion I'd just worked so hard to bury bubbling up again deep in my chest. After what seemed like several minutes of the men rolling around, landing hard, heavy fists on the other's face, they turned away from one another on the ground, panting hard. Ryder's nose was bleeding, and Aiden's eye was already starting to swell. Do you feel better now? I scolded. Aiden spit and shook his head with a loud curse. I don't believe it. He glared at Ryder. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you right now. Because he didn't kill you, I said. Yet, but I left that part out. "What is going on here?" he asked me. I extended my hand to help Aiden up. He eyed it warily before finally leaning onto his elbow and getting himself up without my help. Ryder rolled his eyes and ran a hand through his hair before pinning me with a look that said, "I told you so." "We need to check your injuries," I said, ignoring Ryder. "Let me help you back to your vehicle." Aiden shook his head. "You're a rebel, aren't you? How long have you been two-timing our nation?" He looked up to the sky and shook his head with a humorless laugh. "I'm such an idiot. How did I not see this?" "I'm not a rebel. I can explain everything when we get back." "Back where? To your rebel camp? I don't think so." "Aiden." I bit hard on the inside of my lip to keep myself from going off the handle on him. Emmeline would be so disappointed to see me so out of control of my feelings like this. It was dangerous. With a deep breath, I continued. "We need to get your injuries taken care of. I will tell you everything there." "Claren," Ryder interrupted, his tone laced with warning. I put up a hand, never breaking eye contact with Aiden. "I will tell you everything, if you promise to hear me out." He stood silently for a long time. I didn't think he would answer me at all. "Let's go," Ryder said. "We've got to warn the others." He started back toward the road, but I didn't move. "Come on, Aiden. Ryder will shoot you the first chance he gets if you don't agree to this. And I don't know that I'll even want to stop him if you turn your back on us now." I could see Aiden struggling. He was trying to balance what he thought he knew about the outsiders with what he saw in front of him, two of his close friends, healthy and alive, working for the enemy. I'd had the same struggle. I could relate better than he knew. Ryder paused and looked back over his shoulder at me. I felt his eyes boring into me, but still I held on. I'd give Aiden every chance I could. I knew there was goodness in his heart. I just hoped he'd let it guide him. But he didn't speak. He didn't move. With a heavy heart, I turned to the road, avoiding eye contact with Ryder. We both knew he was right. I didn't need him rubbing it in. I'd gone 10 steps or so when Aiden finally made a sound. "Wait." His voice was weak, uncertain. I turned to face him. "I think I might have sprained my ankle when I fell from the tree. Can your people help with that?" "They can try." A smile pulled at the corners of my mouth, but I wouldn't let it break free. Not yet. I wouldn't get my hopes up until I knew without a doubt Aiden was on our side. I'd question him once we got back to test his sincerity. Ryder was by my side in a flash, and I felt it in him too. Hope. Barely glowing like an ember in his heart. "I'll get one arm if you can get the other," he said. We swooped in on either side of Aiden and helped him back to our vehicle. "Where did the women go? And those kids?" Aiden asked as we eased him into the back behind our seats. "They were still in the valley last I checked." "How will they get back?" "They'll walk." He fished around in his pocket and pulled out a ring of keys. "Here, have them take my truck. I hate for those kids to walk so far." I looked at Ryder, and now it was my turn for the "I told you so" expression. But even then, I wouldn't get my hopes up. He jogged off to deliver the keys to the Embers in the valley, so I decided to push just a little harder. What was Aiden's goal here today? "Where are the rest of your men?" "It was just me." He dropped his chin. "Dimitri doesn't know I'm out here." "That's bold to act without his knowledge. Why'd you come out today?" "I had a hunch they'd be moving camps. I've been keeping notes. Every time we find some of them, they're gone before we can find them again. It's been going this way for months. But I've noticed a pattern in where they move, or I think I have anyway, and it looks like my hunch was right. But..." He shook his head, and the nausea in his belly was contagious. But what?
I didn't expect it to be ladies and kids.
Is that why you didn't shoot?
I couldn't.
He met my eyes, and I knew he was being honest. I'd known it when I saw him watching them from the tree, before I'd even realized it was Aiden.
They weren't even fighting back. What kind of a man would that make me?
Ryder was back then.
They were already over the hill, he said. I didn't have to go far at all.
A small child ran through the trees, giggling, until he spotted Aiden in the back of our vehicle. His eyes widened, and he disappeared back into the forest to find his mother. The entire group came out a moment later, avoiding eye contact with us, as they hesitantly made their way to the Claren City truck Aiden had stolen out from under Dimitri's nose. I think you'll be surprised to see just how domestic these rebels are. They're no more wild than you or me. They have families, too.
Oh, I've seen those domestic weapons they use to demolish entire cities, he scoffed. We need to get those kids out of there before they're brainwashed.
And what if you're the one who's been brainwashed? I said quietly. Aiden shot me a dirty look from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't say more. I considered contacting Felix for a little backup, but I couldn't reveal his connections with the Embers until I knew Aiden would keep our secrets safe. He probably wouldn't be able to respond until after the leadership meeting anyway. But I sensed a seed of doubt in Aiden. He acted like he was here purely to execute Claren City's attack plans, but there was still hope. I wouldn't give up on him until I had a chance to show him everything we were about. Despite Ryder's discouragement, I told Aiden everything, starting with the attack in Louisburg. Being a military guy, I needed to cut to the chase and point out his true enemy. Then I backtracked to explain how Frank pulled the wool over all of our eyes. He'd betrayed us all. Only after I was certain that Aiden knew we faced a shared enemy did I reveal the real mission behind the Embers. And that's where I lost him. Ryder pulled the vehicle off to the edge of the road about a mile away from camp.
I don't understand why the Embers would want to bite the hand that feeds them, Aiden said. They literally just have to show up to work to have every need met. Housing, a standard wage, safety of the city borders. And all they would have to sacrifice is all personal choice, all of their freedom. Aiden pursed his lips, considering my words. Life's gotta be hard out here without all the benefits of the city, though.
I never said freedom was easy, but it's worth it. Just think about it. You could marry whoever you wanted, work on what interests you, travel freely, live where you want. There is so much we're missing out on as mindless soldiers for Claren City.
Some of us like being mindless soldiers, he snapped, and I would never leave Abigail, not with all the freedom in the world.
He meant it. Aiden was one of the lucky ones who was assigned a job and a spouse he truly loved. I'd have to find some other way for him to see how much better life could be for them here.
Let's take him back, Ryder said with a sad expression. He doesn't get it.
I turned back to Aiden and took his face in my hands, softly resting my palms against his cheeks. I gathered all the trust I had within me and projected it into him. I wanted him to know I was sincere, and I wouldn't let him get hurt if only he would do the same for us. Come see our camp. See how we do things, and picture life here with Abigail. I think she would love it if you gave her the chance. After a long pause, he nodded. But before we take you in, I need to know that you're not going to hurt anyone. Not today, and not when you get back to the city. You can't tell anyone about this. Do you understand? I pulled my hands away to get a true sense of what he was feeling. Nerves fluttered inside, and he continued to war with himself over what to do. But he was sincere when he agreed.
I'll give it a fair chance, but if you're wrong, Claren, if these people are going to hurt my country, my city, You have to know that I will do everything within my power to destroy them."
"I hope that you will, and I hope you feel just as strongly about Frank and Milo and the anarchists they're gathering across the country." Something strengthened between us then. Trust. We wouldn't let each other down. "Ryder, can you drive us a little closer to camp now? Aiden won't be able to walk that far on his bum ankle." Ryder tensed his jaw, hesitating, before finally starting the engine again and navigating the rough trail toward camp. I wished he could see that Aiden was genuine. Fortunately, he trusted me enough to move ahead even despite his uncertainty. I just hoped the other Embers would be able to trust me as well. Chapter 15. Every face at the campsite turned toward us with distrusting eyes as we rolled in. Some people scattered, afraid to be seen by the Claren City soldier who sat untethered in the back of our vehicle. I spotted Rafe in the distance, standing beside Joy and Marissa near a pile of wood and wire. He turned and walked away after making eye contact with me. He was still angry, but at least he was safe. He and the others must have been called off once Ryder and I arrived on the scene. There was only one soldier after all. No one looked particularly interested to greet us except Joy. Bless her and her kind heart. She'd been through so much, and yet she still trusted me implicitly. "Hey," she said as she approached our vehicle. Her eyes darted back and forth between Ryder and Aiden. They both had obviously taken a beating. "What happened?" "There was a miscommunication, but we've got it mostly cleared up now. I think they'll both need some attention for their injuries, though. Is there a medic around by any chance?" "Carmen isn't here, but there's a girl named Belinda who might be able to help. I'll see if I can track her down." She paused, examining Ryder a little more closely. She was so distracted by the boy that she never even asked about Aiden or why we would bring a soldier into camp. Then again, he didn't look very intimidating, sitting in the back of our vehicle with that swollen eye and dirty, ripped uniform, and I knew he wouldn't be able to do much with his injured ankle. "Can you two behave for a minute if I help Joy?" Ryder pinned me with a glare. "I can assure you he won't do anything stupid." He spun the weapon he'd apprehended from Aiden around his finger. Show off. "Good. Please help him down and get him situated somewhere safe. And you might want to let the others know that the group we rescued will be arriving at any minute. I don't want them to panic when they see a Claren City truck roll into camp." He agreed, and I jumped down to follow Joy. "I'm sure I can manage on my own if you want to stay with the guys," she said as we made our way through the camp. "Nah, there's a little too much testosterone raging between them right now," I laughed. "Besides, I wanted to get your opinion on how I should handle this situation. Aiden, the soldier we captured, was a friend of ours when Ryder and I were working with the leadership in Claren. He's pretty high up in the ranks, but we've got history. I think he's honestly willing to hear me out, but I'm not sure how the others will take it. You've been here with them for a year now." I swallowed, suddenly feeling a small ache at the thought that Joy knew the Embers better than I did. "Do you think they might be willing to accept a soldier into their camps?" Her mouth twisted to one side as she considered it. "I think in this kind of situation, they would defer to Rafe. With his skills as an empath, he'll know better than anyone whether or not we can trust Aiden." Upon seeing me wince, she added, "Or you. You are an excellent empath, too." "But they don't know me, Joy. They won't trust me like they trust Rafe." "He trusts you, though, and so do we. That'll be enough for them. It doesn't hurt that you're Glenn's daughter, either." She smiled, trying to reassure me, but it didn't help. I didn't want to be known as Glenn's daughter or Rafe's girlfriend. But this wasn't about me, it was about the Embers. "Let's change the subject. Tell me about Ryder." "What do you mean?" The flutter in her chest and the flush in her cheeks said everything.
You two seem to have gotten close. Is there anything to that? I grinned. It would have genuinely warmed my soul to see the two of them together. But Joy frowned. No, I can't. Her heart jolted, physically knocking me down a peg or two. I filed the feeling away, focusing instead on the facts and our conversation as I attempted to block out all the emotion involved. It was easier said than done when one of my best friends was the one hurting. If Asher is still out there, her voice cracked. She cleared her throat and straightened her shoulders. I can't give up hope that he might still be alive. Just as Hines survived and she was his passenger, there's still a chance Asher is alive too. Joy. I stopped and reached for her arm, halting her in her tracks. Asher would have long returned to the city after dropping her off at the airport that day. He would have been home. He was an incredible man, and we should absolutely honor his memory. But we can't hold on to empty hope. Don't let the past hold you back, Joy, not when there is so much good to look forward to. She pulled her arm away, quickly wiping the moisture from her eyes. There's Belinda. Let's get your soldier some help. Belinda made quick time of gathering some basic medical supplies and rushed over to where we'd left the guys. She was a quiet woman, maybe 10 or 15 years older than me, and hardened by a lifetime of struggle. She didn't say much, but she was efficient. We hurried back over to where we'd left the others, and I was startled to see that Aiden and Ryder weren't alone. They sat on the ground, untangling wire with Marissa. She stood with a huge, warm smile. Hi, I'm Marissa. You must be Claren. I froze, and Joy cast a wary look back and forth between us. Sorry, Marissa giggled and wiped her hand on her pants. I probably know a lot more about you than you know about me. Rafe talks about you all the time. I feel like we're friends, but you probably have no idea who I am. Her cheeks flushed. I know who you are. I forced a smile. A strange feeling bubbled up in my chest, one I wasn't accustomed to. But I shouldn't feel jealous, not when I knew the score, and everything I could gather about Marissa seemed entirely wholesome and genuine. He's mentioned you as well, but it's nice to finally meet you in person. He's mentioned me? Her brows lifted, and I became aware of the flutter of hope she felt. But it could have been anything. I wouldn't read too much into it. Can you pull up your pant leg a little higher? Belinda squatted near Aiden, her voice rough but her tone gentle. He nodded and yanked on the material, wincing slightly as it pushed across his ankle. Belinda frowned. Here. She ruffled through her sack and withdrew a small glass jar full of wood shavings. Open your hand. She dumped out a small pile and told Aiden to chew on them. Seriously? You want me to eat wood? No, she smirked. I want you to chew on wood. Swallow the juice it makes with your saliva and spit out the hard stuff after a few minutes. It will ease the pain and the swelling. Oh, and fair warning, it does not taste very good. Aiden's face twisted as he reached that same conclusion, and Belinda got back to work on his ankle. So what do you guys have going on here? I asked, as I examined the wood and wire sprawled out before them. Joy was busy tending to Ryder's small cuts, so I was mainly speaking to Aiden and Marissa, which was strange. Surprisingly, it was Aiden who answered first. He spat a mouthful of soggy bark out on the ground beside him and grinned, dark specks still stuck between his teeth. We're making a chicken coop. Oh yeah? I raised a brow. He seemed almost excited about the idea. They actually have chickens out here, live ones. Can you believe that? I laughed. Have you gotten to see them yet? Marissa chimed in. They've just started laying again in the last couple of weeks since the weather warmed up. They're stuck in one of the tents right now until we can get the coop put back together. I'm hoping they're not too stressed out to continue giving us eggs. We really need them right now." Aiden frowned. "Sorry about that." "About what?" Marissa asked. "Forcing you all to move. This is not what I thought you were like." He gestured around the camp. "But I'll make it up to you. I'll help you get the coop back together at least." And he did, as soon as he was able to stand on his ankle again. Aiden was strong, and even while injured, he proved to be extremely useful when it came to restoring the camp. Ryder watched him like a hawk, but I was pleased to feel him drifting closer and closer to us throughout the afternoon. In fact, I'd even venture to say there was a small part of him that wanted to stay, especially when it came time to lead the chickens back to their coop. He watched the birds with wide-eyed wonder, like a child. He'd probably never seen any before, not in person anyway. Animals like this weren't kept in the city. They may as well have been fantastical creatures from our storybooks. Marissa ducked back into the tent after the chickens were secured once again, and she returned with a small basket. "I guess they kept laying after all. Want some fresh eggs?" She extended her arm toward Aiden. "Really?" he asked, looking hungrily at the basket in her hand. "But don't you all need them? I mean, food is scarce out here, right?" "I'll bring them some flour and grains next time I come out," I offered. "Go ahead, bring them back to Abigail." He grinned. She would love that. In fact, she would probably love a lot of things about this place. A couple of children ran through with sticks they used as play swords, laughing and shouting at one another. Aiden watched them wistfully. "It would be hard for her, though, to give up the life she's used to." "It was hard for me at first, too," Marissa said. "And I didn't exactly have a luxurious life in Claren City, but I would be happy to take her under my wing and teach her everything I know. The struggles are worth it, especially when you consider all the options you have that were never offered in the city." Her gaze drifted over Aiden's shoulder to an approaching figure. Rafe. I was overcome with a feeling of longing. I craved his arms around me and the safety of his embrace, the touch of his lips on mine. But were those feelings actually mine, or were they Marissa's? I shook the thought from my mind and shoved the emotion down deep where it wouldn't interfere with clear, logical thinking. "Emilio just called through the communicator," Rafe said to me. He was at least speaking to me again. That was a good sign. "You better get back into the city." The sun sat low on the horizon, and I knew he was right. I'd been gone far too long. "Is there something going on? Did he sound worried?" "No, he didn't mention anything." Rafe turned to walk away, but he paused when I called out to him. "Any chance you might be able to drive me back to my bike? I left it back at your camp." He never even looked over his shoulder. "Can't, sorry. I've got more work to do here." He moved forward again, pretending to be at ease, but really a ball of nerves wound as tightly as the wire around the chicken coop. "I'll drive you," Ryder said. "I'll take you too, Aiden." They locked eyes, and there seemed to be a note of understanding between them. Ryder reached out, and Aiden met him with a firm handshake, a signal of trust. Marissa helped Aiden package up a couple of eggs, and we climbed into Ryder's vehicle. "Goodbye," she called out with a wave. "I hope we see each other again soon." I returned her smile. "I hope so too. I'd like that." And I wasn't even lying. Marissa had a heart of gold. It was evident even in the short time I'd spoken to her. It was no wonder Rafe had made it his mission to get her out of the city and protect her. And if there ever was more between them, well, I could see that too. As much as I hated to admit it, they would have been really well suited. She probably didn't infuriate Rafe the way I seemed to. Maybe she was better for him. Chapter 16. Felix was pretty mum about the mandates meeting I'd missed out on. He assured me that no one seemed upset that I was late, and told me I didn't really miss out on much. We'll be implementing some new regulations over the coming weeks, but we'll just take it step by step. I'm hoping some things might change before most of this stuff goes into effect. Maybe we won't have to go through with the mandates after all." "Like what?" I asked, as we stepped up toward the main doors of the municipal building. "Oh, I don't know. It's probably wishful thinking." He sighed. "There are some bigger issues we need to handle first anyway." He held open the door for me and followed me into the building. The halls were mostly empty, everyone already tucked away into individual offices. "Are you sure you're ready to jump back into the inner circle?" "Ready as I'll ever be." "Even if today's topic of discussion is related to announcing our match?" My natural reaction was to resist, hard. I didn't like people telling me what to do. I liked it even less when it concerned my entire future, as well as the future of my dear friend. But it wasn't Felix's fault. He hadn't asked for this, and it wouldn't serve me well to take out my frustrations on him. "Even if—" He gave me a small smile and pushed a button on the wall. A moment later, the elevator doors opened. We stepped inside, and the feeling of my belly flipping took me by surprise once again. I'd felt it before, but it wasn't something I thought I'd ever get used to. We were taken up to the 4th floor, where the inner circle would be meeting, but the doors never opened. Felix scrunched his brows and pushed the button again. He tried once more, when suddenly the lights dimmed and a loud siren filled the small space. "Ah!" I crouched down, throwing my palms up over my ears to muffle the noise. Felix dropped right beside me, pulling me into his chest and wrapping his arms tightly around my shoulders. I couldn't speak. I couldn't hear anything but the blaring noise blasting down on us from unseen speakers. After much too long, the sirens finally stopped, abruptly. My ears still rang, and it took me several seconds to hear my thoughts again. I found myself practically sitting in Felix's lap on the floor of the elevator and quickly scooted away. "What was that?" I asked, rising back to my feet. Felix stood as well. I registered immediately from his body language that whatever this was, it wasn't good. In fact, it was really, really bad. "It's a lockdown." He ran a hand through his hair. "It means there's been another attack." It took a moment for his words to sink in. When we said there was an attack outside, we usually were referring to an Ember camp, a group of 20 or 30 people at most, and there were almost always survivors. The attack Felix referred to was on another new American city, most likely a district capital based on the pattern Frank had established over the last year. And when Frank attacked, there were no survivors. He used the government's own weapons against the people, murdering hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens in a single strike. I was going to be sick. Felix and I locked eyes. He was just as upset about this as I was, and there was no reason for two broken people to suffer alone. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around him again, trying to find any comfort I could as I worked my mind around his words. I didn't even realize my hands were caressing his back until I noted his thick, taut muscles through the thin material of his dress shirt. His arms came down around me, pulling me closer as he leaned his nose down to touch the top of my head. We stood that way for several heartbeats, allowing the weight of the news to sink in. "We can't let this happen anymore," I mumbled against his chest. "We won't." His breath was warm, and my hair softly rustled from the movement of his mouth. "We'll stop him. With the two of us working together, we can do anything." "You really believe that?" "I do." The doors opened, and I pulled away from Felix, though seeing the face of the woman standing outside the elevator made me want to wrap myself back in his arms again. Where was his giant fountain wave when we needed it? I would have loved to sail away from the center at that moment. Justice Hines scowled at me. "Get out of there!" I stepped forward, and she put out her hand. "Not you," she said, then turning toward Felix. "You." She pointed at him. "Out. Now."
He looked at me, panic flashed behind his eyes. "Tell her no, Felix. You're the senator. Don't let her boss you around." But he didn't hear my silent pleas. He stepped toward the opening. "What is going on?" "Your girlfriend here staged another attack, and I'm not going to let her get away this time." "That's not true, and you know it. It would be impossible for me to do such a thing." I tried to follow him out, but she blocked my way. "Which city was it?" Felix asked. Justice Hines ignored him, turning on me instead. "Enough with your lies." She wrapped a bony hand around my bicep, gripping so hard I thought she might cut off my circulation. "I know you have an entire network of rebels working for you, and I'm putting a stop to it." She mashed a button on the elevator panel. "Wait," Felix said, reaching his hand out to stop the doors from closing. "I demand to know why you think she's involved. What evidence do you have?" Justice Hines slammed her fist into his fingers, squishing them against the cool metal door. Felix jerked his hand back in surprise, and Justice Hines sneered at him as the doors finally came to a close. We were going down to the basement, where the holding cells were hidden. "This is ridiculous," I said, trying and failing to yank my arm loose from her grip. "You know I'm not lying." "I know you are a very skilled manipulator, but don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this once and for all, and as soon as I get approval, we will be finished with you for good." She wanted me dead. "You've lost your mind." Justice Hines shoved me back against the wall and raised a hand to hit me. I straightened my shoulders and lifted my chin. "Do it. I dare you." I would have loved for the opportunity to defend myself and lay a few hits on her as well. With my training and experience over the last year, I could do some serious damage. But knowing I couldn't initiate the fight was torture. Currently, she didn't have any grounds to take me captive, but if I hit her, she would have every right to lock me up, and worse. No, I couldn't have the first strike. Thinking better of it, Justice Hines dropped her hand as well. She was normally so cool and undeterred, blocking even the slightest hint of what she was really feeling. But right now, there was no denying her rage. I felt it burning within me, matched only by my own anger against her. But I would be stronger. I wouldn't sink to her levels. I closed my eyes and located my peace point, only it was different now. I pictured myself standing beside Felix at the fountain in his secret garden, safe, protected, secluded, and the wave of the fountain surrounded me with its liquid walls, sufficiently blocking out any outside distractions, washing away any trace of emotion. Justice Hines narrowed her eyes at me. She didn't like to be blocked out, and the thought brought me a sweet satisfaction at having the upper hand, even in a battle as small as this. But I wouldn't revel in it long. It had to be filed away so she'd have to keep guessing. This was how I would beat her, at least until I found a way out. The doors dinged open again, and she pulled me into the dark hall of the basement. Most leaders didn't have the credentials to enter this part of the building, so the halls were empty. All was quiet until we rounded the corner where the holding cells were tucked away. Then there was a slight scuffling on either side of us. Most of the cells were empty, though the few prisoners trapped in the dingy cells hurried over to leer at us as we made our way down the hall. I noticed the Ember man Aiden had apprehended along with me on the day of the first attack. He sat alone on the cold cement floor, watching me with a sadness in his eyes, reaching down to unfathomable depths. He didn't trust me, and yet here I was, now a prisoner just like him, one in the same. At the very end of the hall sat a final empty cell. Georgia stood at the door, holding it open for her mother, with the most victorious grin plastered across her snide little face. I wanted to kick her as we approached, but I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of getting me riled up. Felix wouldn't allow them to keep me down here for long. I just had to play nice until he came for me.
Justice Hines aggressively shoved me inside, slamming the door with a metal clink behind me. She twisted a key in the lock, then faced me with the sick fury burning in her eyes. "Don't worry," she said. "We won't keep you in here long. As soon as I receive approval, you'll be taken to the executioner. We'll save our goodbyes for then," she smirked. "That call can't come soon enough," Georgia laughed, and her mother patted her on the back. "Come along now, let's clean up the mess that terrorist made." They walked away, leaving me alone at the end of the dark hall, with nothing but concrete and metal bars to comfort me now. Hurry up, Felix. Chapter 17. A guard came down around lunchtime to deliver food to the other prisoners, but he conveniently forgot to check in my cell. Even after I called out to him, he ignored me. When the guard returned around supper time, I felt his nerves thickening the air like a noxious fog. He knew I was there, and he didn't necessarily want to ignore me, but he felt obligated to do it, which meant Justice Hines had instructed him to leave me unfed and without water. I let it get to me at first. I replayed the morning's events over and over in my mind, thinking of all the things I should have done, what I should have said. But would it have done me any good? Probably not. Justice Hines had friends in all the right places. She practically ran the city, and if it were up to her, she'd do whatever it took to run the entire nation. She would have gotten me down in this cell one way or another. I was honestly surprised she didn't try to kill me right on the spot. Someone must have still had a smidgen of control over her. I just hoped whoever it was might have a bit of mercy for me. Because after more than 24 hours alone in this cell, cold and thirsty, one thing was clear. Felix wasn't coming. I didn't sleep well that night for obvious reasons, so I thought I might have been hallucinating the next day when instead of the guard bringing in lunch, I saw Edgar. I rose quickly to my feet, gripping the bars and pressing my face between them, squinting into the darkness. He wasn't alone. Georgia was 2 steps behind him, laughing and jeering at the prisoners. Then she locked eyes with me and let out a loud guffaw. "See, doesn't she look pathetic?" Edgar laughed as well. "Oh my goodness, you were right. I can't believe it. We finally got her." A knife twisted in my belly. The betrayal stung deeply. How could Edgar, the quiet, shy boy I'd grown up with in Morton Borough, turn on me? They strolled right up to my cell, but I didn't back away. If they'd gotten close enough, I might have even spat in their faces. "Mother says we should be getting the call today. I don't see why she's waiting, though. We know what they're going to say. Why not just slit her throat and be done with it?" Something flashed in Edgar's eyes at the harshness of George's words, but he didn't disagree. He smirked. "We should televise it. Put it on the evening programming so the entire nation can see what happens to terrorists." Georgia giggled. "We don't want to blind them by forcing them to look at her." Edgar snorted, but I stayed strong. I didn't need them. I wouldn't let him hurt me. The second they opened the door to take me to my execution, I planned to fight them off. I wasn't big, but I was scrappy. I could take the Hineses and Edgar, no problem. I could probably even take the guard who delivered the prisoners food. Beyond that, I wasn't sure, but I definitely wouldn't go down without a fight. Georgia glanced at her watch. "Come on, Ed. The coffee cart will be down our hall soon. I want to get one of those vanilla scones before Kima eats them all again." "Go ahead," Edgar said, "and grab me a black coffee, please. I'll be right up. I just want to see if I can get any more information out of her first." "Ugh, don't waste your time." Georgia rolled her eyes. "She's useless." "You're probably right, but I want to try anyway." He touched her arm, and I watched George's features physically relax. "All right, but hurry up or I'll drink your coffee." He winked, and Georgia headed back for the elevator, running her hands down the line of bars and taunting the prisoners as she went. The second the doors closed behind her, Edgar turned to me with an entirely different expression. "Are you okay?" he whispered. "What do you care?" My chest ached with remorse, Edgar's remorse. "I care very much. You know that was all a show with Georgia." "Well, then you deserve an award, because that was quite the acting job you did." "Of course it was. Don't forget, she's an empath too. I've made it a habit of reflecting her emotions any time she's near, which unfortunately for me is a lot." He leaned in and rested his hands on the bars. This time I did step back. I didn't want to risk him trying to project any kind of unnatural emotion into me. He pushed his face between the bars and dropped his voice even lower. "I want to help you get out of here." I laughed. "Grab a key. Seems pretty simple to me." Edgar sighed. "I would if it were that easy, but the command needs to come from higher up." "I'm certain Felix will give you his blessing." I crossed my arms over my chest, surprised at the sting I felt mentioning Felix. Why hadn't he come to get me yet? "Felix can't do anything at the moment. They've stripped his credentials." "Who has?" "Justice Hines. She's got connections with someone in the supreme leadership. I'm not sure how she's pulling these strings, but I know for sure that Felix is out. He couldn't even get into the building this morning. Georgia said they're trying to charge him with aiding and abetting a national terrorist." "Me?" My heart dropped to my stomach. This leadership was more corrupt than I even realized. Edgar must have sensed my despair because he flashed a reassuring smile. "It's okay. They can't charge him until they prove you're guilty, and that won't happen." "Because I'm not guilty." "I know." Edgar paused, his cheeks flushed and eyes glossy. After a few moments, he added, "And I think I know how we can get you out, but I don't know how much you'll like it." Everything I could gather from him screamed authentic concern. I wanted to believe him, but I'd seen him with Georgia, and he'd seemed pretty authentic then, too. "I don't know if I can trust you anymore." His brows furrowed. "You can, really. I know what you were doing back in Lewisburg, and I've tried to find as many ways to help with the cause as possible." "Like the weapons you sent out before the explosion last year." "Yes, exactly," Edgar said, looking relieved. "And you were the one who put the tracking stickers on them, weren't you?" He stilled, then slowly nodded. "I did that for a good reason. I wanted to track the growth of the movement." "Did you? Or were you trying to track me so you could report my movement back to your friend Georgia?" "Claren!" "Nope. I appreciate your concern, Edgar, whether it's genuine or not, but I will not sit here and conspire with you. Georgia was right. I'm a lost cause when it comes to you trying to get new information out of me, so you might as well quit." Edgar sighed. "Look, I know that you're upset, and I really wish you would trust me, but I understand why you can't. It doesn't mean I'm going to give up, though. I've made some calls, and I really think we'll get you out of here, hopefully before the end of today. And even if you never want to speak to me again, you should know that I will never stop working for you, however I can." I turned and walked back to the corner of my tiny cell, facing away from him. I couldn't even trust my own intuition anymore. Edgar had become very skilled over the last couple of years, manipulating his own emotions better than I'd ever seen anyone accomplish. While I blocked mine out, he collected them and reflected them from everyone else. It was masterful, and it meant I'd never be able to truly trust him. "Oh, and I brought you this." He paused, probably waiting for me to respond. After several breaths, I heard something on the floor behind me. "It was the last one," he added. "I'll see you around, Claren." I waited until the sound of his slow footfalls had long disappeared before turning back around. There on the floor, just inside the bars of my cell, sat a vanilla scone, gently wrapped in a paper napkin. The edges were crumbling from being shoved in his pocket, but even so, it was the most beautiful thing I'd seen in a long time. I dozed off sometime mid-afternoon and was jolted awake by the loud clacking of pointed heels coming around the corner. A couple of the other prisoners let out low catcalls and whistles as Emmeline strutted confidently down the hall. It was a bold thing for them to do, considering her position, but considering theirs, I supposed it didn't matter much anyway. She stopped in front of my cell. "Are you ready to go?" she asked curtly. "Yes," I stood. "Where are we going?" Surely Emmeline wasn't the executioner, was she? She was cold enough to be good at the job, that was for sure. "To the Capitol." She blinked, straight-faced as ever. "The Capitol? Why?" "It isn't your place to ask questions, Miss Greenwood. The Supreme Leadership has requested to speak with you. I can decline the offer on your behalf if you'd prefer to stay here." "No, thank you. I'll go. May I gather my things?" "There's no time." "But I just need to tell Felix." "Senator Walsh shall be informed." "So he's still the senator, then?" Emmeline's forehead wrinkled. "Miss Greenwood, are you ready to go or not?" "Yes, Madam Fraser." I pinched my lips together, remembering again that everything I said or did would be visible to the Supreme Leadership anyway. Perhaps it was safer not to speak to Emmeline. I wouldn't want to accidentally let anything slip. "Very good." I swore I heard Emmeline's voice speak the words directly into my mind. "Now you're catching on." Chapter 18. I gasped and took a step back. "The hairpin," Emmeline's voice said in my brain. "So I'm not imagining this?" She shook her head with a subtle grin. "And you can hear me, too?" She winked. "It's the only way for us to communicate undetected, and you will need my guidance for where we are going." I reached up to feel the pin, but thought better of it. If I accidentally activated the touch sensor, Amelia would receive a recording of everything I said, and something told me there was some secrecy to whatever was about to happen with Emmeline. He'd mentioned page 51 when he gave me the pin, and I knew that page in Emmeline's journal well. It was the one labeled Beyond Empathy, where she had been experimenting with mind-reading capabilities. It was a page I'd practiced for months, swirling around my own awareness. But now, with the aid of this mysterious hairpin, Emmeline seemed to have cracked the code. "Can I use this to hear others' thoughts as well, or just yours?" I asked her with my mind. "No, not without a sensor." She tilted her head, and I noticed a matching tiny clip in her hair as well. This must have been similar to the triple T technology Emilio had shown me with the wool caps when I first entered Felix's inner circle. It had come a long way since then. Then aloud, Emmeline said, "Now let's go, Miss Greenwood. We don't want to keep them waiting." I didn't recognize the pilot of our plane, and even the aircraft itself was quite different from anything I'd seen before. It was larger, grander, and more intimidating. It could only have been a product of the Supreme Leadership. "We'll be in the air for approximately 3 hours, Emmeline said, once we'd settled into our seats. "I suggest you take this time to regain your strength before we reach the Capitol. They won't delay once we arrive." She placed a second-glass bottle of water on the tray table in front of me. I downed the first one quickly before we left the municipal building. Next to the bottle, she set a small brown sack that contained a peanut butter sandwich and an apple. "Thank you," I whispered. She nodded and moved 2 rows forward to her seat. The plane lifted off, and I was thankful for a few minutes to myself. Edgar had mentioned help was coming. Was he referring to Emmeline? I couldn't imagine that the two of them were working together, but I'd seen stranger things. He'd also said I wouldn't like whatever method was being offered for my release. A strong sense of foreboding gripped me as we disappeared into the clouds. "Claren?" Emmeline's voice rang through my mind. "Yes?" "Good, you can hear me. Have you finished your lunch?" "I have." "Then we need to work on your strength. You've gotten weak since our last encounter. You're distracted. I don't care to know why, but I do care to fix it. We only have a couple of hours." I'd wrongly assumed that by regaining my strength, she'd meant I could sleep during the flight. With a full belly and the gentle hum of the plane's engines, I found myself craving just a brief little nap. "There's no time for naps." Heck, I couldn't get away from her. "You can, but you're weak. That's why I'm trying to help. Are you still able to practice the extreme blocking technique I wrote about in the journal?" I nodded. Then, realizing she couldn't see me from her seat, I mentally responded, "Yes." "Show me." I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, imagining my peace point. I tried to go back to the pond in Morton Burrow, but it didn't feel the same. I wasn't at ease there. Morton was no longer my home. My mind drifted instead back to the fountain where I'd stood with Felix. Like in the elevator with Justice Hines, I imagined the water growing into a massive wave, then coming down around me, surrounding me in its aqueous walls. Surprisingly, I wasn't alone in my new peace point. Felix was there too, gripping my hand in his. We stood silently together, watching the liquid walls shift before us. It was quiet and calm. I didn't want to leave, but I remembered Emmeline. The water wall parted before me, and I called out to her. "Good, you're still there. Very well done, Claren. When we reach the capital, you will need to stay there in your block throughout our visit." "I don't know if I can," I admitted. "I've never held it for so long before. There always seems to be something that tears it down." "I'll help the best I can," Emmeline's voice responded. "But you must not waver. The Supreme Leadership is comprised of the greatest minds in our nation. They will find you if you crack, and I won't be able to stop what happens next. Your life depends on this, Claren. In a way, the life of our entire nation depends on this." I swallowed. That seemed a bit dramatic, but I wouldn't pretend to know better. This was Emmeline's wheelhouse. I'd learned in the past it was probably best to trust her with these kinds of things. "There's more," she said. "You've been accused of treason. They will interrogate you, using any means necessary to get the truth." "Including mind reading?" "Perhaps, but we are one step ahead of them in that regard. Emilio's technology is a bit more advanced than theirs, and I've got someone inside who has been helping me take it even further. That is what we are using now. If you can successfully block me out of your true thoughts and feelings, you will certainly be able to block them out as well." Great, I thought. My block worked a moment ago, correct? Yes, but it will not be enough to simply block the leadership out. You must manipulate your emotions to line up with what the Supreme Leaders want you to think. They must believe wholeheartedly that your goals and motivations are completely aligned with theirs. And what are their goals and motivations? A moment of silence passed before I finally heard Emmeline's voice again. They want to eliminate the outsiders, all of them. Uncertain of how to respond to that, I tried to lean into Emmeline's thoughts for further information. It would be so much easier if I could just root around in her brain the way she seemed to be doing in mine. But Emmeline's block was strong. I felt nothing there, just silence. Now, let's practice emotional manipulation. We spent the next 2 hours running through every possible natural reaction the body was capable of. Upon command, I would be forced to feel joy, sorrow, confusion, terror, elation, and even love. Some I was better at than others, and some, like love, I could never believably portray. After a while, my head felt like it was being split in two, and Emmeline finally conceded to let me rest until we landed. I'd have to put up my walls and keep them up indefinitely as soon as the wheels touched down. With my forehead pressed against the small window of the plane, I allowed its coolness to seep into me and help calm my nerves. I had no idea what to expect when we reached the ground. The plane began its descent, and I watched with wonder as we dipped back into the clouds for just a moment. Before long, we were low enough to reach clear skies again, and I noted the coastline up ahead. Beyond the shore was the ocean, more vast than I could have imagined. It seemed to go on forever. I dreamed often of visiting the ocean, but this was never how I envisioned it happening. Especially once I got to know Rafe and the other Embers, I'd imagined driving in our open-air vehicles until the air blowing through my hair grew salty with the sea breeze I'd read about in books. Instead, I found myself in a metal box in the sky, delivering me into the hands of people who wanted us all dead. We flew closer and closer to the shore, and it didn't take me long to realize we were continuing our flight right over the water. The rumors were true, it seemed. The capital had been relocated after the Great War, and many suspected they'd erected it upon an island, so heavily guarded that no one would ever be able to access it unannounced again. Anticipation twisted my gut. Would I see the supreme leader here, the man in charge of it all? And if so, would I be able to contain my true thoughts and keep my fist away from his nose? Only time would tell. The plane tilted hard to one side, and through the small windows across the aisle, I finally spotted the island we were heading toward. It wasn't large, and it sat alone, surrounded by glittering, deep blue waves of the ocean. Enormous walls stood tall around the perimeter, making it look more like a citadel than simple Capitol building. The sun bounced off of their light-colored surfaces, making the entire island appear to glow against the dark backdrop of the water. I couldn't see much inside the walls at all. I wondered where we would land. It didn't look like there was enough room for a runway outside of the walls. Then I spotted the boat on the opposite side of the island. It looked more like a long, floating street atop the water's surface. I'd seen military ships like it in our history books in school, but I never imagined things like this were still in use. Though with the weapons Frank and Milo had stolen from them, I shouldn't have been surprised at all that the Supreme Leadership had secret technologies. This was probably just the very tip of what they worked on inside those walls. We landed on the boat with a hard bump, and the wheels screeched as our pilot slammed on the brakes. A few minutes later, I unbuckled my safety belt and rose to meet Emmeline. I had no bags to retrieve, and neither did she, so we made our way to the exit. With the turn of the handle, the sound of pressure releasing from the cabin filled my ears, and then I was blinded by the sunlight that infiltrated the dim plane. When I opened my eyes, Emmeline was already a few steps out the door, walking into a small crowd of fierce-looking soldiers. My heart rate immediately picked up, and Emmeline turned over her shoulder and gave me a sharp look of warning. Inhale, exhale. I imagined the ocean itself lifted up to surround me in its protective walls, blocking out any true emotion, and I descended after her. The moment my feet reached the boat below, 2 soldiers stepped forward and wrapped my wrists in metal cuffs. Claren Greenwood, you are under arrest for treason against the United Districts of New America. Your interrogation will begin immediately. Again, I felt my heart pounding against the inside of my rib cage. My raging ocean walls of protection were mere trickles of water, blocking next to nothing. Stay calm, Emmeline's voice sounded in my head. Then I saw my mother's face, smiling and reassuring, telling me everything would be okay.
My eyes grew wet, but my walls grew stronger. I didn't know why I'd thought of her at that moment, and I didn't really even recall that particular memory of her, but it did the trick. I took a deep breath and followed the soldiers to the edge of the deck. Below, a smaller motor-powered boat was waiting with 2 other soldiers already on board. We made our way down the ladder to the vessel waiting below, slowly, because my hands were cuffed together, making it more difficult to do anything quickly. The soldiers below stepped on either side of me like deadly bookends, and the engine kicked into life, zipping us across the choppy waves toward the white island fortress ahead. We edged around the island until we reached a towering black gate standing 2 stories tall. The soldier captaining our small boat whispered something into his shoulder, and the gate began to rise. It went up and up and up, soaring overhead as ocean water ran down its metal bars. Still, the gate rose, and I didn't see the bottom until the gate was hundreds of feet in the air. There had been more of it hidden under the water than I saw above. The gate held firmly in the air, suspended by an unseen mechanism and no longer moving, but with streams of water still dripping from the metal. Our boat zipped quickly forward under the spray of water and into a small inlet of the island. The gate immediately began to drop back down behind us, but I couldn't be bothered to watch it. The island was visible in its entirety now, and I'd never seen anything as incredible in my life. A sprawling labyrinth of white buildings and towers wound up a spiraling path to the Capitol building at the very center of the island. It sat like a monument at the top of a hill, drawing all attention and commanding respect just by being in its presence. White columns surrounded the building, and impenetrable towers stood at all 4 corners. The building was all white, like the rest of the island, except for the enormous golden dome in the very center, from which a tall spire stood, glittering in the blue sky. Though the buildings of the island lacked color, there was a flutter of activity that prevented the place from feeling sterile. Life abounded around us, and gorgeous greenery and flower beds dotted the winding streets. More time, effort, and money was devoted to the aesthetic here than would ever have been allowed in any of our district cities, even in the centers. It was breathtaking. Our captain steered us toward a dock where even more soldiers stood awaiting us. Once firmly situated on dry land, I couldn't help but take a moment to spin around, taking in the entire island. "How many supreme leaders are there?" I asked, forgetting temporarily that I was cuffed and considered a terrorist. There were so many people bustling around, so many more than I ever expected to live at the Capitol. "There is only one supreme leader, and one would be wise to speak of our greatness with a little more respect." Emmeline's curt response snapped me back into the reality of the situation. I needed to be cautious, not to let my guard down and speak so casually again. "But," she continued, "there are thousands of us at work here at the Capitol. Many of us work in the leadership, and others are born and raised to work the island itself." Ah, that made better sense. So most of these individuals were workers, just in a different setting. I wondered if they knew life existed off of this island, or if they were prisoners to the supreme leadership, ignorant of anything the leaders didn't want them to know. The other districts certainly didn't know they existed. We moved forward to a metal door at the base of the hill. Emmeline typed something into a keypad, and a machine dropped from the ceiling to scan the tattoo on her neck. After a quick flash of red light, the doors chimed and parted to let us in. Emmeline only allowed 2 soldiers to enter with us. The others were not permitted on these premises, and once inside, it became obvious why. A short walk through a hall led us to an open platform surrounded by tracks. On the tracks sat single cabs, similar to a car, but larger. They weren't quite like the trains used before the Great War, however.
They were more like a hybrid of the two. The cabs operated individually, and there was room for 4 individuals inside. 2 benches sat on opposite sides, facing each other, and a digital pad was set into the wall. Other than the pad, the walls were all windows. Emmeline entered a few commands into the pad, and the cab jerked to life, flying us forward on the track at a speed that left the world blurred around the edges. We sped upward and out of the enclosed space below, up through the open sky on a track that sat above the island below. It looked like a plaything, an incredibly complex model of an imaginary city. We flew higher and higher on the track, and within a minute we disappeared into the Capitol building at the crest of the hill. "I'll handle it from here, thank you for your service, gentlemen." Emmeline dismissed the soldiers with a nod of her head. They gave the new American salute, 2 fingers from the right hand placed over their left shoulders. "For the greater good," they said in unison. Then they stepped back into the cab and reversed out of the building back to the platform below. It all happened so fast, and my mind was still whirling when Emmeline turned back toward me. "Get it together," she snapped in my mind. But her face was a picture of calm as she scanned us in through another heavy metal door. "Almost there, Miss Greenwood." We entered a slick white hall. The floor shone from long strips of light suspended overhead. The walls were slick and shiny as well, with no doors or windows as far as I could see. We walked several steps ahead, and Emmeline placed her palm on a square tile of the wall. An elevator door appeared seemingly out of nowhere, though I suppose I might have seen it if I'd known what to look for. I stepped inside behind Emmeline, and as the doors closed again, I imagined my own walls were closing to protect me as well. If Emmeline tried to speak to me now, I wouldn't hear her. I was completely blocked off from any empath who tried to read me. I searched inside for a calm resolution and lifted my chin as the elevator came to a stop. The doors opened to reveal a familiar face I'd hoped not to see again. "Hello, Miss Greenwood." Cynthia George, the supreme leader who had worked closely with Everett in Louisburg, regarded me with her icy blue eyes. "Please have a seat in my office." She gestured to an open doorway behind her. "Madam Fraser, your service is no longer required. I will alert you when I'm finished here." Emmeline saluted her. "For the greater good." She didn't even glance at my direction again before disappearing back into the elevator and leaving me alone with this leader who clearly did not trust me. "Now," Cynthia said, turning toward me, "let's have a little talk." Chapter 19. Madame George's office was the epitome of luxury. It was a little jarring to step into such a lush, feminine suite after the stark, white, lifeless halls of the rest of the building. The walls were a pale blue, a more muted shade of Cynthia's eyes. Floor-to-ceiling drapes, the color of champagne, framed multiple windows around the walls, all which offered stunning views of the island down below, with the sparkling ocean in the distance. A glittering chandelier hung over her ornate mirrored desk. I took a seat in the supple leather chair across from hers. The cushions conformed to my shape, and I sunk deeper into the comforts of the chair the longer I rested there. Cynthia walked to the opposite side of the desk and took a seat as well. She clasped her hands together and rested her chin on top of her fingers, propped up by her elbows. It was an interesting tactic. Instead of intimidating me into submission with cement walls and a single flickering bulb overhead, she was creating the most inviting atmosphere possible. She tried to take my walls down with rest and comfort for my weary bones. Even the air, which smelled of lavender and vanilla, seemed to act as a subtle weapon against my sharper judgment. "Welcome to the Capitol." She didn't smile, and her eyes danced across my features, attempting to get a read on me. That confirmed it.
Cynthia was most definitely an empath. I took an even breath, steadying my pulse and checking to be sure my walls were still sufficiently blocking her out. "Thank you." I raised my hands to show her the cuffs around my wrists. "Though it hasn't been a very warm welcome, I must say." Her eyes narrowed. "Yes, well, we reserve our finer treatment for non-terrorists." Inhale, exhale. I wouldn't let her snide comments rattle me. "How can I help you, Madam George?" I figured we may as well cut to the chase. "It seems that there are some who believe you are responsible for the attacks against our nation." I blinked, revealing nothing. She hadn't asked me a direct question, and I had no intentions of offering any more information than was required of me, though it was becoming clearer and clearer that Cynthia was likely Justice Hines's contact in the Supreme Leadership. There was no telling what kind of lies she'd been told about me. She waited silently as we engaged in our own little staring contest. After a minute or two, a muscle tensed in her jaw. "Are you?" "Am I responsible for the attacks?" "No." So far, so good, and I didn't even have to lie. "Do you know who is responsible?" "Yes." This was dangerous territory. I had to word my responses carefully, but if it was possible to turn the new American defenses against the right target, I had to try. She waited again, expecting me to elaborate. When I didn't, she pursed her lips and leaned forward, dropping her hands to the desktop. "Well, who is it?" I couldn't say Frank's name. Justice Hines was aware of my previous relationship with Frank. Revealing his involvement would only complicate my own situation. But thankfully, Frank wasn't acting alone. "Milo Johansson." "The exiled man Martha Hines apprehended in Claren City?" Well, first of all, Justice Hines had nothing to do with his capture. That was all me. But I would keep that detail to myself. "Yes," I said instead. "That's the one." Cynthia showed no reaction at first. I tried to lean into her mind a little, trying to get any sense of how she was taking my news, but she was a blank slate. This was certainly a higher class of empaths in the capital than what I was used to back home. After a few long heartbeats, she cracked. One side of her lip pulled up, and I thought she might snarl at me. But then her lips fully split apart, and she let out a loud, barking laugh. "You've gone mad, child." I quirked an eyebrow, but said nothing. "The exiled man is an idiot. The only reason he might be involved in this at all is if someone like you is feeding him information. We know there is someone inside the leadership who has turned on us. Have you been giving him the codes for the weapons?" She looked at me pointedly. "No, I don't have any codes to feed him," I replied honestly. "And I wouldn't know where the weapons are located even if I did. He was working with one of your people, Conrad Reynolds." "Preposterous." Her cheeks reddened. "I know with complete certainty that Conrad had nothing to do with that man." "I saw them together. Your information is unreliable because Milo cut the tracker from his throat." "You had better watch your mouth, child. This is exactly the kind of lie against our people I was warned of with you. Most of us know that you are a traitor, and there are not many people here who think your life is worth saving." I imagined the fountain and took slow breaths. She was trying to anger me, but I wouldn't allow her words to cut. "Then why bring me in for questioning?" There had to be some doubt in her mind about my responsibility, otherwise they would have executed me back in Claren, like Justice Hines had planned. If I could find the crack in the Supreme Leadership's certainty, perhaps I could pry it open enough to see what they were really after, and with any luck, I could use their weakness to turn them against Frank.
Cynthia's veneer faltered for a moment, just long enough for me to sense the hatred rolling within her. But I didn't get the feeling that it was directed entirely at me. Let's just say there's an influential member of our ranks who has the ear of our greatness. They seem to believe you have a gift that would be helpful for our cause.
Emmeline, it had to be. She'd mentioned in the journal that she was working to get me into the supreme leadership. But why? This was the last place I wanted to be, and it was so far removed that I would be of no use to the Embers from this island fortress. But if Emmeline knew the supreme leader on a personal level, there may be a chance that he would hear me out.
Will I get to meet him? Meet who? Cynthia looked puzzled. The supreme leader. She snorted. Of course not. The identity of our leader is confidential to everyone but a select few. My lips snapped back together, and I realized I was grinding my teeth. Inhale, exhale. I could not allow my frustration to show. Now, back to where we were. You said you saw Milo after his escape. Where? Outside of Louisburg. And what purpose did you have outside? There should have been no reason for you to leave the city's walls. I couldn't tell her the truth, of course. I'd been out helping the outsiders, giving them weapons and attempting to circumvent the attack. But my answer had to be believable. There was a riot at Everett's home the day of the explosion. Justice Hines was there that morning. She saw it as well. The people were angry and looking to remove the leadership from office. They reached me inside the house. That was all true, even if it didn't explain my reason for going outside. Are you claiming the outsiders removed you from Louisburg before the explosion? That seems convenient. She leaned back in her seat, looking quite proud of herself. They kidnapped me. My stomach twisted at the bitterness of the lie I spoke. I took a moment to reflect on the fountain walls surrounding my heart. I couldn't get myself convicted today. There was still work to be done. Certainly you already knew that, I added. That was the narrative going around after Aiden found me with the Embers. I feigned a feeling of trauma and grief, trying my best to replicate the emotions of someone who may have actually been kidnapped and held captive for a year. Cynthia narrowed her eyes and glanced up at my forehead before speaking again. Let me be clear. I think you're lying. I think your rebel network came in to save you before the explosion, and I think you've been working with them on the subsequent attacks ever since. But the one thing that is certain is that you are, indeed, a gifted empath. Her mouth twisted to one side. Maybe I wasn't entirely convincing, but it was enough to give her pause, and that was good enough for now, I hoped. If I can find proof that you had access to the weapons and/or the codes, I will have you executed immediately. That's all the evidence I need. She paused, hesitant to reveal what she had to say next. But our greatness seems to have taken a special interest in you. Therefore, if you can prove your allegiance to us, you will earn another day and possibly even a promotion in the process. I nodded. I will prove my allegiance. Cynthia tisked. Not so fast, child. You haven't heard my terms. I wouldn't be so quick to accept if I were you. Of course there was going to be a catch. Even so, I couldn't leave her with any doubt. She had to believe I was on their side no matter what. Otherwise, I'd never get to use their forces against Frank, and this war wouldn't end until most of the nation had been wiped off the map. I said I will prove my allegiance, and I mean it, no matter the terms. Cynthia sneered. That's wonderful news. Madam Fraser insists that you are supreme leadership material. Let's consider this your entrance exam. We need you to help us in the war against the rebels outside. You yourself have seen the cruelty they are capable of while you were kidnapped, no?" She failed to hide her smirk. "Our intelligence committees believe the next attack will likely occur in St. Frederick. You will go there and work on behalf of the supreme leadership. We need you to lead the city's military forces outside and eliminate the rebels, all of them. If you can successfully remove your friend Milo, or whoever may be truly in charge, then the war will be over. If you don't eliminate them, then we'll know where your loyalties really lie." "It's been a year, and no one has been able to take out the rebel leader yet. Why do you believe I'll have any better luck? I have no military training." She shrugged. "Real-world experience? This is the only way I can believe you're loyal to New America. If you fail, you'll either die at the hands of the rebels, or you'll return here and die at the hands of our executioner. We can't risk keeping a traitor in the capital. But if you succeed, you'll have the honor of joining our ranks as the newest member of the Supreme Leadership." It was not a very tempting deal. I would lose either way. But if I could take out Frank and Milo, then it was worth a shot. "You have a deal. There's nothing I want more than to kill the man responsible for taking all of these innocent lives." Cynthia shook her head. "Not just the one man. All of them. All of the rebels. We'll begin with those near St. Frederick, but you've got a lot of work ahead of you. We won't stop until every rebel's blood has been shed." My walls were cracking. The faces of the Embers flashed through my mind. Rafe, Joy, my father. She wanted me to kill them all. But that wasn't the immediate task ahead of me. No, I had only one job to do now, and it was the same as what I dedicated the last year of my life toward accomplishing. The difference was that now I had an entire army to back me up. I had to eliminate Frank. Once he was out of the picture, I'd have time to find a way to get out of the other part of our bargain. If I dwelled on it too long now, I'd crumble right in front of Cynthia. I'd never make it off the island. I swallowed down my fear and sat a little taller. "When do I begin?" She crossed her arms over her chest and stared at me for a long minute. Her cold eyes were calculating, searching mine for a crack in the same way I'd done to her earlier. It wasn't enough for me to stay a blank slate. I had to be convincing. I allowed the smallest amount of raw emotion to seep through my walls, concentrating purely on how I felt about Frank. I was a ball of rage, powered by betrayal and grief over the lives he'd taken. I wanted revenge. Cynthia's mouth moved ever slightly from side to side, as though she was deliberating on whether to say more. Or perhaps she was simply sizing me up, determining whether or not I'd survive the mission. But after another minute, she dipped her chin. "I'll call Madame Fraser back up to retrieve you. You'll be able to start as soon as tomorrow." I lifted my hands once more. "Will I be able to work without the cuffs?" Cynthia ignored me, calling to someone through her communicator instead. Neither of us faked pleasantries as she stood to lead me out of her office. "I'll be very interested to see if we meet again, Miss Greenwood." I left her office to find Emmeline already waiting in the hall, but Cynthia's words hung over me like a storm cloud the rest of the way home. What did she mean by "if we meet again"? Did she expect me to fall by the hands of Milo, or was she planning to arrange my death herself? Chapter 20. I felt a renewed fondness for Claren City upon returning home. It was drab in comparison to the luxurious capital island, but that almost made it more endearing. Or maybe it was just the fact that I'd accepted this may be the last time I'd ever see it.
It was a familiar notion, saying goodbye to home. What was home anyway? A roof over my head, a pillow to lie on? I hadn't had any of those things for a year, and I hadn't had any family for even longer than that. My father was living, yes, but he wasn't really my dad anymore. He was a commander for the Embers. He had a new life, a new wife, and no room for a daughter on a death mission. And it was a death mission that I was on. I'd accepted that as well. Cynthia all but said I wouldn't make it out alive, and this was what she wanted anyway. It was a chance to kill me without doing any of the dirty work herself. The whole situation was designed to fail. It was 11:30 when I slipped through Felix's front door later that night. I tiptoed past his study toward the staircase, but I didn't make it up 3 steps before the door swung open behind me. "Claren! Oh, thank goodness!" He rushed forward and wrapped his heavy arms around me. I breathed him in, enjoying for just a moment the bittersweet comfort of his embrace. But I couldn't allow him to care too deeply. The more he cared about my well-being, the more it would hurt him when I was gone. I placed a hand on his chest and gently pushed him away. It was only then that I got a good look at him. The senator version of Felix was gone. In his place stood a disheveled young man, racked with worry, wearing a t-shirt and athletic shorts. I'd never seen Felix so casual. I might have even commented on it if he hadn't been so weighed down by stress. "Georgia said they were going to execute you," he said, his brows knitting tightly together. "It's a good thing Georgia's not in charge, then." I tried to smile, to keep my tone light, but his raw emotion was contagious, especially when mixed in with my own burden. "I tried to get down there to you, but they stripped my credentials. They wouldn't let me anywhere near the holding cells. My keycard doesn't work anymore either. I think even James has more access to the municipal building than I do at this point." "I know," I said. Then, realizing my hand was still on his chest, I dropped it to my side. "Edgar told me, but it's my understanding that you should get everything reinstated soon." "Why do you think that?" "I spoke with Emmeline about it." Felix's features hardened at the mention of her name. "Is she the one who released you from your cell?" I nodded. "She did, earlier this afternoon. I wanted to find you straight away, but she had other plans for me first." He reached for my hand, rubbing his thumb gently over my knuckles. "Let's go talk in the study. I'd love to hear all about what happened. What else did she say to you?" I glanced down to our hands, entranced by the motion his thumb made across mine. His touch was soothing, like aloe on a burn, and a selfish part of me wanted him to continue. I wanted to follow him into the study and talk until the fire in the hearth burned down to ash. This was home, or as close to it as I had, with Felix. But I had no room to be selfish, not even for one final night. "No, I'm pretty exhausted after everything that has happened today. I should really get to bed." "I understand. We'll talk tomorrow then." He pulled my hand, bringing me so close our bodies were nearly touching, and he kissed me softly on the forehead. "I'll just count my blessings that you came back here tonight. There have been too many close calls, too many moments of dread thinking I'd lost you." I closed my eyes and leaned my cheek against his chest as he spoke. His hand rubbed gently up and down my back, and the thoughtfulness was almost too much. Pressure was building behind my eyes, and a lump grew in my throat. Once again, I pulled away. "Felix," I began, swallowing down the lump. "I don't want you to wake up disappointed tomorrow. We're not going to be able to talk, because I have to go again." "Go where?" The corners of his mouth pulled down. He didn't object or try to convince me to stay. He knew it was useless. But I couldn't reveal what work I'd be doing either. I'd received very specific instructions from Emmeline to keep my involvement with the Supreme Leadership a secret for now, even from Felix. "I'm just going away. I know this must be frustrating for you, the way I keep disappearing, but please, try to understand that I'm being vague for a reason. I will tell you everything just as soon as I can." He nodded. "I believe you. I know whatever you plan to do is the right thing, and I'll be here when you return. Even if they do kick me out of the leadership, I'll hang around like a persistent winter cough until you come home. They won't be able to get rid of me." One side of his mouth pulled up into a boyish grin. It was a grin I couldn't return. The tears came then, filling my lower lids like a broken dam. I lifted my face toward the ceiling, trying to keep them contained, but they spilled from the outer corners of my eyes instead. "Claren." Felix's smile was gone. He slipped his fingers into my hair, wiping my tears away with his thumbs and framing my cheeks with his palms. "What is it?" "Don't wait for me." My voice was a whisper, as though saying the words any louder might set them in stone. He tried to force a smile again. "I can't agree to that. Besides, we're matched," he added with a playful shrug. "I'm like a cough you can't get rid of either." I laughed and buried my face into his chest, my tears dampening his shirt. I wasn't worthy of a soul as pure as this. Felix was too good for me, too trusting, too loving, too kind. He wouldn't be able to look at me if he knew the atrocities I'd committed. When I lifted my head again, his face was all I could see. Our hearts beat together, a single unified rhythm that drowned out the rest of the world. It was like my daydream, and the walls of the fountain had come down around us both, protecting us in the safety of its power. His gaze flicked down to my mouth. Suddenly aware of his eyes on me, and unsure of how to handle the attention, I pulled my bottom lip between my teeth, moistening it quickly before releasing it again. His pulse quickened, and he lowered his mouth oh so slowly, until it was millimeters away from mine. He paused there, as though asking for permission before coming any closer. Our breath mingled together for the briefest of moments, until I couldn't take it anymore. I closed the gap, pressing my mouth against his. His lips were soft, supple, and sweet. They teased mine gently, and when I grew hungry for more, it was his turn to pull away. He rested his forehead against mine, smiling through love-drunk, half-closed lids. "I'll wait a lifetime, if that's what it takes," he whispered. I kissed him once more, briefly, then hurried up the stairs, 2 at a time. I turned back once I'd reached the top and found him watching me, leaning casually against the wall. This was how I wanted to remember him, laid back and smiling, with flushed cheeks and a racing heart. "Don't forget you're in charge around here, Felix. You have the power over Justice Hines. You are the senator, not her. No matter what happens while I'm away, I want you to remember that. You are strong, and it's in your blood to lead. You do it well." A wrinkle spread across his forehead, and he opened his mouth, then shut it again. "Thank you," he said finally. "Good night, Senator Walsh." "Good night, Claren. I'll see you again soon." No, he likely wouldn't. But my selfishness won out after all. I would leave him behind again without a proper farewell because I was too weak to tell him the truth. Goodbye, Felix. Chapter 21. Emmeline asked me to join her at the airport before dawn. I was the only person in the house awake that early in the morning, other than Felix's driver, who waited patiently for me at the curb by the front walkway. I paused at the bottom of the stairs on my way out the door. My fingers were twitchy, feeling the need to leave a note, some kind of a farewell. But the right words wouldn't come to me. It seemed that I'd complicated things with Felix, not for the first time, and there was no tidy way to tie things up. The guilt at abandoning him without a proper goodbye already burned in my chest. Hopefully, he would find it in himself to forgive me after I was gone, and hopefully he'd find someone new to love. Emmeline waited near the hangar, wearing skinny navy blue slacks and a white button-up shirt. Her hair was tucked neatly into a colorful silk scarf with pinks and blues that highlighted the contrast of the snake-like tattoo wrapping itself around her petite neck. "Miss Greenwood," she nodded her greeting. Then in my mind I heard her speak again. "We must be brief. The leadership in St. Frederick is kind but naive. They don't understand what's happening on a grander scale. You shouldn't have any difficulty with them, but keep your block up just in case." "You're not coming with me?" "No. I am still fighting my battles at the capital. I must return, but use your hairpin if necessary. Emilio can securely relay any messages you have back to me." I nodded. "Thank you again, Madam Fraser. Please let Madam George know that I plan to accomplish this mission quickly and efficiently. I look forward to joining you in the capital again soon." "I will relay your message," she said with a grim smile. "There's your plane." She tilted her head toward an approaching pilot on the other side of the hangar. Once again, there were no pleasantries with Emmeline, but I got the sense that she was concerned for me deep down in there somewhere. Did she know how Cynthia planned for this all to end? Her cold blue eyes followed me as I made my way over to the pilot, and when I looked back, she gave a rare, genuine smile. "Goodbye, Emmeline." The flight to St. Frederick was short, and the morning sun hung low over the horizon as we landed, highlighting the city in warm golden hues. I took a moment to appreciate the change in scenery. I'd never been to St. Frederick, and the few times I'd seen it on the evening programming didn't do it justice. The city, nestled into the side of a towering, jagged mountain range, was truly majestic. A driver awaited me outside of the hangar, crisp and formal. He didn't say much as we drove toward St. Frederick, but he did reveal that I'd be staying in a group home just outside of the center. "I want to express an apology on behalf of Senator Schaaf. She would certainly have preferred for you to stay in the center, but we don't have proper accommodations at the moment." It was a lie. The driver was respectful and kind, and a normal person might not have noticed the underlying nerves he tried to keep at bay. But I wasn't normal. The driver didn't trust me farther than he could throw a stick, and it wasn't in the same way the people of Louisburg distrusted the leadership, but more a feeling of knowing too much. I suspected Senator Schaaf had been fed untrue information about me. She didn't trust my allegiance and wanted to keep me out of the center for fear of her own safety. Had Cynthia warned her? Or was she an acquaintance of Justice Hines? Either way, I suspected the rumors would make my job here more difficult. Here we are now, Miss Greenwood. A commander from our protection force should be by to meet with you in about an hour. The attendants in the house will know how to reach me if you need me again." The driver gave a stiff nod and climbed quickly back into the car, leaving me alone on the sidewalk. I turned to examine the 3-story brownstone building where he'd left me. Group homes were mainly for students in training for higher positions and widowed attendants or other workers who tended to the leadership in the center. Guests from out of town typically stayed in small hotels in the center, if not hosted by other members of the leadership in their private homes. With a deep breath, I slung my bag over my shoulder and made my way up the steps. No one was home except for the staff, and I was shown to a simple, quiet room on the 2nd floor. I unpacked the few items I'd brought from Claren and paused when I noticed a small blue light flashing on the new communicator I'd been given. These were an upgrade from the technology I'd used before. Emilio was always hard at work to improve our systems. A brief hold on the power button caused the device to flash to life, and Felix's scruffy face smiled back at me. It was pre-recorded, and from the looks of it, he had left the message right after waking up. A rich wooden headboard served as a backdrop, and my stomach did a little flip at the realization that I was getting a peek into Felix's bedroom. It felt so personal.
Hey, Claren. I hope that by the time you see this, you will have already arrived safely to wherever it is you're going. Or wherever you've gone, I guess.
He chuckled and dropped his chin.
Sorry, that sounded a little redundant. Anyway, thank you for talking to me last night, and thank you for letting me know you were leaving. I'll be thinking of you every moment that you're gone. I know you may not be able to, but please check in if you can.
He paused, his cheeks flushing ever so slightly.
I miss you already. See you soon.
The video ended, and I saw my own smiling face reflecting back at me through the screen. I dropped the device to the bed, covering it with my hand as I laid back in thought. I couldn't respond to him, not now, not ever. But the guilt burned even hotter after seeing him so vulnerable and honest on the video. I wished I could be honest with him as well. It wasn't much longer before I heard a clipped knock on my door.
Miss Greenwood, Commander Dematia is here for you.
I sat up and quickly ran my hands through my hair, making myself look presentable. After resecuring my hairpin in place, I stood to meet my attendant in the hall and allowed her to lead me back downstairs. The commander was early, but that wasn't such a bad thing. We'd may as well get the ball rolling. He stood tall in the foyer and straightened even more as we came around the bend in the stairs. Immediately, I noticed that he looked far too impatient for a man who had arrived half an hour early.
Hello, Commander Dematia. I'm Claren. I'm aware, he replied. He stood just a few inches taller than me, yet still managed to look down at me over his crooked nose. He wasn't a particularly muscular man, but he had all the arrogance of a king and all the charm of a mosquito. I looked to the attendant to confirm my thoughts, but she'd already exited the room, leaving me alone with this ray of sunshine. Are you ready? He asked. I said yes, and followed him outside to his truck. It was similar to those we had in Claren City, but it bore the St. Frederick seal, which consisted of jagged mountains like those that cradled the city. I appreciate you all accommodating me on such short notice, I said, as he pulled away from the curb. He did not respond, his coldness so harsh, I had to check to see if my breath was visible. Cynthia must have really given them some horrible untruths about me. I tried once more to make small talk, but it was no use. The man had zero interest in building a working relationship with me. He was here strictly by obligation, and he wasn't afraid to let me know it. I resigned to take in the sights of St. Frederick instead of talking to myself. Apart from the landscape beyond the city limits, it looked much like any other city, and I'd seen enough over my travels to know that they all shared similarities. They were designed that way, of course, to create the illusion that everyone in New America was equal. What a lie that was. Commander Dematia turned the truck eastward, back in the direction of the airport. Aren't we going into the center? I asked, although it was obvious we weren't. No. I thought I was going to meet with Senator Schaaf today to discuss the Supreme Leadership's orders. We know the orders. I'd never met such a frustrating man. He would not cooperate at all. Look, Commander, I understand that I have thrown a bit of a wrench into your plans, and I apologize for that. This wasn't what I had planned either. But the fact remains that I am here on behalf of the Supreme Leadership, and I'm going to need you to explain where we are going and what you intend to do. I have strict orders, and as your superior on this trip, I will have to demand that you cooperate with me. He went from freezing to boiling over in half an instant, but he never pulled his eyes from the road, which almost made him more intimidating. I felt my own frustration bubbling up and quickly erected my walls, blocking out any emotion that might negate my ability to think clearly. This wasn't a man who could be won over by feelings. He operated on logic, and so would I. Finally, after several minutes of quietly working his jaw, Commander Dematia responded. I am taking you outside. It was my understanding that you came to eradicate the rebels. That's where we're going." My heart thumped hard in my chest. Won't we need more men? If the rebel leader is here, I guarantee there will be more of them than you and I can handle on our own. "Miss Greenwood," he said through a clenched jaw, "with all due respect, I have been a protector for longer than you've been alive. I do not intend to get us both killed today." "Ah, just me then," I wanted to say as he took in a heavy, impatient breath. "I have been asked to show you the rebel establishment we are aware of. Senator Schaaf will meet with you next week once you've had a chance to develop a plan. First, she wants to see if you are able to locate any more camps." The tension was thick between us. Commander Dematia trusted me less than my driver had. He was obviously just another line of defense between me and the senator. What was she so afraid of? "Thank you." I flashed him a sincere smile that once again went unreturned, but I wouldn't waste any more time trying to win him over. I knew what the plan was, and most importantly, I knew we wouldn't be hurting any outsiders today. That would give me time to discover whether or not they were a part of the Ember network yet, and possibly recruit them. If nothing else, I could at least get them to safety before we stormed the area with troops from St. Frederick. And if Frank and Milo were in the area, I would find them. Chapter 22. The rest of the drive was quiet. Neither of us spoke again until we were an hour outside of the city, closer to the base of the mountains than the airport I'd flown into earlier that day. Commander Dematia turned the truck up a winding gravel road, weaving back and forth as we climbed higher and higher into the mountains. We did not drive up to the summit, however. About a quarter of the way up the mountainside, he pulled off dangerously close to the edge of a sharp cliff and killed the engine. "Get out," he said as he opened his own door. I paused for a moment, deciphering what he could have possibly been thinking. I almost wished he had a hairpin like Emmeline and me, so that I could read his thoughts. But I'd have to settle for interpreting his emotions instead. As far as I could tell, he wasn't planning anything nefarious. He was annoyed, yes, but I doubted he would try to push me over the ledge or anything equally fatal. I pushed open my door and joined him near some tall pines at the edge of the cliff. The wind cut through my shirt, much colder than it had been down in the city, and I wished I'd brought a light jacket along with me. "There," he pointed. A small smokestack rose through the trees a little lower on the mountainside. "There's a valley there, and they have 3 different campsites that we are aware of. Given your previous history with the rebels—" He cut his eyes accusingly in my direction. "The senator was hopeful you might have better insight into why they chose to live in multiple establishments instead of working together. She also thought you may be able to locate any other sites in the area." "The rebels who kidnapped me live hundreds of miles away from here. I wouldn't think there is any connection between the outsiders you have here and the rebels near Claren." It was a lie, not just the kidnapping bit, but also the connection. These were obviously Embers. It was an Ember strategy to choose multiple smaller campsites because it was better defensively. I was also careful not to refer to this particular group as rebels. If there was any chance of me to convince Senator Schaaf that the outsiders in the area were not related to the rebel attacks, I would certainly take it, though I doubted Commander Dematia would care much about the distinction. "Get down," he whispered suddenly. We dropped into low crouches, and I followed his line of sight to a spot about 30 yards down toward the valley, where a man sat high in a tree. "He's got a weapon," Dematia cursed, and pulled out a gun from his waistband. "Wait," I said, placing my hand on his arm. "He's not looking in our direction. He's aiming at that deer. Would you really kill a man for hunting?" "I will gladly kill a man who plans to blow my city off the map." "You have no idea if this man is a part of the plan. He may be an innocent bystander, just trying to feed his family." The commander scowled at me. "So it's true, then. You are a rebel sympathizer. Senator Schaaf will be pleased to know that you've confessed so soon. We don't have to pretend anymore." That's not what I said." He shoved me off of him and raised his weapon again, training it on the man. "Every man who lives outside of the city is an enemy. They are either criminals or traitors, and they all must be eliminated." In an act of desperation, I scanned the ground around me, settling on the first object I found, a stone the size of my fist. "Commander, I must remind you that I am your superior. Drop your weapon now." He ignored me again and wrapped his finger around the trigger. I felt his smug determination as though it were my own. Perhaps it was, because before I could think it completely through, I brought the rock down toward Dimatia's head. The stone struck my target with a gut-wrenching thunk, and his body fell to the ground. It wasn't my intention to injure him in this way, but natural instinct kicked in. I'd been fighting for too many months. The response was ingrained in me now. His gun fell from his grip when he hit the ground and skittered over the edge of the cliff, landing in one of the branches of the pine tree that hid us. The wind blew again, rustling my hair, and I watched with dread as the weapon teetered on the branches. Leaving Dimatia for the moment, I inched my way toward the edge of the cliff and stretched my arm as far as I could, but the weapon was out of reach. The branch didn't look strong enough to hold my weight, but I had to get the weapon somehow. I would need it for when the commander awoke. I'd planted myself firmly into enemy territory with that attack, and there was no doubt that he would strike against me at his first opportunity. I looked around for a stick or anything that might aid me, and the wind blew again, stronger and colder than ever. The branches swayed before me, and I looked over just in time to see the weapon fall. It hit the cliffside with a clank, and in a dramatic turn of events, bounced off and knocked itself up against a medium boulder, shaking the branches the giant stone sat perched upon. Another gust of wind knocked them both loose. The gun and the boulder, along with a parade of smaller stones, tumbled down the mountainside with a thundering roar. I glanced back to see that Dimatia hadn't moved. Then I looked out over the trees and spotted the Ember Man looking straight at me. The rock slide caught his attention, and my position had been revealed. He lifted his weapon, and I raised my hands into the air to surrender. "Please," I called out. "Don't shoot! I mean you no harm. I need your help." The Ember Man held his position, and I counted my breaths, believing each one could be my last. 1, 2, 3. He slowly lowered his weapon, then disappeared from sight as he dropped to the ground. I turned back to the commander with a sickening twist in my gut as I took note of the bleeding wound at his temple. I'd done far more damage than intended. This was bad, really bad. A duffel bag lay in the back seat of the truck, and I fished around inside for a first aid kit. It was basic, but there was antiseptic and a cloth bandage. It would have to be good enough for now. I ran back to his side and began tending to the wound. His skin had grown pale and clammy, but he still breathed. That was a good sign. I was no healer like my mother, but I knew enough to stop the bleeding. It took several minutes to get the wound cleaned and the bandage secured, and I was so focused on my work that I didn't hear anyone approach until the Ember Man emerged over the cliff face several feet down from where I knelt. His heart thundered inside his chest, and his weapon was raised again. I had no idea what moved him to come to my aid, but I was grateful he did. I just hoped he'd believe that I wasn't a risk to him. With the St. Frederick truck and soldier on the ground, it was probably too much to ask. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Meredith," I said, defaulting to the alias I'd taken on in my earlier travels. "I work with the Embers." His eyes widened, and he dropped his arms to his sides. "Which Embers? I've never seen you around here before." So it was true then. He was a part of the movement. My heart warmed at the thought. Our plan was working. None of us had even been to the St. Frederick area to recruit, which meant other Ember camps from other parts of the nation were spreading the word. I wondered how many other establishments like this existed that I wasn't aware of.
The Ember movement had become a living, breathing life form of its own. I'm originally from the Claren City area, but I'm here on a mission. I can't get into details, but I need your help. This man is a soldier from St. Frederick.
Commander Dematia, we know him well, the Ember man grimaced.
Yes, and I'm sure you have good reason to kill him, but I need to keep him alive. We are getting really close to ending the war, and I'm afraid this commander is an integral part of it. If he turns up dead or missing, I'll be killed, and our best shot at eliminating the true threat will die right along with me. I know that sounds complicated, but I need you to believe me. He hesitated, his gaze flicking back and forth between Dematia and me. Finally, he stepped closer and squatted down beside the commander.
Are you sure he's still alive?
He is for now, but he'll need serious medical attention. I can't take him back into the city until... I trailed off. Until what? Until I can come up with a plan.
The Ember man sighed. I can take him back to our camp, but I can't guarantee the others will agree to keep him alive, and he will definitely need to be contained.
Yes, of course. Tie him up, gag him if you want, do whatever is necessary. Just please keep him alive, at least until I can talk to him.
I'll do my best.
With the Ember man's help, we tied together the commander's hands and feet, then lifted him into the truck. I drove the truck back down the mountainside very slowly. The vehicle operated much like our open-air vehicles back home, but the terrain took some getting used to. The Ember, Roland, guided me back to his camp. As soon as we rolled into his territory, the truck was immediately surrounded by a group of sturdy-looking Ember men and women, various weapons held high. None of them struck first, which surprised me. They showed great restraint, even with the city truck driving directly into their campsite. These were good people, and I respected their self-control. They had more than I did. Roland hopped out and explained the situation to a tall, dark man, who I assumed was in charge. He came to the window and knocked.
Hello, Meredith. I'm Otto. Roland says you'd like us to keep the commander hostage. Is that true?
Mostly, yes. You may certainly keep him restrained. In fact, I encourage it. I just ask that you help restore him to health if possible. I need him alive.
And how long am I to keep him here?
Otto asked. I'll try to be back tomorrow. If I don't return within 3 days, I give you my blessing to do whatever needs to be done with the man. I swallowed, trying to choke down the bile that threatened to rise with my words. It was cruel, but it was necessary. If I couldn't make it out within 3 days, it meant the leadership had me executed. It was a likely scenario if they discovered I'd attacked the commander. I just hoped I could get back outside before anyone noticed he was missing.
Very well, then we shall see you soon.
Otto nodded, appeased with the notion I'd proposed. He helped Roland remove Commander Dematia from the back seat, and I wasted no time leaving the camp and driving back toward the city. I had very little time to throw together some kind of plan that might save me and the Embers before word got out about what I'd done. There would be no coming back after that. I parked the truck in an abandoned warehouse just outside of the St. Frederick city limits. Feeling the weight of my actions and realizing I couldn't do this alone, I rested my thumb on the touch sensor of my hairpin. Emilio, I need your help. Please ask Emmeline if we have any allies within the St. Frederick leadership. I've made a mistake, and I will need some powerful inside help to get out of it, I'm afraid. I paused, wondering if I should give any other details. No, but there was one other thing that needed to be said. And please, whatever you do, do not mention any of this to Felix. Pocketing the keys, I left the truck behind, hidden behind the walls of the dilapidated old building. I skirted around the edge of the city until I located an overgrown area inside the fence. I climbed up and over, landing like a cat on the inside of the city's limits. It was almost alarming how easy it was to break back inside undetected. Equally alarming was how right it felt. This is what I was meant to do, work against the leadership. It was like stepping back into an old pair of shoes, dirty and ragged,
but comfortably formed to fit me perfectly. This was my lot in life. Maybe I was a rebel after all. Chapter 23. It took the remainder of the afternoon to walk back to the house. I meandered through St. Frederick, trying to get a read on how the people in the city were feeling, while simultaneously avoiding any protectors. It was silly, really. There was no way for anyone to know that Commander Dematia was missing yet, but it didn't hurt to be cautious regardless. The sun was setting as I made my way back up the front steps of the brownstone where I was staying. I gingerly opened the door, tiptoeing inside so as not to disturb the other residents. Their laughter rang out from the dining area, and though my own belly rumbled with hunger, I turned in the opposite direction, making my way for the stairs instead. I just reached the top when I noticed a figure standing outside of my bedroom door. "Miss Greenwood," said the attendant with a jump. "I didn't hear you come in. Here you go." She extended her arms to offer me a brown paper-wrapped parcel. "This came in the post for you a few moments ago." I accepted the package and offered my thanks. "Did you get a chance to eat while you were out? They've just served supper downstairs." The girl wasn't overly friendly, but she was doing her job well, and most importantly, there wasn't an ounce of suspicion in her words. That was a relief. "Thank you, but I think I'll take supper in my room, if that's okay." She nodded and scurried downstairs to retrieve my food. I waited until she was around the bend before I entered my room. Nothing seemed out of place, but I checked my drawers and under my mattress just to be sure. Perhaps I was paranoid, but I'd had surveillance placed in my room in the past. It wouldn't be a surprise if Cynthia or Justice Hines had arranged for it to happen again. Satisfied that the room was clear, I opened my bag next. Everything was still tucked safely inside, including my letter from Cato and the notebook from Emmeline. I'd had the bag on me all day, but double-checking every night had almost become a ritual. A knock at the door alerted me to my supper, and once the attendant disappeared again, I finally felt safe enough to open the parcel. I set the package down on my dresser beside my dinner plate and examined the writing on the paper. An elegant script read my name with no return address, but I didn't need one. The handwriting was unmistakably Emmeline's. Strange. I thought she was going back into the capital this morning. There was no way a package could have arrived here so quickly unless she'd sent it a few days earlier, back when I was still in the holding cell. I ran my thumb under the paper and tore it loose. Inside, a card was taped to a white cardboard box. I pulled it free and read the brief message scrawled inside. "Abel Simmons can help you with your problem. He's in the Department of Economics. Tell him I sent you. P.S. Stop ignoring Felix. You will not get out of this match. The dress is for your ceremony on Saturday." I lifted the lid of the box to find a pale gold shimmering gown folded neatly inside. Slamming the lid of the box shut, I ripped the note in half and shoved it into the bottom of my bag. Emmeline was a fool if she thought the match ceremony could still take place. I'd made a deal with the devil, Cynthia George. I wouldn't be returning to Claren City alive, especially not after what I'd done to Commander Dematia. But with any luck, I could get this Abel Simmons guy to help me keep things under wraps for a little while longer. If he could keep the leadership here off my back long enough, I could hopefully do enough reconnaissance outside to locate Frank and Milo. And once they were eliminated, I didn't really care what happened to me. I'd pay the consequences for my actions the way anyone else would. After quickly clearing my dinner plate, I went straight to bed, thinking over the possibilities of what the next day might hold. All I knew for certain was that I would have to get out of town as early as possible. If Dematia was married, his wife was already ringing the alarm bells by now, and if not, Senator Schaaf and the other leaders would notice his absence first thing in the morning, if they hadn't already. A long, restless night bled into a dark, dreary morning. About an hour before sunrise, I gave up on trying to sleep and crawled out of bed.
I packed everything I owned back into my bag, well, everything except the ball gown Emmeline sent, and quietly made my way down the stairs. Even the chef was still asleep, and I was able to sneak out the front door unnoticed. The streets appeared to be clear, but I knew there would be protectors patrolling the roads, even during this hour. They would probably grow more concentrated as I neared the edge of the city, so I did my best to stick to the shadows and alleyways. I'd learned my way around fairly well the day before, but the mountains towering to the west made it easy for me to keep on a straight track. As long as I kept them to my right, I'd find the warehouse with the commander's truck inside without issue. And I did, just as the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon on the east. There were 2 close calls with patrol cars, but otherwise I had no problems escaping St. Frederick. The drive out to the Ember camp was uneventful as well. It seemed too easy, in fact. The closer I got to the camp, the greater the sense of impending doom grew deep inside. Otto greeted me immediately as I killed the engine. "How is he?" I asked as I hopped out of the cab. "Meaner than a wet mountain lion," Otto spat in the dirt. "But he's alive." "Good. Can I see him?" Otto led me toward a tent that looked like it may have been constructed using one of those mean mountain lions he'd referred to. Tan hide draped over wooden poles in a much more rustic fashion than I was used to seeing back home. Then again, I suppose they needed a bit more warmth here in the mountains. Other Embers went about their work around us, the novelty of me driving a city truck already gone. He and Roland had probably explained everything to the rest of the camp after I'd left in such a hurry the day before, and seeing them all hard at work struck a chord within me. It was surreal to see that our plan was actually working. Embers, living together and working hard to build a community that went beyond individual camps. It was a dream. And I longed for the day that these communities would make up the entire nation, a new America. Like patches of a quilt, these people would strengthen our nation and bring together unique talents to make the world a better place. It also confirmed what I'd so quickly forgotten during my short time back in Claren City. This goal was bigger than me. I couldn't be selfish. There were thousands of people counting on me to stay focused. There wasn't time for relationships. Not with Rafe, not with Felix, not with anyone. I had one purpose. We could play matched for the television screens if Emmeline insisted, but I was and would always be on my own. "It's nice, isn't it?" I turned back to Otto, snapping out of my daydream. "The campsite." He gestured around us. "You were smiling. I thought maybe you were taking a look around at what we've done here. It's all thanks to you." I stopped. "Me? I haven't done anything here." "Not directly, I suppose," Otto grinned. "But your reputation precedes you. We've heard about the mysterious Meredith driving across the wilderness for months. I have to admit, I was a little hurt you didn't come here to recruit us yourself. But rumor has it they got you a few weeks ago. No one has seen you lately. Now I know you've just switched your mission. You're working on the inside now, huh?" He nudged me with his elbow. I couldn't help but return his grin. Otto was a likable guy and full of hope. He was exactly what the movement needed, and perceptive, too. "I never said I was working on the inside." "You didn't have to. There's no other reason you'd possibly want to save that sack of crap." He nodded toward the small tent before us, and it all made sense. The outsiders weren't overly trusting. They'd just known who I was all along, or they knew who Meredith was anyway. Commander DeMattia sat alone inside the tent, and his eyes narrowed into slits as I entered. I could feel the hatred rolling off of him, thick as the smoke in a forest fire. He burned just as hot as one, too, but he was awake, and it didn't look like he'd been harmed any further by the embers. I squatted down in front of him and felt his eyes cutting through me like hot knives. With a gentle touch, I removed the gag from his mouth and barely avoided getting spat on. "Traitor!" he growled.
I'm no traitor, Commander. I love our nation as much as you. That's why I want to make it better. But killing innocent people doesn't make it better." He said nothing in response, scowling instead. "You know, you could help us if you wanted to." After tossing and turning for hours the night before, I decided honesty was my best bet. If I didn't bring the commander back into the city, the leadership would come after me. And if I did bring him back, I would have to know with 100% certainty that he'd been fully converted to our side and wouldn't turn me in. It was a long shot, but it was the only one I had. "We share an enemy," I continued. "There is a separate group of anarchists, previously exiled men, who want to destroy all forms of government. They hurt those living peacefully outside of the cities just as much as they hurt those living inside. Nothing makes them happier than to watch us fight against each other. But if we work together, we can take them down." Commander Dematia remained silent, but I could feel his wheels turning. He was considering his next move carefully. It gave me hope. I'd come out here expecting to be refused outright, though it was a desperately small chance. If I could get him on our side, all of our problems would be solved. Something about the situation wasn't right, though. The air felt heavy and sticky around me. Dematia still did not trust me, and his rage boiled on. I didn't know what was going on in his mind, but I had a strong suspicion it wasn't good. Leaving him to consider my words further, I stood and turned to Otto. "If he doesn't agree to help, I can guarantee an attack will come your way. Even if you keep him captive here, it won't be long before the leadership suspects you for his disappearance." "What do you propose we do?" "You'll have to move," I said with a frown. "All of you, probably higher into the mountains. It will be easier for you to defend yourselves from there." "And him?" Otto glanced down to the commander. "I guess you'll have to bring him along. How is the wound looking?" He took my place by Dematia's side and reached for the bandage wrapped around the commander's head. "I've seen worse, but—" Commander Dematia swiped his legs across the ground and knocked Otto to his side. Then in a flash, he brought his hands around, his wrists bloodied from rubbing against the restraints, but free. He brought up a fist and slammed it into Otto's side. Otto rolled and shouted for backup, but the commander was fast. Even with his ankles still tied together, he positioned himself on top of Otto and delivered blow after blow to the poor man. Otto barely had time to move before both eyes were puffy and blood dripped from his nose. I lunged for the commander, slamming my full body weight into him, but he was barely affected. The man was stronger than he looked, and he threw me to the side with ease, only taking one hit from Otto in the process. "Get off of him!" I shouted. I searched the tent, but there was nothing for me to use as a weapon. Finally, another man came running through the flap. He jumped immediately into the fray, allowing Otto a brief reprieve to catch his breath. But the other man didn't stand much of a chance against Dematia either. The commander had gone rabid, like a beast from the forest. He was bloodthirsty and unable to think clearly or respond to my shouts and pleas for him to stop. Otto grabbed at his right arm and winced. It looked like it was broken. I ran outside. "I need a weapon, quick!" A small crowd was beginning to gather around us, listening to the racket, but afraid to enter the tent. "Here, Meredith!" A short, older man, probably in his late 60s, tossed me a small handgun. It didn't look like the stun guns we'd been passing out to the newly recruited Embers, but I didn't have time to inspect it. I needed to stop Dematia before he killed someone. Back inside the tent, I found Otto on his feet again, circling around the commander, who had somehow managed to get his ankles free. The second man lay knocked out in the corner. "Commander Dematia, on behalf of the Supreme Leadership, I order you to stand down, now!" A guttural roar erupted from his throat, and he lunged for Otto like a wolf attacking its prey. I pulled the trigger, striking my target just before he made contact with Otto. Dematia hit the ground, a snarl still permanently etched on his face. Otto dropped to his knees, bending in two from the pain, or possibly trying to cover his ears and protect them from the same ringing that still echoed in my own ears after the boom of the shot in that small space. Then, seemingly all at once, the scuffling stopped. All was still. Commander Dematia lay dead on the ground, and I dropped the weapon beside Otto. "I'm sorry," it was all I could say. "I'm sorry." My legs were numb, my heart racing. I closed my eyes, trying desperately to erect the wall that would take away this feeling, this twisting knife of guilt in my belly. But there was only one thing that ever helped to ease this searing pain. "I've got to go. So do you. Flee for the mountains." Stepping back into the chilly morning air and squinting from the impossible brightness of the sun, I looked around at the shocked faces surrounding me. "Otto is alive, but he'll need help. Dispose of the soldiers somewhere where the leadership will never find his body, and keep yourselves safe." No one uttered a single word as I pushed my way through the crowd. There were no goodbyes. I wouldn't delay in leaving. I couldn't. I climbed back into the truck where my bag sat undisturbed. Twisting the key into the ignition, I took off for the east, toward the only place I could go. I was a fugitive. It was only a matter of time before I would be laid to rest as well. Chapter 24. I drove until the truck was nearly out of gas, pulling over into a lone grove of trees surrounding a creek that cut through the open plains. Satisfied that I was hidden from the main road, I curled into a ball in the back seat and drifted off to sleep. Taking a life always did this to me. After the initial shock and surge of adrenaline, I found myself zapped of all energy, barren of emotion, unable to properly function until I'd had a chance to sleep off the trauma. Though no amount of sleep would ever be enough to erase everything I'd seen and done over the last year. I dreamed of racing through the tunnels on the back of a motorcycle with Felix. I wrapped my arms tightly around his chest, laughing as the wind blew through my hair. It smelled of salt and sea, and when we finally burst through the opening of the tunnel, I saw the vast blue ocean laid out before me. It glistened, brighter than it had been the day I visited the capital. The engine of the motorcycle rumbled low as we skirted around the cliffs overlooking the water below. My eyes snapped open. It took a moment to remember where I was, in the cold seat of a truck parked in the middle of nowhere. The light outside was a deep velvety purple, but I wasn't sure if it was dawn or dusk. Then I realized the rumble I heard was real and louder than any motorcycle I'd ever seen, and it was here, just outside of the truck. Keeping low, I ruffled through my bag until my fingers wrapped around the handle of my gun. I took 1 breath to collect myself, 2 to build up my block, 3 to steady my weapon, and on the 4th I eased myself into a crouching position on the floor, just barely able to see out the window. Emilio waved. A pent-up breath escaped me with a whoosh. Climbing over the seat, I yanked on the door handle. "Emilio? What are you doing here?" Over his shoulder sat a strange flying contraption, propellers still spinning in the sky above. "And what in the world is that?" I practically had to shout over the sound of the motor. "It's a gyrocopter. Dusty built it." I took a closer look, and sure enough, there sat Dusty in the pilot seat, waving the same way Emilio had, with a goofy grin. "And I know you're not going to be very happy with me, but I kind of, tracked you." He pointed to a spot on his head that mirrored where my hairpin was secured. "On Emmeline's orders," he added quickly. I huffed, but I couldn't be upset, not really. I wasn't sure how I was going to get the rest of the way home from here. I hadn't even made up my mind that I would go home at all. "I'm not so sure you want me tagging along. I'm wanted now, a fugitive. Bringing me with you is the equivalent of painting a target on your back." "Nah," he waved his hand. "You're always wanted by someone. Now come on, let's get you home." I can't go home. If you don't come with me, Emmeline is going to roast my hide, and I really don't want my hide roasted. I suppressed a grin. Can we even fit in there all together? Emilio looked behind me at my single half-empty bag. Yep, thankfully you pack light. It'll be a bit of a squeeze, but the flight isn't long. I was too tired to argue anymore. Besides, it would be good to talk to my dad about possibly sending out reinforcements for Otto and his people. There would definitely be an attack on them soon, so they would need all the help they could get. And maybe I could take just a minute to see Rafe while I was there, too. I chewed on the inside of my lip, remembering how angry he was the last time we spoke, or didn't speak, rather. But I needed him now. Rafe was the only one who helped ease this awful heavy feeling I had settling deep inside. He was like my drug. I shook my head. No, not a drug. A comforter, a supporter, my friend. You okay? Emilio asked, one brow raised. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's go. We squeezed into the small gyrocopter with Dusty. He turned around before taking off, grinning widely at me. Are you ready for the ride of your life? Then up we went. I felt like I might be sick at first. The flight was much bumpier than the larger planes I'd flown in, but thankfully the sun had fully fallen below the horizon, and darkness fell over the land like a blanket, making it difficult for me to truly see how high we were. Against all odds, I dozed off again, with the cheek smashed up against the welded wall of the machine. Emilio helped me out when we touched back down, and I stumbled groggily into the warehouse-turned-hangar where Dusty kept his projects. A pallet of blankets lay in the back, and the guys got me situated before disappearing outside to talk alone. I didn't hear them return. Finally on solid ground in a land I knew, I let the sweet embrace of slumber pull me under. Emilio was gone when I awoke the next morning, back into the city. Dusty was under the airplane, fully hidden if not for the clanking of his tools. He crawled out and greeted me with a smile and a small loaf of bread Carmen had given him, but we didn't waste much time before heading back to my dad's camp. So what'd you do to get in trouble? Dusty asked playfully as we rode together in one of the Embers open-air vehicles. I rubbed my forehead. The entire trip to St. Frederick seemed like a dream, no, a nightmare, and reliving it stole the air right from my chest. I don't want to talk about it. Dusty nodded. Understood. We rode quietly for a few minutes before he added, I joke a lot, but I still mean what I promised last year in Lewisburg. I've got your back no matter what. Even if you are wanted in all 10 districts, you can depend on me to keep you safe, or die trying. He spoke of death so flippantly, like a man who had never had to inflict it upon another living being. I squeezed my eyes shut and licked my lips, searching again for my wall of protection, my extreme block. Emotion was getting in the way again. I had to keep myself under control. Thank you, Dusty. Let's hope it never gets that far. We turned down a side road that led back to Rafe's camp. Did my dad move campsites? No, but he's meeting with the guys this morning to talk about some new Ember establishment on the coast. Their needs are a little different out that way, so I guess they're trying to figure it all out. Have there been lots of new establishments uniting with the Embers? More than we can keep up with, Dusty grinned. All right, here we are. I jumped out of the vehicle and spotted Rafe's tent up ahead. Like an old habit that I fell too easily back into, I found myself wanting to turn toward it. I wanted to open the flap and join him inside. But things with Rafe had changed, and there wasn't time for boys today. He wouldn't have been inside anyway. He sat on the bank of the river up ahead, alongside Ryder and my father. All 3 men stood as I approached. With a deep breath, I checked to be sure my block was in place and strode confidently ahead. Claren! Rafe looked quickly back and forth between me and Dusty. What's going on? It's a long story, I said, averting my eyes away from him. He looked good, his full lips a distraction from the news I had to deliver. I focused on my father instead. I was locked up by Justice Hines, rescued by Emmeline, and sent on an impossible mission by the Supreme Leadership. It's been a busy couple of days, but I messed up, Dad. His shoulders dropped, and he pulled me into a hug. Yet here you are, alive and well. Whatever you did to mess up, I'm sure it wasn't so bad. I swallowed and glanced at Rafe, who studied me intently, trying to ascertain what was going through my mind. He'd find nothing. My block was strong. He frowned, reaching the same conclusion. It is really bad, and I need your help. There is a new group of Embers outside of St. Frederick. They will be attacked soon by the military there because of my mistake. They are a newer group, and I think they're going to need some reinforcements. They may need vehicles, too, to help them move out before the military strikes. Well, let's get started. You can reach out to Emilio for extra weapons and supplies, and I'll reach out to my contacts in the area. I shook my head. No, I won't be able to help. The truth was that I needed to go into hiding if I wanted any chance of survival, and I had to survive, at least long enough to see Frank and Milo eliminated. But I wouldn't tell him that. He'd argue that it wasn't true and try to convince me to stay. Just please help them if you can. Can I talk to you for a second? Rafe asked. I glanced at my father, who gave a nod of approval, then followed Rafe back to his tent. We were silent until we were safely tucked inside. What is really going on? He asked, arms crossed over his chest. Just what I said. You're lying. I'm not lying. You're blocking me out, completely. You don't even seem frazzled right now, talking to me. And after the way we left things, that's not right. Something happened. He ran a hand through his hair and fixed his concerned gaze on me. I turned inward, ignoring his closeness, ignoring the comfort of this place and his arms. I reinforced my wall, staring blankly at Rafe and revealing nothing. I could do this. I was strong enough to handle the guilt on my own. Who was it? His expression softened, and he took a step toward me. I clenched my jaw and retreated until my back butted up against the wall of his tent. I gave a subtle shake of my head before freezing again. I wouldn't let him in. Claire, come on. I know you're hurting. He stepped forward again. Who was number 13? An anarchist? An Ember? Someone from the city? The pressure mounted behind my eyes, and it felt like a vice had gripped me around the chest. I was cracking. He knew it, I knew it, and the pain would overwhelm me if I set it free. But here was Rafe, strong and soft, and everything I needed to numb the hurting inside. He took one more step forward, so close that I could lift onto my toes and kiss him if I wanted. And I did want to. It was weak, it was selfish, especially with everything going on. But I knew the effect it had on me. I could forget. I could lessen the torturous grip on my heart. He waited there for what seemed like an eternity, waiting for me to make my move. It was almost like an invitation. We stared one another down in a silent game of chicken until I couldn't take it anymore. I threw my bag to the ground and wrapped my arms around his neck, bringing his mouth down to mine. He resisted at first, but I didn't let go. I held him there against me until the tension released from his shoulders and his lips softened against mine. And before I knew it, we crashed to the ground in a tangle of arms and legs, hungrily moving our lips together to a frantic symphony only we could hear. He ran his hands through my hair, pulling me closer as his walls finally tumbled down beside mine. And we kissed like two broken souls desperate for someone to piece us together again. But the pain didn't abate. It continued to squeeze my chest until tiny pieces of it leaked from my eyes in hot and salty tears. Stop! Rafe pulled away, placing his hands on my shoulders. Claren, you're crying. We can't keep doing this. It's not helping. I scooted away and wiped the moisture from my cheeks. I'm fine, I lied. You're not fine, and neither am I. What is this? It's called a kiss. No, what is this? He gestured back and forth between us. What are we? Because I want to be something if you'll ever let me in. He paused, breathing heavily. I love you. I've loved you since the first note we exchanged, since our first lesson on blocking back in Morton. I love you, Claren Greenwood, but it's not fair for you to play games with me, running into my arms only when you're feeling broken or damaged. So I need to hear you say it too. Do you love me? If so, I'll wait. I'll wait until you're ready, but I need to know my feelings aren't one-sided. My breath escaped me, along with all sense of reason and the ability to speak. I was wordless, frozen, suspended in a sea of swirling emotions, wrapped up in different feelings like oil and water that just wouldn't combine, and I couldn't answer him. A year before I would have shouted, yes, yes, I love you too, but now I wasn't sure. Then the shame crept in. Did I really still care for him in that way, or was he right? Was I just using him to ease the pain? If I really loved him, would I have acted so recklessly with Felix? I thought back to the kiss we shared on the stairs before I left, and my heart ached. What had I done? What kind of person was I? I felt an invisible punch to the gut, and Rafe stood looking ill. It's him, isn't it? What? I couldn't deny it. Rafe cursed and shook his head. I am such an idiot. I should have known. I saw it plain as day. I just didn't want to believe it. Rafe, please, listen. It's no one. I can't do this with anyone, okay? Not you, not him, no one. Not until this threat is behind us. And really not even then, because I likely wouldn't live to see the day. Yeah, okay. He nodded too hard and ran a hand through his hair again, a tell that he was far more upset than he was letting on. Then his block was back in full effect. He shut me out. Well, I'm sorry. I'll let you get back to your work. And this, he pointed back and forth between us, won't happen again. Don't worry. I wish you the best, Claren. He disappeared through the flaps, leaving me alone and heartbroken. This was exactly why I shouldn't allow emotion to creep in. I remained in the tent for some time, allowing every ounce of feeling to drain from my body. I didn't know how much time had passed when I heard the scuffle of footsteps. Claren, honey, is everything all right? You've been in there a long time. My dad paused outside of Rafe's tent, hesitant to come inside. I wondered briefly what Rafe had told him. Probably nothing. I slung my bag over my shoulder and popped my face out through the flaps, plastering on a fake smile. Everything's great, but it's time for me to move on now. I walked past him, assuming he'd follow me as I continued talking. As I mentioned, I'm required to be somewhere else right now, but unfortunately I can't get into details. You know how that goes. I appreciate you helping with the St. Frederick group. They're a good bunch. I swallowed down the emotion choking me, unsure of how to tell my father goodbye without actually saying goodbye. Finally, I turned to face him. His features were set in a way that told me he already knew what I wasn't saying. I love you, Dad. I love you too. I patted him on the arm and quickly moved for the trees before my walls broke down again. I wouldn't let him see me cry. There weren't any tears left anyway. Thankfully, the forest stood as resolute and strong as it always had. It was a steadfast friend through even the darkest of days.
The crunch of leaves and skittering of squirrels was enough to calm my nerves as I forged ahead toward the main road. I'd nearly reached it when I got the sense that I wasn't alone. Nerves snaked up my spine and I ducked low, slipping into the cover of the brush beside the path. I inched forward through the foliage until I could just barely see through to the main road. A soldier from Claren City stood on the asphalt. His car sat just beyond. He squinted at a small rectangular device in his hand, then looked up and into the forest, scanning the area where I hid. He stepped forward, glancing down again at the screen and back up. Our eyes locked. "Claren Greenwood." He exchanged the device for a gun tucked into his waistband at the same time I swung my bag around to grab mine. "Put your hands in the air." I yanked on the zipper, ducking even lower while I reached for my weapon. "Put your hands in the air," he shouted. "Now, or I'll shoot." I gripped the cool metal of my gun and lifted it just in time to see the soldier pull his trigger. My body was on fire, but just for a moment. Then everything went black. Chapter 25. My body clung to silky sheets when I awoke. Hair stuck to my forehead like I'd been sweating, and my body ached like I'd fallen off a bridge. But no, I'd just been stunned. It only took a moment to get my bearings. I was in my old room in Felix's house. A glass of water and a painkiller sat on my bedside table. I swallowed down the drink and left the pill. My throbbing head was a pleasant distraction from the other pain I couldn't face. I'd killed again, and now I'd pushed away the only person who accepted me as the murderer I was. I didn't even tell Rafe goodbye. Once my dizziness faded, I stood and peered out the window. There were no guards surrounding the house, no armed soldiers keeping me here. But it was only a matter of time. They had discovered Dematia was missing, tracked me back to Claren City, and now they were holding me hostage until I could be tried and sentenced to execution. But why would they hold me in Felix's house? I turned back to my room and noticed another parcel sitting on my dresser, shaped just like the one I'd received in St. Frederick. If it hadn't been fully wrapped in brown paper again, I might have even thought it to be the same one. I opened the package, experiencing déjà vu as I slid another familiar-looking box from the paper with a white note card attached. The ceremony begins at 6 sharp. Don't be late. Emmeline. How did she always know where to find me? And why was she so distracted by this match ceremony? The ceremony didn't matter. None of it mattered. They would discover my sins at any minute and march me straight to the executioner. It was inevitable. All she was doing was making it more difficult for me to say goodbye. Felix didn't deserve this. I messed up. I deserved to be punished, not him. I'd have to tell him the truth before the ceremony. I couldn't let him down. A knock sounded at the door. "Miss Greenwood, are you awake?" "Yes, come in." Tamara, one of Felix's attendants, entered the room with a black bag. "I've been asked to help you get ready for the event," she said timidly. Her eyes darted to the untouched painkiller and back to me. "Who asked you to help me?" "Madam Fraser," she barely squeaked out. I sighed. "Does Senator Walsh know I'm here?" "I'm not sure, Miss Greenwood. He's been at the office all day." "And how long have I been here?" "The protectors brought you in about an hour ago." So there were multiple people involved in this sting. Whatever it was, I wouldn't get out of it with Emmeline in charge. "Very well, Tamara. Please allow me to shower first." A few hours later, I looked like a new woman in a long silken navy blue gown. The face staring through the mirror back at me was beautifully done up, but all of the cosmetics in the world couldn't hide the truth. I was still a murderer, and lip stain wouldn't mend a broken soul. The clock on the wall showed half an hour until the ceremony was scheduled to begin, and I had still yet to see Felix. Was this all a surprise for him, too? I walked out to the top of the stairs and froze, legs locked in place by a sudden surge of panic. This had to be a setup. They'd discovered Dystopian. They had to have learned that he was missing by now. I can't do this, I mumbled to myself. Tamara set a gentle hand on my back. You have to, Miss Greenwood. I was ordered to get you in the car. She made it very clear that I had to get you to the ceremony. I'm not afraid of Madame Fraser, I said. I was more afraid of whoever else may be at the ceremony, waiting to cuff me and drag me away. Tamara's lip quivered. I may not have been concerned about upsetting Emmeline, but she sure was. The front door opened, drawing my attention to where I expected to see Felix entering the home. But it wasn't Felix. It was a soldier who'd shot me down in the woods earlier. He kept his eyes low, staring at my feet instead of my face. Miss Greenwood, it's time to go. I've been ordered to bring you to the match ceremony using whatever means are necessary. His hand rested on the gun in his belt. And I'd rather not use force. His heart thumped erratically, nerves mingled with the new American obligation to follow orders. I looked back to Tamara, who gave an encouraging nod. There was nowhere to run. I'd have to face the crowd. Stuffing my trepidation deep inside, I made my way down the stairs. If I was going to be seized at the ceremony, I'd make the most of it. I spent the car ride mentally planning the speech I would give straight into the cameras as they marched me out of the room. They could kill me if they wanted, but the movement was alive. All the Embers needed was a spark. So many of the district cities were full of unrest anyway, and I planned to give them the push they needed, a shot of courage to leave the grasp of the leadership and make a new life with the Embers. The multi-purpose building was full of life when the car stopped in front of the main doors. Laughter and light spilled out onto the sidewalk. Miss Greenwood, I'm going to have to ask you to exit the car now. I turned to the soldier, who insisted on sitting in the back seat beside me on the way here, as though he thought I might jump out of the moving vehicle. It wasn't a bad idea on his part, but it still left me with a bitter taste, especially considering he'd literally shot me with his stun gun earlier that day. Are you going to join me for the match ceremony as well? Maybe escort me right up onto the stage? He frowned, and I instantly regretted snapping at him. He was only following orders. It was Emmeline I should have been angry with. She was the one demanding I show up, even though I knew it would be the last time I made an appearance anywhere other than a prison cell. I entered the building, plastering on the smile I'd mastered after spending so much time with other leaders. My walls were strong around my heart, and I leaned into the joy others felt in the room to put on a good show. All the while, I kept my eyes roving, constantly scanning the space for a glimpse of Emmeline. I didn't find her, but I did finally spot Felix from across the room. He looked up, locking his bright blue eyes onto mine. But something wasn't right. He was too far away, with too many people separating us, for me to get a good read on his emotions. But his sparkle was missing. He looked quickly away and disappeared into the crowd behind him. That was strange. Then it occurred to me, perhaps Felix had heard about what I did to Dystopian. He couldn't bear to look at me. And if Felix knew, it would only be minutes before everyone else in this room knew as well. Justice Hines wouldn't waste any time letting everyone know what an awful person I was. I searched the walls again, this time looking for soldiers or protectors preparing to drag me away. Claren! Aiden's voice pulled me from my paranoia, and I turned to greet him and his beautiful wife. Aiden, Abigail, it's so good to see you. I managed to slap on a mask of calm contentment as I greeted my friend. He didn't look suspicious, so maybe I had a little more time. His wife was grinning from ear to ear. She pulled me into a hug, an unexpected move for a woman I hardly knew, and as she wrapped her arms around me, she whispered in my ear, "Thank you." She was still smiling when she pulled back again, her eyes glistening. "For what?" I asked. Aiden stepped forward and wrapped his heavy arm around his wife's petite waist. Other conversations around us were so loud, I barely heard him, as he also dropped his voice to a near whisper. "I told Abigail about the Embers." She nodded, wide-eyed with wonder. "The eggs were delicious. I can't wait to get out there and raise some chickens of our own." "Oh?" This was a surprise. I didn't know Abigail well at all, but I never pictured her roughing it outside. She was always so put together and proper. I assumed she loved her upgraded life in the center. "He said there was lots of work to be done, but I'm up for it. I can do more than raise chickens." She exchanged a fond look with her husband. There was a unique bond between the two of them, like an invisible tether binding them together. It was beautiful, but it was also an uncomfortable reminder of how poorly I'd managed my own relationships. Aiden's grin reached all the way to his eyes. He adored her, that much was clear. But there was another feeling radiating from him as well. Hope? Relief? I didn't understand it. "Excuse me," Abigail said, as another woman approached to greet her. Aiden touched my elbow and nodded away from me to follow him. "I have to thank you as well," he said, once we were away from the others. "I've never seen her come alive like she did when I told her about what happened, and she's agreed that when we get out there, she's ready to start thinking about a family." His eyes grew glossy. "I never thought I'd get kids. Abigail never wanted any, but it turns out she just didn't want to raise any in the city. You see, she didn't have the best of childhoods. She came from a rough burrow. I've always thought that by giving her everything she wanted in the center, I could make her happy." His voice broke. "But a life of luxury isn't what makes her happy, is it?" I asked quietly. He shook his head. We stood there for a moment longer before he pulled me into a side hug. "Turns out my wife is a bit of a rebel herself," he laughed. "So thank you again. We're ready to go as soon as we can, and if there's anything I can do to help you in the meantime, just let me know." "I will. Thank you, Aiden. I'll be in touch with you soon." Our conversation was cut short by the hip-swinging swagger of Georgia Hines. Her smug smile was clear even from across the room, and she was coming straight for me. It took every effort to keep my heart still. This was it. That look on her face was like a cat who'd finally gotten a mouse between its deadly claws. I was trapped. "Claren Greenwood, how convenient for you to grace us with your presence tonight." Her nasally voice was like a knife down my spine, and the quirk of her upper lip told me everything. She knew. She had to have known about Dematia, and she was thrilled to watch me burn for my crimes. Chapter 26. "Hello, Georgia." I steeled myself for whatever was about to come. Aiden abandoned me the moment he saw her coming, smart man. I scanned the room for her mother or Cynthia, but they weren't visible from where I stood. I still hadn't seen Emmeline either, but I couldn't imagine Georgia would be able to do anything to me on her own. That meant there may have still been time to find Felix. I just had to get him before Georgia called in her reinforcements. "Ah, look at you all alone over here. What's wrong?" she teased. "Did you just realize he didn't actually want to be matched with you either?" She pushed out her bottom lip, and I felt my fingers clench into a fist, begging me to strike her. Inhale, exhale. Be better than her. "We're not so different, you know," she continued, despite my best efforts to ignore her. "I thought Felix loved me too. It got to the point where I might have even done some bad things to win him over. Of course, I'd never stoop as low as you." She paused, pinning me with a look that said, "Caught you." Only it didn't match up with the way she was feeling. If she really did know about what happened between Commander Dematia and me, she would have been thrilled beyond belief to catch me. Instead, she seemed unsure. She was also prattling on about Felix rather than gloating about my error, which confirmed that she didn't actually know about what I'd done. "And what are you suggesting I'd stooped so low to do?" I asked. Her eyes narrowed. "Well, I know you were given specific orders for one thing, and turning your back on the supreme leadership in a sad attempt to hurry along your match is not only pathetic, but it's treasonous. You should never put yourself before the state, and I can't wait until they hear about this. In fact, I believe Mother is making the call as we speak." Georgia clearly had no idea what she was talking about. She believed I ditched my mission for a boy. It was absurd. But it was also going to get me caught. If Cynthia didn't already suspect that I'd come back to Claren, she would know for sure after speaking with Justice Hines. I had to hurry and talk to Felix. "Claren Greenwood, back so soon?" Edgar waltzed up beside Georgia with a sneer. She laughed. "Seriously, how dumb is she to keep coming back? It's almost like she wants to go back down to the basement." He laughed along with her sad and cruel attempt at humor. They both looked like fools. I'd had enough and turned away in search of Felix again, or Emmeline, or anyone who really knew what in the world was going on here. But I paused when I heard Georgia gasp behind me. Edgar had red wine dripping over his knuckles as he still grasped a now empty glass in his hand. The rest of the glass's contents were splattered on George's silver satin heels. "Whoops," he chuckled. "Want me to go find you a towel?" Georgia scoffed. "No, you idiot! A towel will not help. I need to go change shoes." She stomped away in a hurry. "Good, she's gone," he said, turning back to me with a grin. It was still difficult for me to fully trust Edgar, but seeing him ruin Georgia's night definitely helped my mood a little, if nothing else. And his own walls came down once she was across the room. He was bursting at the seams with excitement. "Guess what?" "What?" "It worked." He lifted up onto the balls of his feet. "What worked?" I asked, still searching the room. Felix had disappeared. This wasn't like him at all. He wouldn't have hesitated to come and greet me, especially after our goodbye. Did Justice Hines get to him? "The trackers," Edgar said, snapping my attention back to him. "On the weapons, they led me right to him. I know where Frank is." "What?" I grabbed a hold of his arms, certain that I'd misunderstood. "Back up and start over." "You remember that the weapons you delivered to the camps outside of Louisburg had trackers placed on them?" "Yes." How could I forget? I was very upset about it. "Well, I didn't exactly stop there. I spoke with Emilio, and he agreed to help me track all of the weapons we've been passing out to new Ember groups. Occasionally, the camps will get ransacked. It's usually just exiled groups looking for food and supplies, but I figured those are exactly the kind of people Frank might recruit. So we've been watching. Yesterday, a big camp outside of Alamont was attacked by some unknown group. I think it was the anarchists." "But Cynthia said they were near St. Frederick." Edgar shrugged. "Maybe so, but Cynthia hasn't been able to catch them yet, and I can see a large group moving slowly across the map now." "Where are they headed?" "Well, that's the bad news." He frowned. "I think they're coming here, to Claren City." My heart dropped down to my stomach. Why were we standing around in suits and gowns, drinking wine and putting on a show for a fake match when we knew about the horror that was coming? "How long do we have?" "At the rate they're moving, we suspect they will arrive in about 2 days." "Have you spoken to Felix about this?" Edgar shook his head. "No, Emilio and I just discovered it this afternoon.
In fact, he's still in his office monitoring the situation right now. He's been in there non-stop lately." His cheeks flushed, and he shuffled his feet awkwardly. "Why has he been in there so much lately? Are there other groups we need to be monitoring as well?" He raised a shoulder and looked behind me, purposely avoiding eye contact. "Oh, you know, he's just the guy we use for tracking things." Something else was definitely going on, and he was awfully reluctant to fill me in on it. "Edgar?" "Hmm?" He pretended to brush something off of the front of his jacket. "If there is something else going on, I would really appreciate it if you could clue me in. I don't know how long I'll be around, but I want to right as many wrongs as I can before they take me away." His brow crinkled. "What do you mean?" "Never mind," I waved my hand. "Forget I said that. But please, I know there's more. Will you tell me?" He grimaced. "Maybe you should talk to Felix." "I would if I could find him. I've been looking since I got here. It's like he just disappeared." Edgar sighed, something shifting inside him. Gone was the awkward reluctance from earlier, replaced by what almost felt like pity. He looked both ways to be sure we weren't overheard, then stepped a little closer. "Felix and Amelia were meeting in Emilio's office this morning when your communicator went off." "What communicator?" His eyes darted up toward my hair. "Oh." "But I didn't use it today, unless it was set off somehow by the stun gun." Edgar gave a slight shake of his head. "No, it was before the stun." Redness had fully crept up his neck, conquering his cheeks and ears like a victor of mortification. "I think maybe someone's hands in your hair may have set it off." Then it was my turn to be mortified. The room spun around me, and I thought I might vomit. Rafe. Rafe had set off the communicator while we were making out in his tent earlier, which meant Felix heard everything. "I'm sorry, Claren, but please don't tell him I said anything. I promised I wouldn't." "Thank you, Edgar," I said as shame consumed me. "I won't mention it." My body felt like it was on fire. Suddenly, it seemed like everyone in the room knew. Not only was I a murderer, but I was a cheater now, too, a heartbreaker, a selfish girl who only cared about fulfilling her own needs, mending her own wounds. I destroyed everyone who came to know me. "Welcome, everyone, to this evening's grand event." All eyes turned toward the stage, where a man I'd never seen stood grinning in the spotlight. He was dressed in a tuxedo, and his hair was combed in the style the newscasters wore. "I'm sure many of you have guessed about what tonight's announcement may be, but let's hear it from the Senator himself, shall we? Senator Walsh, will you please join me on the stage?" The crowd clapped politely as Felix stepped up onto the raised stage before them and accepted the microphone from the man. He lifted it to his lips, but he didn't speak right away. His eyes scanned the crowd until they landed on me, and in that moment, when our eyes locked, the crowd disappeared. It was just Felix and me, standing on opposite sides of a wide chasm, and I knew I'd never be able to reach him now. My heart cracked right there in my chest. The walls around it, built from Felix's fountain, crashed to the ground at my feet in a tidal wave that threatened to take me out with it, and I almost wished it would. Chapter 27. "Thank you all for joining us here tonight," Felix began. He turned on his charm, sending a sparkling smile out over the crowd, resting his gaze on each of the cameras trained on him from various points in front of the stage. They ate it up. "As you know, Miss Georgia Hines and I made the mutual decision to cancel our match and re-enter the pool of candidates not long ago." The crowd's energy buzzed with what would come next. They knew he'd been rematched, and they were dying to discover who the lucky girl was. At this point,
I was just as curious. Would it still be me? Did Emmeline have enough control over him to make him go through with a match to a girl who had essentially stabbed him in the back? Or did he finally stand up to her and say no? My skin hummed with anticipation as his eyes landed on me again.
"Claren Greenwood, will you please join me on the stage?"
I was vaguely aware of the cameras following me as I made my way through the crowd. Cynthia George was probably watching my face on a screen at this very moment while talking to Senator Schaaf or Justice Hines on the phone, planning my arrest and execution. I never even had a chance to explain myself to Felix. And I never got a chance to talk to Emmeline either. Was this part of her plan? Was she in on it with Cynthia and the others after all, luring me here to my death? Emmeline knew everything. There was no way she could plead ignorance today. But I hadn't seen her yet either. For all I knew, she was sitting right alongside Cynthia, laughing at me through the screen as she stirred a cup of tea. The fiery burn of judging eyes across my skin grew even hotter as I stepped into the spotlight beside Felix. There had to have been 400 people in the room, and at least 6 cameras. What a show they were about to receive.
Claren and I have worked together for quite some time now, in different capacities. When she was kidnapped a year ago, I mourned her loss, fearing the worst as we all did. Now that she's back, one thing has become completely clear to me. This woman has always had my heart.
He paused, giving the crowd time to applaud.
When the leadership found that we were a compatible match and proposed the idea to me, there wasn't an ounce of hesitation. I said yes, and thankfully, so did she. We certainly plan to utilize our full courtship, so don't get too excited about any permanent plans. But for now, I am honored to declare an official match between myself and Miss Claren Greenwood.
He reached for my hand, and I felt him tremble. But Felix was a fighter and a masterful actor. His heart was as crushed as mine, probably more so, yet he stood firm before the crowd, putting on a show just as the leadership required of him. I would do the same, for him, not for them. I plastered a smile on my face as the tuxedo-wearing announcer attempted to calm the applause that filled the large room. He took the microphone and ran through a list of my accomplishments, and I grew more anxious with every word. What would happen when he reached the end of that list? Would he then begin naming the lives I'd taken and the criminals I'd allowed to escape? After all, if I'd killed Frank that day in Louisburg, none of this would have happened. New America would not be at war, and millions of innocent people would still be walking the earth. Their blood was on my hands. It was my fault. I deserved to be executed. But the doors never opened. The protectors and soldiers never came. There were no cuffs, no guns, nothing. It didn't make sense. Why hadn't I been apprehended yet?
"Thank you again, everyone. We appreciate your support." Felix waved at the crowd, delighting them to no end. "Now, if you'll excuse me, my match looks radiant tonight, and I'd like a moment alone to celebrate our new status."
The audience laughed and nodded, charmed by his wink and mischievous grin. But I was close enough to get a sense for how he really felt. He wasn't pulling me aside to celebrate. He was pulling me aside to deliver a blow. We exited through the back of the stage into an empty hall. Felix walked up and down the length of the short hall to be sure no one else was around, while I stood nervously by the wall, picking at my nails as I awaited what was sure to be a difficult conversation. But I deserved it, and I would stick it out, because after he let me know how badly I'd hurt him, I would have to tell him the news about Frank and ruin his night even further. Finally, he approached me, hands hanging limp by his sides and eyes deep blue pools of sorrow.
"Claren, I'm sorry."
"What?" My heart stopped beating in my chest. "No, why would you apologize?"
Because I know this is not the life you wanted, and I feel that I am partially to blame. I should have told Emmeline no. I knew you didn't want the match, and I didn't resist hard enough. Now it's too late, and I've gotten you trapped into a life you'll hate."
I stepped forward and reached for his arm, but he pulled away. Felix was hurting, broken because of me, and yet he was apologizing. "There's so much you don't know," I whispered.
"I know." He raised his hand. "I know enough. Your communicator came through the speaker this morning when I don't think you realized it. I was with Emilio, and I heard it all. And it's okay. Of course you have options. How could you not? I can't expect you to choose me just because someone told you to."
"Felix."
He shook his head. "Your friend from the Embers, Rafe, he loves you, and I think you love him too, even if you are afraid to say it. He said he would wait if you'll just tell him, so you should go back before you lose him."
"It's not that simple. Those words have meaning. I can't just rush out and say them. I wouldn't. I won't. Not unless I'm certain. Love is complicated."
"It shouldn't be."
"But it is."
"Not for me."
He shoved his hands into his pockets, and his Adam's apple bobbed as he fought an unseen internal battle.
"Those words I said on stage, they were true. I know this isn't useful for you to hear right now, but I have to say it, just once, and then we never have to speak of it again."
He took a deep breath.
"Matched or not, I would choose you. And if there ever comes a day that he breaks your heart, I will be here to pick up the pieces. You're it for me, Claren, even if you never choose me in return. I only have one heart, and it's yours."
My vision blurred with unshed tears. Felix looked away while I wiped my eyes. "You don't understand," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I am not the person you think I am. If you knew the things I'd done, you wouldn't feel the same way. You couldn't. I'm not good enough for you."
"We're all flawed," he said, meeting my gaze again. "Every one of us. We're all broken and damaged. We've all done bad things and said words we regret. But you piece me back together. You heal my wounds and give me strength. There's nothing you could ever do that would make me turn away from you. But I want you to be happy. I want you to get the best of this life, even if that means watching you love someone else. But like I said, if you find yourself broken, now or ever, I'm here. I'll heal you the way you've done for me. I'll give you all the strength I have."
The air grew heavy around us as the weight of his words sunk in. I wanted to rush forward and touch him, console him, but that wouldn't be fair, not to him and not to me. So I reached inside and found my peace point. The walls came down around me, drying my eyes and pulling me back up into reality. Because as much as I cared for Felix, there were more urgent issues to discuss. "We may need your strength sooner rather than later," I said, switching gears.
He picked up on my change in tone and straightened up as well. "What's going on?"
"First of all, you should know that I've done something horrible, and it won't be long before the Supreme Leadership comes for me. I've broken a promise I made to them, and I've killed one of their people in the process." I expected Felix to recoil from me, to step away like my wickedness may be contagious, but he didn't react at all except to nod, as though he understood. "Did you hear me? I murdered a man." My walls stood tall, reinforced by calm, consistent breaths. Felix wasn't standing with me in my imaginary garden anymore. We couldn't gaze upon the fountain and its walls together in my mind, because he was here in the flesh, living and breathing before me.
"Yes," he said simply. "I heard you, and I know how incredibly difficult that must have been for you. It's not in your nature, but I assume you had good reason to do it, correct?"
I nodded, my block wavering. He blurred again before me, and this time I looked away. Felix always tore my walls down. This wasn't good. I was weak around him.
"Claren,"
he said, his voice velvety and soft. I didn't answer. I couldn't, or I would crack again. I needed a minute to build myself back up and block him out. There wasn't time to be emotional when we had real problems to solve.
"Claren,"
he repeated, closer this time. His hand was on my cheek, gently turning me to face him.
"I'm sorry you had to do that, but I know the people you helped by doing so will be forever grateful to you."
The pressure was too much, and my dams broke. Tears flowed freely from my eyes, and Felix had me pulled against his chest in an instant.
"They're going to have me executed, Felix."
His expensive white shirt soaked up my black tears like a sponge.
"No, they won't. I won't let them."
There wasn't anything he could do to stop them, but I wanted to believe him. He hugged me harder. I don't know how long I wept on him, but my cheeks were sticky when at last I pulled away. He smiled and pushed a stray piece of hair behind my ear.
"Better?"
I shrugged. "There's more. Frank and Milo are headed toward Claren City. Edgar and Emilio are tracking them. We've got to find a way to get everyone out of here before they strike."
Felix frowned. "That's impossible. There's nowhere big enough for all our people to go. It wouldn't work."
"I know, but they will bomb our city like they've done to all the others. They'll be here in 2 days.
"Then I guess we've got exactly 2 days to take them out. But you," he ran a thumb across my cheek, "you've got to get out of here. Footage of the ceremony will be all over the evening programming. If it's true that the Supreme Leadership will have you executed for your actions, then we need to keep you away from here. Have you talked to Emmeline about all of this?"
"No. She tracked me down and had a soldier stun me to get me here today. She bought me this dress and ordered the staff to bring me to the event, but I haven't even seen her here. I don't know what's going on. It's like she was trying to set me up."
Felix's jaw ticked. "That's not her style."
But he was as perplexed about it all as I was.
"I'll see if I can figure anything out with her, but in the meantime, we need to get you outside. Go see Rafe and your dad. I know that they'll take care of you."
He tried to hide his hurt, but it was clear as the summer sky in those eyes of his. I didn't know what to say to make it better, because he was right. I did need to get out of here as quickly as possible.
"I'll go find James," he said. "You wait here. I don't think anyone will be back here for a while."
Then with his hand on the door handle, he turned back over his shoulder.
"We're going to make this work, I promise."
Chapter 28. I found myself back in James's spare bedroom that night, tossing and turning, expecting the doors to burst open at any second. But morning came, and I was still alive. James was like the grandfather I'd never known, protective and resourceful, always there to help in a pinch. I thanked him again after breakfast and grabbed my bag. He'd graciously retrieved it from Felix sometime late in the night. "James, promise that if you haven't received confirmation of Frank and Milo's death by tomorrow, you will leave the city." The corners of his eyes crinkled.
"I'm too old to survive outside. I've dedicated my life to this city. I will serve it until the day I die."
A sad smile played at his lips. A photograph of his family, all deceased now except for him, sat on the shelf behind him, and I knew there would be no convincing him. "Will you at least drop yourself into the tunnels if word of an attack comes?"
"I will certainly consider it." He laughed and took my plate to the sink, then met me in the hall.
"Well, I guess this is goodbye again. It seems like we say this a lot, James."
"Then let's say it again. Perhaps it's our lucky catchphrase."
I laughed and hugged the old man.
"But don't leave just yet," he added, glancing at a clock on the wall. "There's one more His front door slammed open and into the opposite wall. "Sorry." Aiden poked his head through the opening. "It's windy out there." Abigail walked in right behind him, both smiling and eager. The energy in the room came alive with their presence. Aiden pointed at me with a huge grin. "You never said James was in on this, and Emilio too. How many of you rebels do we have infiltrating the leadership?" "Including you?" I asked. James chuckled. "I hope you won't mind escorting our newest recruits outside. It's their first time, so they may need a little extra help. We've got someone coming out to retrieve you from the station, and there should be 3 bicycles ready for you to go downstairs." Aiden quirked an eyebrow. "Bicycles?" "We can't just drive out of the center gates," I said with a shrug. "Come on, I'll show you." Then turning back to James, I lowered my voice. "Thank you again, for everything, always." "It's my pleasure, Miss Greenwood," he said with a wink. Abigail was surprisingly agile on a bicycle. Aiden needed a little extra help, however. He said it had been too many years since he last rode, but I suspected this was his first time. Thankfully, he was athletic enough to pick it up quickly, and we zipped through the tunnels to our meet-up location outside in no time. "I can't believe these tunnels have been right under our feet this entire time," he said with wonder as we made our exit near the abandoned gas station outside. "It makes me feel like a bit of a fool." "No, you're not a fool." I reached down to help Abigail out of the underground tunnel and into the dusty storeroom of the old building. Aiden walked around behind me, inspecting the few items left on the shelves, mostly broken or useless at this point, oohing and awing as he went. "I'd say you're pretty wise, in fact. When given the opportunity, you made the right choice." Abigail beamed at her husband, then turned to me. "So what do we do first?" She brushed dirt from her hands onto her thighs. "Now we go and find whoever was sent to retrieve us. Don't worry," I said, nudging Aiden. "There'll be a vehicle this time." There were 2, in fact. A pair of the Embers' open-air vehicles sat parked behind the building, Ryder sitting in the driver's seat of one and my father in the other. Ryder gave me a cheerful hello, then turned to greet his friend with a pat on the back and a rare grin. He was genuinely happy to see Aiden joining us. Aiden may have been a bit full of himself at times, but he was our friend, and if we could get him on the right side of the playing field, how many more leaders and protectors could we bring over to the Embers? My father pulled me into a hug. He forced a smile, but the turmoil rolling within him took my breath away. "What's wrong, Dad?" "I spoke with Emilio this morning about our situation." "Good, so you're all caught up. I'm guessing we have about a day and a half to find Frank and Milo before they attack." He nodded. "With Emilio tracking them, I'm not concerned about locating them. I'm more concerned about getting to them without killing half of my men. I'm sure he's well protected." I agreed. "We'll have to stay one step ahead of him. I've gotten close so many times. I think I know how he operates, but it would be much easier if we knew the location of those weapons. Have you seen anything that looks suspicious in your years out here? Even just the slightest idea of where the Supreme Leadership might be hiding them?" "I wish I did." He shook his head, disappointed in himself. "But I'll make it right. Frank lied to me for years. He was a master of deception. I have every intention of marching right up to him and delivering the death blow myself." "You'll have to beat me to him first." He gave me a sad smile and patted me on the back. "I do think we'll need more men to help us reach him, though." "Have you contacted any of our allies nearby?" "Some, yes, but I don't know how many is enough. Emilio says they've got about 100 different weapons moving this way. I'm sure there will be at least twice as many of his men, because many of them will carry different weapons." "So we'll bring in more men, too. I bet we'll have an endless list of volunteers to take them out. Dusty can fly people in on his gyrocopter.
He can't get more than 2 or 3 at a time, but he could probably load up some extra weapons for us.
I don't know if it makes sense to use up all that fuel for 2 or 3 men at a time.
It does, if it ends this war. He gave me a long look before nodding once.
You're right. Let's go talk to Dusty.
He turned to give a shout to Ryder.
You good to take our newcomers back to camp?
Absolutely. Aiden approached then and shook my father's hand.
Aiden Carp, pleased to meet you, sir. I don't know much about the anarchists, but I've fought against Milo before. I'm happy to help you destroy that scumbag. And as far as I know, the Claren City protectors won't be an issue. But if they are, I've got us covered. I literally helped write their book on attack strategies.
Thank you. Maybe you can help us organize our forces, too. Claren and I are going to see about bringing in more men. Please update Rafe and the others. Prepare our people here for the fight of their lifetimes. I want to make this the final battle in our war.
Yes, sir,
Ryder said.
Let's go.
Dusty wasn't in the hangar when we arrived. Maybe he's out getting firewood or something, I suggested.
No.
My father's brow wrinkled.
He has plenty already. He's got to be around here somewhere.
We stepped back out of the door and walked around to the opposite side of the building. Dusty sat on an upturned bucket, leaning against a tree with his feet extended into a relaxed position in front of him. He raised a glass containing an amber liquid when he saw us coming.
Glenn! Claren!
Bending over, he retrieved a bottle of alcohol from his side and stood with a grin.
You're just in time. Let me grab you some glasses. Dusty, I hardly think this is the time.
I elbowed my father in the ribs, cutting him short. Dusty's not a drinker, I said with a smile, and even I can barely contain his excitement right now. Something happened. It's big. Just wait for it. He looked at me like I'd grown a third eye.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, Dad, but I can feel it. Trust me on this. We followed Dusty back into the hangar where he retrieved 2 more cups, one dented aluminum and the other cracked plastic. They weren't pretty, but they were good enough for a toast. He poured a bit of liquid into each one, passing them out and raising his own glass high into the air. He looked like he could burst into laughter at any moment. His joy bubbled over.
2 breakthroughs, he said.
Dad looked at me again from the corner of his eyes.
2 breakthroughs,
we repeated, and we all took a swallow. The liquid burned my throat and lit me up inside.
All right, Dusty. Now are you gonna tell us what this breakthrough is or what?
My father wiped his lip and gave Dusty a disapproving look.
You're looking at it.
He rocked back on his heels.
I got the plane working.
You're kidding, I said, setting my cup on top of a toolbox. I ran my hand along the exterior of the machine. Like the cups, it wasn't pretty, but if it was functional, it could change everything. My father grilled him on a few of the technical aspects that I didn't understand.
Finally, he said, "But how can you be sure it works if you haven't taken it into the air? I've checked every piece of this thing 1,000,000 times over. Ryder found a massive estate about 30 miles down the river a couple of weeks ago. This guy was loaded and had his own private airstrip. There wasn't a plane in his hangar anymore, but he had exactly the part I needed to get my own aircraft ready to run again. I guarantee it will work."
So, what are you waiting for? Take it up.
Well, I need fuel, a lot of it.
I bet Charles could help with that, I said. Dusty and Charles flew together for years. He wasn't quite ready to join the Embers the last time we'd met, but I knew he was sympathetic to our mission. He would most certainly siphon off a little of the leadership's fuel for us if it was for a good cause.
If he can, and you're sure this thing can fly, then let's pay him a visit. You couldn't have picked a better time to get this thing working, Dusty.
Dad patted him on the back and gave me a wink.
We updated Dusty on what was going on with Frank and our need for more troops. The plane wasn't large, but it was big enough to bring in 4 times as many additional Embers as a gyrocopter would have allowed, and Dusty had never looked so excited about his job. "I've been waiting for this moment my entire life," he said. "Great. Well, sober up, soldier. I'll let them know you're coming." My father turned back to me with a new glimmer in his eye. I knew that look, but I couldn't quite give in to it myself as much as it called to me. It was the look of hope. We were getting close to ending this. We climbed back into the vehicle, and I reached up into my hair, resting a finger on the hairpin. "Emilio, we're bringing in more forces. We'll need as many weapons as you can gather. I'll be back this evening to retrieve them." And as much as I tried to deny it, a spark of hope flared up within me as well. Chapter 29. My dad didn't know that I was on the run from the Supreme Leadership, and I had no intentions of telling him. We were short on time before Frank's attack, and I wasn't about to let them lock me up to keep me safe. No, I needed to help them take action. So he didn't blink an eye when I told him I was going back into the city to get the weapons from Emilio. Ryder helped me with the setup he normally used to get supplies out of the city, a rolling trailer pulled by one of the smaller vehicles through the tunnels. He offered to go in my place, but I refused. Secretly, I hoped to see Felix one more time. An uneasy feeling had taken up residence in my belly, and I couldn't shake the thought that this might be the end for me. If I wasn't caught by Cynthia or Justice Hines, there would be a good chance that I'd be injured or killed when we faced Frank and Milo, and I just wasn't satisfied with how I'd left things with Felix. I couldn't stop thinking about his confession to me in the hallway, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized how much I cared for him, too. Maybe it wasn't love, but for the first time since I'd met him, I allowed myself to imagine that one day it could be. Rather than turning down the tunnel that led to James's house, I stopped at the entrance to the basement and janitorial closet of City Hall. Emilio was expecting me, but I was supposed to contact him once I reached the spot. My finger twitched, as though my subconscious were telling me to follow the plan, but my heart won out. I squeezed my way through the narrow staircase from the basement, past the water heater, and rested beside a still damp mop in the dark closet. I waited there for my heart to stop racing. There were no sounds coming from the hall on the other side of the door, but I leaned toward it cautiously, feeling with my heart and my mind, attempting to get a read on anyone who may be nearby. There was nothing, but I knew Felix was in his office here. I didn't know how I knew, but I did. I peeked through a crack in the door just to be sure the coast was clear, then I sprinted through the hall toward a little used stairwell. When the door closed behind me, I rested again, leaning my head back against the tile of the wall and cursing myself for acting so recklessly. Someone could enter the stairwell at any minute, and I would be caught. But since I was here already, I may as well keep moving. I took the stairs 2 at a time until I reached the right floor. Unless I'd gotten turned around, Felix's office would be 2 doors down on the left, and just past it would be the elevator landing. Once again, I couldn't sense anyone else nearby, so I cracked open the door. I wouldn't be able to barge into Felix's office the way I had done in the stairwell. He regularly had meetings there, and I would hate to stumble upon the wrong individual. But I couldn't exactly call him up to make sure he was alone, either. The halls were clear as far as I could tell, so I made the only move I could think of and tiptoed silently to the outside of his office door. There were no windows, so I leaned my ear against it instead. Silence. And yet, I knew he was in there. I could practically see him gazing out of his office window and thinking about what he could do to help us with the anarchists. The elevator dinged beside me, and I scrambled to get back into the stairwell, closing the door behind me just as the elevator opened. The gentle tapping of footsteps followed, 2 pairs from the sound of it, and they were coming in my direction. "It's absurd," George's whiny voice echoed through the halls. "And they seriously just expect us to stand back and do nothing while she rips this country apart? Hang on." The footsteps stopped. "Is someone else nearby?" I held my breath, body pinned to the wall just inside the door. My panic was strangling me, taking control of my every thought. I fought to bury it, to trap it, to rebuild my walls and to block her out. Georgia Hines was the last person I wanted to run into here. Well, maybe second to last. Her mother would have been worse. Edgar cleared his throat loudly. "No, I'm pretty sure everyone on this floor is out to lunch, except Felix, but he always takes it in his office." "You're right," Georgia said. "I guess I'm just being paranoid. It seems like everyone has lost all sense of right and wrong lately. Up is down and down is up. Criminals are ruling the world. Ugh!" I heard a door open and close across the hall from Felix's office. It was a meeting room, if I remembered correctly. After 3 more minutes of silence, I snuck back out into the hall and turned the knob of Felix's office door, quickly but carefully, then darted inside. I was rewarded with wide, crystal blue eyes, round as saucers. "Claren, what are you doing here?" He turned away from his window overlooking the city to face me. I put one finger up to my mouth and made a shushing face. After just a minute to make sure no one from the hall heard, I joined him on the other side of the desk, placing myself squarely between him and the window and pulling the blinds closed. "I'm meeting Emilio for some weapons, and just thought I'd swing by and say hi." "Hi," he said, the corner of his mouth turned up. "Hi." "You know this was a bad idea, right?" "I kind of specialize in bad ideas lately." That teased a full smile out of him. "Thankfully you didn't run into Justice Hines out there in the hall. She's been a hurricane on a rampage this morning." "Uh-oh, is it because of me?" "She hasn't said. Actually, no one has said anything about you being missing. I haven't even heard from the leadership in St. Frederick." "That is strange." I plopped myself down in his office chair, twisting it back and forth with one foot on the floor. "They've definitely discovered my absence by now, and Commander DeMattia, too." I dropped my chin at the memory of what I'd done. With so much activity over the last couple of days, it had been easy to push it to the back of my mind. But whenever I remembered, it reemerged as raw and painful as ever. "It's got to be a part of their plan," he said. "They're keeping it hushed for a reason." "Do you think Emmeline has something to do with it?" "I don't know." He leaned back against his desk, kicking one ankle over the other. "I still haven't heard from her either. There's definitely something suspicious going on, though, and they're keeping me out of it." "It's one of the hazards of being matched to a rebel, I guess." He grinned. "Then I guess it's worth it." We sat that way for a while, me twisting the chair back and forth as I sorted through the thoughts rattling around in my brain, and Felix, steady as a statue, almost picturesque, as he casually propped himself up against that oversized mahogany desk, staring silently into nothingness. When we spoke again, our words tumbled out at the same time. "Felix, I've been thinking." We laughed. "You go first," I said. "I just hate the thought of sending you out there alone." "I won't be alone." "I know," he said. "But I want to be there with you. If anything happened, He shook his head and swallowed. "I would never forgive myself. I know you're strong, and you can certainly handle whatever they might throw your way, but still, I can't help but worry, and I feel so useless here in the city." "About that, I don't think you should stay here, just in case Frank gets to the Supreme Leadership's weapons before we get to him. You should leave the city." "And go where?" "With me." That's what I wanted to say. But we both knew that wouldn't work, not until this war was over and the people of New America came to learn what the Embers really stood for. "Anywhere," I finally whispered. "Somewhere safe." It's my job to lead these people. I can't abandon them."
"I know," I swallowed. "Which is why I'm going to kill Frank and Milo, so you don't have to go." We locked eyes then, and a familiar feeling came over me. It took me a moment to recognize it, but subconsciously I had somehow kick-started something in my brain. My awareness swirled around, like I'd practiced so many times before, but there was more to it now. It grew and spread, reaching out, and as I lost myself physically in Felix's eyes, mentally I was with him too. I could feel his concern for me as though it were my own. I felt his love and his yearning. I could practically see him shuffling through ideas for different ways to keep me safe, to save us all from what was to come. And suddenly it felt too personal, intrusive. I had to look away. Instantly, the strange connection snapped, leaving me back safely in the darkness of my own mind. But I felt emptier here, alone. Felix offered a warmth and comfort I couldn't find anywhere else. He gave me a different kind of strength, I realized. I thought he made me weak, but by tearing down my walls and breaking through my block, Felix was actually building me up. He made me strong through my feelings. I didn't have to hide them away. I looked back at the handsome man before me. Would it be dangerous to let myself feel something for him? Would it be a distraction, or would it be an asset? "Screw it!" I stood, rolling the chair back into the wall behind me, and wrapped my arms around his neck. "We'll make this work," I said, unsure myself if I was referring to the mission or our relationship. Then I kissed him, slowly. For once, I did it not to cover up the pain, not to counterbalance my fears or regrets, not to bury some other raw emotion deep down. I did it because I wanted to. I leaned into the emotion, allowing it to consume me, to fill me with warm light. His hands settled on my waist, and I felt safe, loved, and determined to prevent anything dark from robbing me of more moments like this. A knock sounded at the door, but still we didn't pull away, not until I heard my name. "Claren! I know you're in there! Open up!" Emilio Whisper yelled from the hall. Felix licked his lower lip, his eyes twinkling as his hands lingered on my hips. "You should probably answer that. He sounds mad." I delivered one more quick kiss, then peeled myself reluctantly away from him and took a deep breath. If I was going to allow myself to feel for him, I'd have to learn how to put it away when necessary, and now was not the time for kisses. I opened the door, and Emilio quickly entered the room, shaking a finger at me. "This was not the plan," he said sternly. Then he looked at Felix and back to me, his eyes widening slightly, as though our previous actions were written all over our faces. But Emilio just shook it off. He pointed at his head. "Don't forget, I can always find you. I got worried when I hadn't heard from you yet," he sighed. "Sorry, Emilio. I didn't mean to worry you. I just had something to take care of first." Felix rubbed his chin, attempting to hide a grin. "I've got about 60 more stun guns ready for you in the basement," he said, ignoring the playful exchange between Felix and me. "And I'll continue working here around the clock on a project that might be able to help defend against the attacks. I'm pretty sure the Supreme Leadership's weapons use active electronically scanned array radars, which is why we've been unable to detect the strikes before. But I'm working on a jamming system that might just be able to stop them if I can get it functional before the next attack." "Could it help us locate the weapons now?" I asked. "Not until they're deployed, but I believe these things can be fired from anywhere within a 40-mile radius, and they're probably stored even further away than that." He frowned. "And if Frank has the codes, all it will take is a push of a couple of buttons to lock onto his target. He doesn't even have to understand how it works." "That's terrifying," Emilio agreed. "But I'll keep working. Let's get those weapons loaded up now so you guys can take him down before he has a chance to strike."
Do you have an update on his current location? I can see where the majority of the stolen weapons that we tracked are moving. Assuming Frank is with the rest of the group, he's still on track to reach us by tomorrow evening. But I have no idea where the Supreme Leadership's weapon controls are stored. He could already have them on hand, or he could be moving separately to retrieve them now. So there's really no way to know when he'll strike? Unfortunately not. Not unless I get this jammer working and find a way to detect the bombs. Well, there's no time to delay then. We'd better get going. Chapter 30. A renewed spirit and relentless determination led me back to the Embers with my chin held high. Yes, the news Emilio had delivered about Frank was scary, but I felt recharged, and the hope I'd been trying to snuff out before now burned brightly inside. The sun was setting as I reached the Embers campsite, and I was surprised to find it full of people. Some I recognized, but many new faces turned toward me as well. I stopped my vehicle and hopped out in search of my father. He found me a moment later, squeezing through the crowd to reach me. You made it back. Good. And it looks like Emilio was able to get you plenty of guns. About 60, I said. But I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Where did all these people come from? They started arriving shortly after you left. We put out a call this morning, and Embers from across the nation dropped everything to come to our aid. Many others are still making their way here as we speak. There are more volunteers ready to fight alongside us than I could have ever dreamed of. Dusty will be returning with another crew soon, too. This is incredible. It really is. Come on, let's get you some stew, and you can meet some of our newcomers. Hey, Ryder, Aiden, will you boys unload the weapons here? Then meet us inside. I followed him to the small wooden cabin, the only freestanding building at the camp. What was once an open riverbank with dense trees surrounding it was now alive, covered in tents of various shapes and sizes. Multiple campfires were already burning, and the air smelled of smoke and meat. A buzz filled the air, dancing across my skin as the electric charge of excitement pulled me in. Rafe and Joy were inside the cabin already, helping Carmen in the kitchen and talking to 3 men I didn't recognize, and one I did. Seth, I said, you're looking well. I hadn't seen the leaders of the Lewisburg Embers since the bombing a year before. He'd been tied up and beaten by Milo and Frank, and he had almost as much thirst for revenge as I did. Seth lifted his brows. I'll feel a lot better when we put an end to this. You and me both. I glanced toward the kitchen and noticed Joy pounding out some dough with Carmen. Rafe stood off to the side, watching me. He gave a small nod. I returned it, and a strange, silent agreement passed between us. We'd forget about our disagreements and unanswered questions for now. There would be time to talk another day. Today, we were just 2 soldiers preparing for war. My father poured me a bowl of stew and introduced me to the other men. They were from neighboring Ember establishments, close enough to have brought 100 additional fighters between them. Ryder and Aiden entered soon after I finished eating, and we all crowded around the table to strategize. Thank you all for gathering here so quickly, my father began. As you know, we have good reason to believe that Frank and Milo, the leaders of the anarchist group that has been bombing cities and destroying Ember camps, are near. It is very likely that they will strike again in the next 24 hours. We need to stop them before they have the chance. Mumblings of approval sounded from around the room, and the energy continued to build as one man's excitement compounded off of another's. Even Rafe held a half grin, unable to resist the strong pull of bloodlust filling the room. And lucky for us, he continued, we've got some help from the leadership of Claren City right here in this room. Some of you may know my daughter, Claren. She's dedicated the last 2 years of her life to fighting for our freedom from within the government's ranks. She has single-handedly spread our movement across the country, and she has first-hand experience fighting both of the anarchist leaders." He placed a hand on my shoulder, drawing my eyes up to his. "I am so proud of her and the decisions she's made on our behalf, and that's why I am asking her to lead the charge on this fight we have before us." My words escaped me. Was he really asking me to lead the Embers? He nodded, as though answering the question I couldn't speak. "Go ahead, sweetheart. The room is yours." I stood, feeling the weight of the responsibility I'd just been handed. All eyes were on me, but my thoughts were scattered. I hadn't been expecting this, and I wasn't sure where to begin. "She saved my tail 100 times, Rafe said, sensing my nerves. He smiled, encouraging me to take the reins. "Mine too," Ryder said. "And mine." Joy stood tall. "She saved Seth too, but he'll never admit it out loud." The group laughed at Rafe's remarks. Even Seth chuckled. "And I agree with Glenn. I trust her with my life. What would you like us to do, Claren?" I was more emotionally charged than I had been in a long time. My first instinct was to push it down, bury it under facts and logic. But I learned from Felix that there was room for both. So I leaned into it instead, allowing the encouragement and excitement to fuel me up. "Well, let's start with what we know." I launched into a recap of what Emilio had told me. I left out the part about his newest project, partially because I didn't entirely understand how it worked, but mostly because there was no guarantee it would work at all. But I informed them of the anarchists' current whereabouts, and I let them know that it was impossible to predict when Frank might attack. If he already had the controls on him, it could really be at any time. "He may go straight for Claren City, but if he's aware of you all joining us here, there's a good chance he might attack our people instead. We pose a bigger threat to him right now than the soldiers do. So, taking all of that into consideration, I propose we take on a more offensive strategy. It won't do us any good to sit here and wait for them to arrive. We don't even know that they will. I think we should go to him instead." "But what if he's not with his men like you said?" One of the new Ember leaders furrowed his brows. "We'll take out his men, and then we can keep looking for him. I don't intend to stop until Frank and Milo are both dead." "Do you know where they are now?" someone else asked. "I know the route they're taking. If we move quickly enough, we can cut them off before they get close to our camps here or Claren City." "So are you suggesting we leave first thing in the morning?" "I think we should move out tonight, as soon as everyone can gear up." The room went silent. I thought I'd lost them. Maybe my plan was too aggressive. Maybe they didn't like the idea of marching into the night. We would lose people in this fight, that much was inevitable, but I truly believed that we would be much more successful if we caught the anarchists when they weren't expecting us. My father was the first to speak, just as I thought they'd all given up on me. "Well, how soon can we get everyone geared up?" They spoke amongst themselves, trying to figure out the timeline, and I released a breath, hoping it would pull all the anxiety from my body with it. It didn't. But I caught Rafe's attention, and the small wink he gave helped calm me a bit. They believed in me, and I wouldn't let them down. As the leaders all went out to prepare their men, I took to the table with Aiden. He explained some of their most effective tactics from his training as a protector and a soldier for Dimitri. Between his experience and mine, we were able to piece together a basic attack strategy. But really, I was relying on the element of surprise as our greatest advantage. Ryder volunteered to stay behind and help the incoming volunteers set up around our camps in Claren City. My dad and Rafe insisted on leading the Embers right alongside me, and I didn't put up a fight. We were stronger together. Frank had betrayed both of them, and they wanted to take him down as badly as anyone. Joy and Carmen equipped us with jars of water and all the loaves of bread they could bake. Ryder gave me a communicator so we could stay aware of any updates between the different groups.
and right before we were all ready to go, I reached out to Emilio through Ryder's communicator. He confirmed that the anarchists were still en route to Claren City. They appeared to have stopped for the night in a location just 30 miles away, which gave us one more advantage if we could get there before they awoke.
"It's nearly 9 o'clock, my dad said. "If we're going to do this, we better move soon. Are you sure you want to march through the night?"
"I think it's our best option." I turned to face the hundreds of people surrounding us, each equipped with stun guns from Emilio or knives or clubs. We used whatever weapons we could find. Then I turned back to my father. "And I think you'll have a hard time stopping them now, even if you wanted to."
"I think you're right," he frowned. "I just hope we can make it that far."
"If we leave now, we should make it to their camp by dawn, according to Emilio's estimates. But we've got a few vehicles driving along with us, too. If it gets too late, we can take a smaller group in on wheels. I know it's not the best plan. We didn't have time to properly prepare. But I think it's the best we can do with what we've got." He inhaled and blew the air through his mouth with a nod.
"Okay. In that case, we're ready to go as soon as you give the word."
The night had grown eerily still as we all collected our courage. There were a few low conversations through the crowd, but the air was ripe with anticipation. All that was missing was Rafe. I scanned through the bodies until I spotted him, a few yards away from the cabin, speaking with Marissa. They were too far for me to hear anything, not that I would have eavesdropped anyway. But the look on her face spoke 1,000 words. She pulled Rafe into an embrace, and as she did, he locked eyes with me from over her shoulder. His body tensed at first, but I smiled. I knew how it felt to be wrapped in the arms of someone who would give anything to keep me safe, and it looked like Rafe knew that feeling now, too. He relaxed, and I turned back to my father. "As soon as Rafe says his goodbyes, we can move." He joined us a few moments later, and we began our march through the dark woods toward the main road. We would take the roads at first, diverging back into the forest only once we neared the anarchists' camp. From there we would surround them, preventing them from escaping as our embers tightened in on them. That was the plan anyway. There wasn't much to say as we moved through the night. Adrenaline kept us awake, and light from a half-moon guided us along the dark country roads. I worked hard to keep up our pace, even when my legs began aching and the tips of my toes grew numb. There was a major slowdown shortly after midnight as we all fought through our bodies urging us to lie down. But around 3 a.m, we found a second wind and picked up some speed once again. By 5 o'clock, we were all officially in high gear, practically jogging because we were too excited to walk. We were close. It was almost showtime. The sun's light wouldn't brighten our paths for another hour or two, but suddenly there was another light in the sky. I thought I was imagining it at first. It looked like a star, twinkling brighter than all the rest and moving across the sky like a bird in flight. Then it grew larger, closer, and 100 weapons were drawn and aimed as the aircraft slowly lowered itself a little ways up the road in front of us.
"What is that?" Rafe asked.
"I couldn't tell you, but I have a good guess where it came from." It was like a small plane with large, wide wings, but it moved more like Dusty's gyrocopter. There was no runway required. The craft hovered in the air with a smoothness I'd never seen, not even in history books, and it lowered itself to the ground with extreme grace. Its sleek white body bore no symbols, but I knew this kind of technology could have only come from the supreme leadership. We stopped cold in our tracks, waiting for the door to open so we could see the face of our newest obstacle. My first thought was Cynthia, or someone sent on her behalf. I didn't expect she'd be willing to do the dirty work herself, which was probably wise. If she dared to step out of that craft, there were 100 people behind me who would be happy to shoot her rather than have her take me away. But it seemed too aggressive, To fly out to the remote hills outside of Claren City in the middle of the night just to nab me. She could have gotten me much more easily while I was in the center or at my match ceremony. Then I considered Frank, but he couldn't possibly have the means to operate an aircraft like this, not unless his ties and manipulation within the Supreme Leadership ran way deeper than the month we knew he was working with Conrad Reynolds. But Frank would have no need to come to us. He wouldn't endanger himself unnecessarily when he could aim a bomb at us instead. The bombs were normally dropped from overhead, but this was a technologically advanced aircraft. There was no telling what might be inside. "Everyone get down!" The door of the craft opened, creating a short ramp down to the ground. A figure appeared in the doorway, and I lifted my gun. Rafe and my father did the same. "Drop your weapon, Miss Greenwood, unless Madame George was correct in her accusations, and you do intend to kill me." Emmeline's voice rang out loud and clear as she gracefully made her way down the ramp and onto the street before us. "Come here," she said once on the ground. "We need to talk." Chapter 31. Rafe and my dad exchanged worried glances, then both looked at me. I didn't know what to tell them. My whole life had changed since the last time I spoke to Emmeline. She had always worked for the Embers before, but I honestly didn't know what to think about her since she basically disappeared from my life a few days ago. Emmeline walked toward us casually, as though she couldn't see the army standing on guard behind me. "Can you carry on 2 conversations at the same time?" Her voice rang out in my mind. "Because I need you to play along. They are listening and watching every move you make right now. Any error could be fatal." "I'll try." Perhaps I was foolish, but I had to trust her. If she wanted us dead, she would have made it happen from the air. There was something else going on here. "I'm going to talk to her," I said to my father. "Have our guys stand down unless she physically harms me. I'll be back in a minute." I took 2 steps, then turned back to him. "And if something happens, march on without me. You've got to end this." Rafe took a step forward, but my father held out an arm to stop him. "We will. Be careful." Emmeline waited patiently on the road a few steps ahead. Her expression gave no indication of what she was feeling or what she planned to do to me. She was a blank slate, as always. "Wise choice," she said as I reached her. "I've been sent by the Supreme Leadership, our greatness specifically, to retrieve you. You can walk onto the hoverjet of your own accord, or I can incapacitate you and have one of my guards drag your unconscious body aboard instead." "No." I took a step back, heart thundering in my chest. Her hand quickly moved to the weapon tucked into her waistband. "Emmeline, I can't go back there now. I'm in the middle of my own mission for the Supreme Leadership. They asked me to kill the rebel leaders responsible for the war, and that is what I'm doing." Her face hardened. "It's Madame Fraser, and you will." She glanced at the army waiting behind me. "It looks to me like you are the rebel leader." "You know that's not true. I can explain this, but you've got to let me keep going." A fire coursed through my veins. She couldn't betray me, not Emmeline. Her fingers wrapped around the handle of her gun, her finger resting lightly on the trigger. "You can explain on the hoverjet. Move, now." My feet were cemented to the ground. This had to be a nightmare. Then her voice sounded through my mind again. Perhaps she'd been reaching out to me all along, but my panic had drowned out the sound. "Claren, please, get on the aircraft without putting up a fight. I promise this will all make sense soon." We stared at one another, and the only sound I could hear was my own breathing. The world seemed to disappear around me as I considered my options. We could take her out with a single shot. We could easily overpower however many guards she had on the aircraft as well. It wasn't large. but the way her eyes pleaded with me to follow orders reminded me of the way a mother might plead with her child to step down from a tall ledge or back away from a fire. The words she spoke out loud were in direct opposition to the words and emotion she conveyed through my mind. I couldn't shake the sense that she was genuinely looking out for me, despite how odd this all was. With a final parting glance, I nodded toward my father and turned my back on the men I'd be leaving behind. I took one shaky step toward the aircraft, then another. "Thank you," Emmeline said in my mind. I heard Rafe call out behind me, but I ignored him. I couldn't look back again. I turned inward instead, building up my walls exactly as Emmeline had taught me to do. She cast me a sideways glance and gestured for me to board the craft. The interior was small, and it was immediately clear that Emmeline had lied. There was no guard here. There was no room for one. The only other person in the small space was the pilot, a young man not much older than me. He sat behind a large screen with a display of controls and figures spread across its glowing surface. Above the screen was a windshield, through which I could barely make out the shocked faces of the Embers I'd just abandoned. Some were still gripping their weapons, taking aim at us, and I watched as my father tried to talk them down. The pilot trembled in his seat. He was certainly not an empath and made no effort to conceal his fear. He was likely a worker raised on the capital island. All of this was new to him. "We know you've betrayed us, Miss Greenwood. There are some serious accusations being made against your character, and I admit I am disappointed. I vouched for you, and you have let me down. You've let our entire nation down." Emmeline crossed her arms in front of her. The door closed behind us, and panic flared up in my chest again. Emmeline watched me with hard eyes. She inclined her head slightly toward me, and I knew she was trying to speak to me again. If I blocked her out entirely, she wouldn't be able to communicate with me through my mind. But if she really had turned against us, I didn't want her to have access to any more information. I didn't want to let her in. My instincts were screaming at me to run. But my heart beat steady and true, even inside my block. And again, something told me to give her a chance. I loosened my block, not entirely, but enough to let her in. Cottonwood Valley. What? Emmeline sighed. "Well, do you have anything to say, or should I fly you straight to the executioner?" I gritted my teeth. "Yes, I told you we were on our way to kill the rebel leaders. If you let me go, I can end this war." She shook her head. "I can't just let you go. I saw the rebels marching behind you." "You know those aren't the rebels in question here." Her expression hardened again. "If not, then where were you marching? Where do you propose the real leader is?" Her mouth stopped moving, but I heard her words again in my mind. Cottonwood Valley. "Cottonwood Valley," I repeated her, quietly, unsure of what I was doing. "Cottonwood Valley?" She lifted her brows. "Walt, check the map and see if such a place even exists." The young pilot's hands flew back and forth across the screen, touching different points and pulling on the image to make it appear larger. There, on a map on the screen, was a location called Cottonwood Valley. It was about 5 miles away from us, down a fork in the road that led away from where Emilio said the anarchists were camping. "I see." She placed her fingers on the front of her throat, gently touching the snake-like tattoo wrapped around it. "Permission to investigate the girl's claims?" Nothing happened at first. I assumed her request was being conveyed somewhere hundreds or thousands of miles away on a small island fortress in the ocean. A moment later, we all turned to read a message that had just appeared on the screen of the aircraft. Request approved. Destination confirmed. A flicker of a smile flashed across Emmeline's face. "Please keep the hoverjet low, Walt.
beneath the treetops, so no one will see us approaching. Buckle up, Miss Greenwood." I'd barely taken a seat before the aircraft jolted forward. The sound of bullets bouncing off of the outer walls faded quickly into the background as we zipped forward through the air, hovering just a few feet above the street. "I must confess that I do not believe this elaborate tale, Miss Greenwood. Madame George has warned me of your recent deceptions, and I fear she may be correct. Let me be clear. The Supreme Leader has granted you a rare second chance to prove your worth, but our greatness does not like to be deceived. You will most certainly pay for your crimes with your life if this is another ruse." My walls were weak. Her words were powerful. Was I doing the right thing? "Breathe, Claren. We're almost there. I'll take care of you." The expression on her face did not match the words I heard in my mind, and for a second I wondered if I might be imagining all of this. These voices in my head might just be me losing my grip on reality. None of it made any sense. "It will soon. When we land, everything is going to move really quickly. You may not be happy with me, but I need you to control your emotions. Build your block now, the strongest, most impenetrable block you've ever created. Frank is powerful. He will split you apart to get what he wants if you let him. Keep him out of your mind." "I understand." "And promise me one more thing. No matter what happens here, please know that I was always on your side. Now, ask Walt to stop the craft here. Frank is in the farmhouse down this drive, and we don't want to expose ourselves." "Stop here," I said. Walt looked to Emmeline for approval, then stopped the aircraft in place, lowering it gently down to the ground. We were on a gravel road with overgrown trees on either side. Just ahead was a rusted mailbox with 1328 stenciled in chipped white paint on its side. "This is where the rebel leaders are hiding." I unbuckled myself and stood, but not as quickly as Emmeline did. "And this is as far as you'll go," she said. She pushed past Walt and mashed some buttons on the screen with her fist. The door opened, and then the screen went dark. "Madam Fraser," Walt's voice quivered. "I was instructed to keep the hoverjet running." She pulled the gun from her waistband and fired a single shot directly into the young man's chest, faster than he could blink. His body slid instantly to the metal floor. "Emmeline, no! What are you doing?" My block wavered. It couldn't have prepared me for that, no matter how strong it was. Nothing could have. "Relax, he's not dead. It was a high-powered stun. He'll come to in about half an hour. And so will you." She turned, and the gun lit up before my eyes. In the same instant, a searing pain shot through my limbs, and I landed on the ground beside Walt. Chapter 32. "Consider this my parting gift, my greatness." Emmeline spoke aloud, though she was the only fully coherent person left in the aircraft. "I should kill her. I should kill both of them. But by the time they awaken, Frank and I will be long gone. Don't say I never did anything for you." A cold, hard bolt jutted into my cheekbone as I lay motionless on the metal floor. I wasn't fully stunned. I could feel and see and breathe, but I couldn't so much as wiggle a toe. I was paralyzed, and my limbs felt afire. But even that was more than I could say for Walt. I wasn't even certain that he was breathing. Emmeline's footsteps carried her out of view for just a moment, and when she returned, I could hardly make her out from the corner of my eye. But I had to have been hallucinating, because in the small part of her I could see, it looked like she had flicked open a pocket knife that she was now raising toward her throat. I tried to shout, but my voice came out as a muffled moan through closed lips. It wasn't enough to stop her. The blade connected with the soft flesh of her neck, and I watched with horror as it cut through her skin like butter, splitting the snake tattoo in half, right down the length of its belly. Blood trickled down to her collarbone in thin trails, like a macabre ruby necklace glittering in the moonlight shining through the windshield. She closed her eyes when she finished making the thin cut, and her chest rose and fell with uneven breaths. Then she raised the knife again, this time reaching around to the back of her neck. She winced, and the knife fell to the floor with a clang. A moment later, she pulled her hands back around, fingers bloodied, and dropped another small object to the floor. She raised her foot and came down on the object hard with the heel of her shoe. It was only then that she dared to look at me. The cold, hard facade of Madame Emmeline Fraser was gone. Her eyes filled to the brim with tears, and her lower lip trembled as she fished around in her pocket. Perhaps she was going into shock. Maybe she had lost her wits as well. She dropped to the floor on her knees beside me, hands shaking, as she ripped open a small, square envelope. Next thing I knew, my mouth was flooded with a metallic tang of Emmeline's blood as her fingers pried open my lips and shoved my tongue to one side. She dumped some unknown powder from the envelope into the floor of my mouth and pushed my lips back together. Then she dumped the remainder of the powder under her own tongue. The burning in my arms and legs abated almost instantly. My fingers twitched, and I was able to swallow, though the bitterness of the powder and the aftertaste of Emmeline's hands turned my stomach. I gagged and coughed a little, still unable to move. My extremities buzzed, as though they were coming back to life, though, and I was relieved that she hadn't poisoned me. Emmeline grimaced and wiped a hand across her sweaty forehead. "Give it just a minute," she said with a raspy voice. "We'll go as soon as you're ready." Her head rested back against the control console, and she closed her eyes. "We can speak freely now. I'm untraceable." I got a better look at her neck, and even though the cut didn't look deep enough to sever any major vessels, it was still bleeding heavily. I worried that if she didn't tend to it soon, there would be too much blood lost. Blood! I barely mumbled the word. Emmeline lifted her head. "Oh, right. Sorry about that." In a move that was completely out of character for her, she lifted the collar of her blouse and used it to wipe the sticky crimson liquid from her neck. When she pulled it away, her shirt was ruined and her neck was smeared, but it did nothing to stop the bleeding. My left leg twitched, twice. Then it turned into a full spasm. Emmeline blinked and leaned forward again, resting her hand on my leg as she tried to steady me. "I'm sorry, Claren. I'm so sorry." "Why?" I had enough mobility now that I could return to a sitting position. I was trembling all over, but my limbs were growing stronger with each passing second. Whatever was in that powder was effective. "Why did you shoot me?" "It had to look believable." "So you're not running away with Frank?" "No," she said. "We're going to kill him." We rested there for another minute before I felt like my strength had fully returned, and then some. Emmeline obviously felt recharged as well, because she stood and stretched her arms over her head. "How do you know he's here?" I asked, as I picked up my bag and checked for my weapon. "I can feel his presence. Is my journal in that bag?" "Yes. What do you mean you can feel his presence?" "I need you to burn it as soon as possible. They can never know about our link to one another, and they can never learn about what I've discovered and taught you." "You didn't answer my question. What do you mean about feeling Frank's presence?" "Will you burn the journal?" "Yes." She sighed. "On page 51, I described a method I've been working my entire life to perfect." "Mind reading," I said. "In a way, yes." "Are you suggesting you read Frank's mind? Does he have a device like ours?" I reached for my hairpin, pausing just before I touched it. I didn't want to activate the communicator. "No, I read him the same way I can read you. I'm not sure that I fully understand it, and I know that not every empath is capable of it, but—" She coughed, and a red splatter speckled the back of her hand when she pulled it away. "Emmeline, you've got to take care of your injuries." "No." She shook her head adamantly. "I'll worry about these later. We only have a few minutes to get to him before they send someone after us. They can't track me personally, but they know where we landed." She was already moving toward the open door. I followed her, weapon in hand. The aches and shivers had disappeared, and I felt stronger than ever. I didn't know if the powder had given me a false sense of confidence, or if my muscles really were supercharged, but I felt invincible. And if it weren't for the blood, Emmeline wouldn't have looked injured either. She moved with her usual grace. We ran down the ramp of the aircraft and dashed quickly into the woods. Once hidden from the road, Emmeline continued where she'd left off earlier, speaking quietly as we made the short trek to the farmhouse. "There was one thing I left out of the journal, out of fear that it could possibly fall into the wrong hands, but I can't keep it from you any longer." She pushed a branch up over her head, allowing me to duck below it as we continued forward. "What is it?" She stopped, and the earnest expression on her dirty face brought me to a halt as well. "Claren, I've been a part of your life since the day you were born. Your mother and I, we were friends. She helped me through some difficult times when she worked at the medical center, and the day you were born was a bright spot for me during some very dark years. I watched you grow up, always from a distance, and when your mother had her accident—" "When she was murdered," I corrected. Emmeline closed her eyes and took in a long, shaky breath. "After she was gone, I felt it was my responsibility to look after you. I've failed you in many ways, and for that I am truly sorry. I don't expect you to be able to forgive me for the things I've done, but I want you to know that I have always cared for you as though you were my own. I'll never be a mother, and that's probably a good thing, but you are the closest thing to family I have, and our bond, as one-sided as it may be, is why I think I am more in tune with your thoughts." I didn't know how to respond. It seemed impossible that Emmeline and my mother were friends. How had I never known about this? But there were pieces of her story that rang true, like the strange sense of comfort I'd always felt around her, even when I thought I knew better. She'd been the one to pull me out of Morton after my aptitude test. She didn't report me for meeting with the Embers during my training. She defended me from Everett. She'd helped me rise in the ranks, and she'd given me special training all along the way, always making me stronger, tougher, ready to take on the world. Was it because she loved me? She looked so small, so vulnerable, standing in the woods, covered in grime and dried blood. Her eyes were bloodshot, her skin pale, and her guard was completely let down. Everything she said was true. I knew it in the marrow of my bones. The corners of her mouth pulled into a small smile. "So you see, love seems to open the doors beyond empathy in a brain like yours or mine. I know your thoughts and feelings even without these devices." She pulled out her hair clip and threw it to the ground. "It's not as precise without them, but I can still get a sense of where you are and what you're thinking. And one day, when you find love and have children, I suspect you will experience the same bond. Just continue practicing the methods I laid out in the journal." My heart warmed at the thought, but then it dawned on me that I wasn't the only person Emmeline had this connection with. Wait, if that's true, then it means you and Frank. Emmeline dropped her chin. Her eyes were glassy when she looked up again. "Love is the one weakness we all share. One can deny it, hide it, or bury it under layers of hostility and hatred, but it will always respond when it hears its call. It can be cherished, or it can be despised, but it will not be controlled. Love has no master. A storm door slammed on the farmhouse behind her, and she quickly placed herself between me and the source of the sound. "Build your walls," she whispered. "Quickly, block him out." Then she marched forward without an ounce of fear. I spotted Frank over her shoulder before we exited the forest. He stood in the shadows of a rotted wooden porch in front of a 2-story blue farmhouse, and he held a long gun at eye level, watching us down the barrel. Emmeline stepped into the clearing first, and Frank slowly lowered the weapon. "Emmeline." Concern flashed across his features as his eyes flitted over her blood-stained neck and shirt. Then he noticed me behind her, and every hint of emotion disappeared. Inhale, exhale. "Oh, Em, did you bring the girl here to kill me?" "The girl does what she wants," Emmeline said. I strode out after her, standing tall and refusing to let Frank see my fear. I wished Emmeline hadn't told me the truth. It was easy to hate her when I saw her as a cold and manipulative leader. But seeing her now, the wind whipping at the clothes on her petite frame, staring at a man she had clearly loved for her entire life, it was too much. She was as real a human as I was, and just as broken inside. I took one more deep breath, searching for my peace point and holding on tight. I wouldn't let it slip. Frank watched me with narrowed eyes. He tilted his head, studying me closely, and saying nothing at first. He was looking for a crack in my defenses, just as Emmeline told me he would. "Well, what are you waiting for?" He held his arms out to the sides with a laugh. "Shoot me!" I lifted my weapon, cranking the power dial first to be sure it would deliver a lethal shot of electricity. In my periphery, I saw Emmeline drop her gaze to the ground. Her walls had crumbled. She was defenseless in Frank's presence, and she couldn't bear to see him killed. I could feel her emotions warring inside as she fought between the need to do what was right and her desire to run and wrap herself in his arms. Frank felt it too. He risked a quick glance at her before turning back to me with a sneer. "I knew you didn't have it in you. You care too much. That's always been your problem. Both of you." He pinned Emmeline with a hard gaze next. "Why'd you bring her out here, Em? What did you think was going to happen? You couldn't pull the trigger back in Morton. Do you really think you're strong enough to do it now? She certainly isn't." He jerked his head in my direction. "Give up, Emmeline. You obviously can't go back to the capital now. Join us. We're more powerful now than we've ever been. It's happening. The life we always dreamed of. It's within reach." He took a step toward her, reaching out, but never allowing his hand to connect with her frail body. She looked up, meeting his eyes, and I saw Frank crack. It was brief, so quick I could have imagined it, but suddenly the pieces were all coming together. Emmeline didn't shoot Frank when we caught him back in Morton. I remembered the night clearly. It was the first time I felt a crack in her walls as well. I thought I'd been the one to stop her, but it wasn't me. It was love. It was also why she'd let him escape from the courtroom when the Embers rescued him. She could have murdered him in his cell, but she didn't. And it's why Frank had yet to bomb Claren City. He couldn't risk hurting Emmeline. Frank could master an entire army of anarchists, but he couldn't control his feelings for this woman. Love has no master. My heart pounded in my chest, beating against the inside of my ribs like a drum, like a war cry begging to be released. Frank and Emmeline turned to me in unison, and I knew I'd dropped my guard. I knew it, but I didn't care. I wouldn't hide my feelings anymore. I'd use them to make me stronger. I'd let love control me, and right now, my love for the countless lives Frank had stolen from this earth urged me to act. I raised my weapon again. A hum drew our attention down the gravel drive, where the hoverjet had come to life. Walt must have been awake, and the aircraft soared over the trees to where we stood in the yard. "You have to kill me, Claren." Emmeline's raspy voice was barely audible over the rustling of the wind and the hum of the jet. "They can't hear us, but I know they're watching. Shoot me, or they'll think you're in on it too." I shook my head. No, not Emmeline. Frank was the one who had to die. "Shoot me," she repeated. "You are strong enough. You can carry this to the end." Frank began to object, his heart breaking as he looked at the strong woman to his side. Emmeline lifted her chin, creating a clear target for me and ignoring his pleas. My hands shook, and I breathed in deeply to steady my aim, still trained on Frank. My heart was thundering so hard now I expected my ribs to crack, or maybe that was just the vice grip anxiety had around my chest. "Please," she whimpered. I shifted on my feet, slowly piecing together a weak plan. I was there to kill Frank, but if I could make it look like I wanted Emmeline dead, perhaps the Supreme Leadership would believe it. She was the traitor now in their eyes. I could fire and miss, and maybe she could get away. With a slow and steady hand, I shifted my aim from Frank to Emmeline, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. She smiled and nodded softly. "No!" Frank yelled and lunged. The sudden movement surprised me, and my instincts from a year on the road immediately kicked in. There was no time to think, only time to act. The trigger clicked under my finger, landing a shot squarely into Frank's shoulder before he could do the same to me. But I'd miscalculated. Frank wasn't moving to shoot me. He was moving to protect Emmeline. His arms wrapped around her body as the shock caused him to seize. He fell over onto her small frame, and together they hit the ground, sending a cloud of dirt into the air as they rolled to a stop. Frank couldn't have survived the shot. My aim was true, the distance was short, the voltage was as high as it would go. His death was instant. But Emmeline... I rushed over to find her wrapped peacefully in the arms of the man she loved, arms she'd longed to feel around her just moments before. They were the same arms that had carried the shock from my shot to her weakened body. She neither blinked nor breathed. They lay motionlessly entangled, and she didn't look afraid. Her face was frozen in place with that same sad smile, and for the first time since I'd known her, Emmeline was at peace. "No." I touched her face to be sure. "No." Clutching my chest to keep it pieced together, I looked up to the sky at the last stars twinkling out of view as the morning sun began its slow climb over the horizon. Everything was still, and I was alone, so alone. With still, shaky hands, I wiped the grime from Emmeline's cheeks, tucked her hair behind her ears, and gently closed her eyes. "I love you too." Chapter 33. I'd forgotten about the hoverjet until it touched down on the earth behind me. The door opened, and a disheveled Walt called out to me. "Miss Greenwood, are they—" I still knelt beside the bodies. The effects of Emmeline's powder were wearing off, and the ache in my limbs were spreading all the way into my soul. "They're dead." The word caught on the edges of my throat, scraping as I forced it out. "Both of them." "Are you—" The young man's voice shook. He cleared his throat and tried again. "Are you ready to go? I have orders to take you back to the capital." I stood and slowly backed away from the scene before me.
Filling my lungs with the morning air, I reached inside, searching for strength. Frank was dead, but he was only half of the problem. Milo was still out there somewhere. "I can't go back to the capital yet. Please return me to the group you found me with before we came here." "But my orders, Walt." I marched up to the young man standing in the doorway of the jet. "My orders were to kill the rebel leaders. That mission is half accomplished. Fly me back to the other group so I can finish the job and end this war." "Yes, ma'am." He was wise not to argue with me in this state. I buckled up in the same seat I sat in before, refusing to look at the empty chair beside me. But I couldn't deny Emmeline's presence. Her blood was everywhere. The tracker she'd pulled from under her skin still sat crushed on the floor. If I looked at it too long, I might be crushed as well. I directed Walt toward the anarchist campsite. It wasn't far from where he'd picked me up earlier, and we saw it from a few miles away. The entire area was ablaze. Dark smoke filled the air, billowing up from red and gold flames that danced across the forest. "There!" I pointed to a spot 100 yards away from the edge of the fire, where a large group of men stood huddled in awe, watching the flames leaping through the trees. They turned to watch as Walt landed the craft, but they didn't strike this time. They were weary, and many of them had sustained injuries. There had been a large fight while I was gone, that much was clear. Seth's was the first face I recognized as I stepped off the hoverjet. "What happened?" "They attacked us before we reached the site." He shook his head. "There were hundreds of them. They stunned us with our own weapons, the ones they'd stolen. Our men dropped like flies, and they threw makeshift bombs made from glass bottles into the forest where the unconscious bodies had fallen." "How many did we lose?" "Too many," he said. "But I'd guess they lost just as many, if not more." "Did my father make it?" I swallowed, hoping the numbness of my nerves might ease the news if it was bad. "Yeah. When the Claren City truck rolled up, he and Rafe jumped inside and left us." "What?" I turned from the fire, focusing my full attention on Seth. "What Claren City truck? Where did they go?" He pointed toward the woods. As if on cue, a white truck came flying through the flames, sending waves of men scattering off to the sides in either direction. The bed was on fire, and as soon as it moved a fair distance from the blazing inferno, the doors swung open. 2 bodies rolled out, one on each side. A moment later, 2 more came rolling out of the cab. With the doors still swinging over every bump, the truck sped on without them, crashing a few seconds later into trees on the opposite side of the road. Everyone turned to the sound, and shouts rang out as the truck exploded a moment later. "Oh my goodness!" I rushed forward to see if the men had survived. Rafe was closest, and he jumped quickly to his feet. "Claren, you're all right." He looked down the road behind me. "Where's Emmeline?" I shook my head, biting down my lip. I couldn't speak of her right now. I had to find my dad. He stood there too, several feet away, wincing as he grabbed his shoulder. His left arm hung limply from its socket, but he was alive. I turned my attention to the other 2 bodies a little further down the way. Emilio stood, looking around wide-eyed until his gaze landed on me. "You're here!" he shouted with a grin. "Felix! She's here!" My attention snapped past him to the final body. Felix's muscular frame lay unmoving on the road. I sucked in a breath and ran to his side, pushing past Rafe and Emilio and all the others. I couldn't do this again. Not today. Not Felix. But I knew even before I reached him that he was still alive. His heart pounded out a rhythm in his chest that called to mine. I knelt by his side, and my entire body relaxed when he grinned at me. "That was the most exhilarating thing I've ever done." I laughed and kissed him on the cheek.
Get up! You've got a lot of explaining to do. He stood and looked warily at the hoverjet sitting on the ground behind me. Looks like you do, too. All 4 men were by my side, and I looked at them one at a time, counting my blessings and giving a silent prayer of thanks. They were alive. If only I could say the same for Emmeline. We found Frank, I began. He was off on his own in a farmhouse not far from here. Emmeline took me there. She sacrificed herself for me and for the cause. Frank is dead, but so is Emmeline. Felix took my hand and gave it a small squeeze. Rafe looked away. Milo is dead, too, my father coughed. He was badly injured, but his eyes were alight. Felix killed him. What? I turned to face Felix. He was certainly full of surprises. How? Emilio got the jammer to work. He was able to track down the weapon controls before they were fired. I really can't take the credit. It was all Emilio. Nope, Emilio said. I just showed him where to go. It's true, Rafe said. I couldn't believe it when I saw their truck drive in. I thought we'd have to fight 2 armies at once, both the anarchists and the city protectors. But it was just these 2, claiming they knew where Frank was. My dad nodded. We jumped in with them and drove to a small shanty up the road. Milo was there with a few of his men. Rafe and your dad took out the anarchists, Felix said. And Felix went inside for Frank, only it wasn't Frank, it was Milo. Emilio held his arms out to the sides like he couldn't believe it. I took one look at him, and I remembered the day we found you on the side of the road after Dax died. I remembered the way he'd hurt you, and I just saw red. I didn't even have time to think. I just shot him. Felix dropped his chin, and this time it was my turn to comfort him. I knew how hard it was to take a life. You saved us, I said. You stopped him from firing the weapons. The war is over. Not quite, my father said, looking over my shoulder. I turned in time to see 3 more hoverjets land behind Waltz. I think they're here for you. I knew that they were, and with all the evidence to prove that I'd killed Frank and Milo, the Supreme Leader may even decide to let me live. But the agreement I'd made with Cynthia stated that my reward for a successful mission would be a position within the Supreme Leadership. I'd rather roll over and die than go work for them in the capital. Think of the good you can do there, Rafe said, sensing my reluctance to move. The war is over. They can see that we are not the aggressors. Maybe now is a time for change. Show them the truth. Help them learn to accept us. Teach them what freedom really looks like. Change the world, Claren. You can do this. I was empty inside, numb from endless tragedy that refused to leave me alone. I didn't want to go. There wasn't anything left for me, aside from the people I cared about, who all stood around me in that moment. Why would I leave them to surround myself with the Cynthias of the world? The unyielding Supreme Leadership would never accept change. They would strip me of everything good. But I knew this was what had to be done. If I couldn't create change within their ranks, I would systematically destroy them from the inside out. A life full of love would have to wait. I turned to Felix, squeezing his hand in mine again. How would you feel about being matched to a Supreme Leader? He smiled and gently kissed my forehead. Do what needs to be done. With a final look at the men around me and all the embers beyond, I turned toward the small fleet of aircraft sitting on the road. 2 more doors opened, and 4 soldiers marched down the ramps, coming toward me with weapons drawn. Inhale, exhale. Channeling my inner Emmeline, I lifted my chin high and strode toward them like there was nothing in the world that I feared. I made my way back to Walt's craft, but the soldier stopped me. No, Madam Greenwood, our greatness has requested your presence. Our greatness? Was the Supreme Leader here? The anonymous man behind the curtain who ruled over New America, keeping our people in the dark under his cruel thumb? I paused, taking just a moment to rebuild my walls. I would block him out. I would block everything out. I would see this through to the end. I followed the soldiers to the final hoverjet, which sat further back on the road behind the others. They stopped at the closed door. "We cannot board with you, Madam Greenwood, but you have our allegiance." They bowed and retreated back to the other crafts. Only after I was alone did the door finally lower itself to the ground. A figure stepped into the doorway, and I braced myself for the evil I would soon encounter. I stood tall as our greatness stepped into the light, and all the breath was pulled from my lungs. The world spun around me, and I fell to my knees. Is it really you?" My voice was small, weak, barely a squeak as the whispered words escaped my lips. "It's really me, sweetheart, and I'm so glad you're finally able to join me." My mother took 3 steps down the ramp and pulled me to my feet. "Everything is going to be okay. I've got you now." This has been From the Flames, Ember Society Book 4, written by A.R. Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Copyright 2021 by A.R. Colbert. Production copyright by A.R. Colbert.